2 points, 10 assists and off the bench. Max Strus, 24 points in 24 minutes of action. On the injury front for tonight, Thomas Bryant out for the Cavs, still dealing with a strained left calf. For the Raptors, Emmanuel Quickly, who missed game one, he is questionable with that strained right hamstring. Guardians continue the homestand tie, going to begin a 3-game set against the Houston Astros. Guardians come off a weekend series where they won 3 of 4 from Baltimore. Jose Ramirez, a pair of solo home runs. He's got 5 dingers in the last 11 games. He's batting .342. Slade Ciccone gets the start. He is 0-2, a 5.02 ERA. Also in the NBA playoffs tonight in the Eastern Conference, New York plays host to Atlanta. Knicks lead 1 game tonight after taking the opener on Saturday, 113-102. In the Western Conference tonight, Denver will entertain Minnesota. The Nuggets are up 1 game tonight after Saturday's 116-105 victory. Browns going to be busy this week. Off-season workout program continues. A voluntary veteran minicamp going to be held starting tomorrow and running through Thursday. And by Thursday night, the start of the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. For the moment, the Browns with the 6th and 24th picks in the first round. Don't miss the Browns draft preview show tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
It's game 2 tonight. Cavaliers, Toronto Raptors. Can the Cavaliers do it again? Can they do what you're supposed to do in the playoffs? And they certainly did that in game 1 on Saturday. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner, Andy Baskin. Oh, wait a minute. Not today. My partner, Spencer German.
I see it. Baskin's in Chicago.
I don't know where he is. He doesn't report to me.
He posted a picture with him and his son in Chicago, I think it was. So
okay.
that's why I assumed I was filling in. I was like, oh, that's where Baskin is. Okay.
I must be getting a phone call. Good to have you. Dan Mennigan's behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092. Game 1, Cavaliers took care of the Toronto Raptors. It had a very Cavalier game feel, didn't it?
I see what you did there.
It was a lot of what they've done this year.
Yeah,
big quarters, big points. They're guys who were supposed to play well, played well.
Yeah, I thought it was funny because James Harden after the game had the comments about how he didn't think they played all that well, and it took me aback a little bit because I actually thought, especially for a group that has played minimal minutes together. Mm-hmm. I think the new core 4, or whatever you want to call it, of Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, and Allen had only played like 94 minutes together coming into the playoffs.
And the Cavs hadn't gone out of their way to make sure they played together.
Right.
Because they rested guys.
And Dean Wade, if you throw Dean Wade into the equation, it was like that starting group had only played like 34 minutes together. So for understanding where they were coming from, I felt like that was maybe the most complete game they had played all year. And some of that had to do with just like the ebbs and flows of at different points this season, Jeff, it was like they'd have a really good first half and then they'd start slow in the second half and like let a team back into it. Or they'd start slow and then have a really good start to the second half and try to dig themselves out of a hole. This was like from start to finish. Yeah, the beginning of the game was kind of back and forth. Second quarter, you felt like it was teetering on the Cavs point away. Then they continued that into the third quarter. And then by the time they got up 24 points to start the fourth quarter, you knew it was basically over at that point. So, yeah, I think if you had any concerns about this Cavs team coming to the playoffs, which I know Lima's on his crusade these last couple weeks talking about how people shouldn't be afraid, I think they answered a lot of those questions on Saturday for sure.
The 36-point third quarter is a huge deal. You come out and outscore them by 14 in the third quarter and put the game away. That was really good. If you're looking at the Cavs and thinking, what do you have to make it work? I think the 4 key guys, and you mentioned them, they all have to be really solid. I thought they were solid.
Yeah.
You didn't get Jarrett and Evan a whole lot of shots. You didn't need that in game 1, but you had Max Strus coming off the bench and lighting it up. So if your 4 guys that you're counting on can have good games. They don't have to be stunningly good. And then you get one other guy to contribute, you're going to be really tough to beat.
Yeah, and I think like people are going to look at the box score and feel like Evan needs to do more, I'm sure, because that's just always what people feel like with Evan.
That guy could score 30 and get 15 rebounds, and people would say he should have had 20 rebounds.
But here's the thing, Jeff. Like, if he does what he did the other day, and it's just kind of this steady, this is your role, but he's efficient in that role. He took, 9 shots, I think?
Only 9 shots. Yeah.
Like, and if he makes the majority of those, comes away with double-digit rebounds and double-digit points, I think people should be happy about that because it probably means that James Harden and Donovan Mitchell are doing what they're supposed to do as the biggest scoring threats, and that other contributors off the bench like Max Strus did are kind of filling in those gaps. So Evan just kind of has to be efficient, really good on defense, which he always is. And I don't know, like there might be a game here or there where he has to take over, but within the role he was asked to play, I thought he was awesome. And Jarrett, it's funny, like he got off to such a hot start with those 2 quick dunks, and you felt like it was going to be a big Jarrett Allen game with James Harden sort of feeding him. And then he kind of faded a little bit, but you felt like his presence was still felt in this game. So again, just the exact perfect start for this Cavs team with the expectations that are draped on them right now. I think Saturday was what you wanted to see, and now we get to see if they can do it again tonight.
If you're looking at everything that happened and you think, okay, was it perfect? You could make the argument that it was. The only concern might be, Spence, you didn't, other than Max Strus, did you get anything off the bench? And I wonder if you're going to have to look at anything further, and at some point in the series, certainly you're going to have to. Somebody else is going to have to step up, play a little bit, do a little bit more than what they did. That happens. But come playoff time, your key guys have to do things. Max Strus wasn't there almost all season long, and he showed what he can do and how he can impact a game. The one thing I had talked about going into the series that I thought, you'll have to handle this and make sure it's okay. I like Brandon Ingram. I like Scotty Barnes, and I like R.J. Barrett. And they were key for Toronto, and yet when they were on the floor, they weren't, though they put up numbers, it didn't really impact the game. So those 3 guys combined, and their presence on the wing, I think, is a big deal. But it didn't really affect the Cavaliers at all, and the Cavs handled it. So that, to me, that's okay. You took care of what could be the big issue.
Real quick on Scotty Barnes. I think what's awesome about this matchup, and every time the Raptors and Cavs play, is that Evan, I think, really relishes going up against Scotty Barnes because, same draft year, the Rookie of the Year thing, all of that. And I thought you saw that. I'll say this, Jeff. The most telling thing from Saturday for me was the fact, and yes, I understand the Raptors didn't have Emmanuel Quickley, although I think people are putting a little bit too much emphasis on, well, if he plays, Emmanuel Quickley is not changing the series. I'm sorry. Like, does he help them with their pace? Yes. Does he give them a little bit more shooting, especially in transition? Yes. But I don't think that his insertion back into the lineup changes the entire outlook of the series. I think it's still the Cavs are the better team. I think that's obvious. But I thought it was pretty telling that the Raptors shot, for most of that game, 50% plus. They finished 48%, which is high for them. They were at the bottom of the league in terms of 3-point shooting this year, and they still got blown out by double digits. Yeah. Like if that's the best 3-point shooting performance they're going to get all series, I have no idea how they're going to hang with the Cavs. I just don't. So I thought that was the most telling thing because, like you could make the argument, hey, they might get hot from 3 one day. I mean, Scotty Barnes went 3 of 4. That's unusual for him. Jamal Shed went 5 of 6. That's kind of unusual for him. Those guys are like 30% 3-point shooters. So to see them get that type of 3-point shooting performance and still get beat by double digits, I think that spelled pretty clearly the direction that the series is headed.
That said, and I think you're on the money. I think that's real accurate. That said, what happened in game 1 of every series is what was supposed to happen in game 1 of every series, except for our friends in Detroit. The home team won 7 of the 8 first-round games, and that's what's supposed to happen. I'll go LeBron on you here. A playoff series doesn't begin until the road team wins a game. And I've always thought that's a really It's actually
I
a
hate
great
that expression so much.
You know what though? But it's true. It's really true because all you're doing is holding serve, and so the minute the road team wins a game, you've got a series, and so they have a series in Detroit. The Magic and Pistons, that's game on right now, and I understand why you hate it. But if you think about it, until the road team wins a game, you're going 7 games. You know what I mean?
I think that's awesome.
And so the minute some team steps up, then, okay, now we really have to adjust. Now we really got to go.
What's funny about that I always laugh at that because you're right. I understand where the expression comes from, where it's like, oh, well, you don't have a series until a road team wins a game because, to your point, it just is basically setting up for you're going 7 games. But I just, the notion of you could be 4 games into a series and the home team's won every game, and you're like, yeah, the series hasn't started yet. Guys, we're more than halfway through the series. It's definitely started.
Well, from a time standpoint, yes. But from a competitive standpoint, I honestly, I've always thought that actually makes a lot of sense because the minute the road team wins a game, well, somebody's in jeopardy. Somebody's in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Right now, the Pistons are in jeopardy. Okay, it's only 1. They can bounce back, but they got to win 4 of the next 6 games.
And they did lose home court now for the series.
Sure. And it's not what it used to be in the NBA playoffs. You've seen road teams win key games. You also see teams get blown out, and it doesn't matter anymore. The next game they bounce back.
The number of times we've seen a team get blown out, and then the other
come back and win the next game. Exactly.
It's on the other foot the next game, and they blow that team out. The Cavs back in when
2016
LeBron was here used to do that all the time.
Exactly right. The NBA Finals when the Cavs won it. They were
exchanged
blowouts all around.
Yeah.
And so, if the Cavs go out tonight, do what they're supposed to do, play a similar game, no problem. That's what they're supposed to do. I wonder how Toronto adjusts. I wonder what Toronto's going to try to do. And you made a great point. They shot the ball really well, 48% from behind the line. I mentioned there are 3 key guys. They all had pretty good games, and yet they get smoked. So what do? How do they adjust? And then what do the Cavs do to counteract that? The only issue I would think out of the first game for the Cavs was that their 4 key guys did their thing, and Max Strus really stepped up. That's 5 guys. If you need it, you need another 2 or 3 guys.
I think what's beautiful about this roster, though, Jeff, is like you had Max step up in a big way in this game, and to be fair, maybe that's the one anomaly in this because, and no, this is no disrespect to Max Strus, of the guys on this roster beyond the starting 5, he is a guy that is going to show up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He's playoff tested. He's
really gritty.
Yes.
Gritty.
He lives for this stage. So I'm not saying he can't replicate it again, but 24 points is his career high in the playoffs. So it's not like he does that all the time.
Shot it beautifully.
Right. So it's not like he does that all the time. But I think this roster, and Kenny's talked about this, like it's deep enough that different games might have different quote-unquote unsung heroes is the word I'll use. So in this game, it was Max. But Sam Merrill, we all know, like all it takes is him getting hot from 3. He can knock down a few threes, and all of a sudden he's got 20 points, and then he's the guy. I think Jalen Tyson, who felt like maybe he was feeling things out a little bit. I think there's still a little bit of kind of getting reacclimated. He played 2 of the last 12 games down the stretch of the regular season. So I think he's still figuring some things out. I think he's still figuring out how to foul guys without getting called or, be tough and physical without getting called for fouls. So there's still some nuance there for him. But, I think down this roster, you see guys that can obviously be that extra sort of X factor beyond the starting 5. And it's just a matter of, on what night, who you're going to get. And I think that's the luxury that Kenny Atkinson has at his disposal.
Game 1 went about as well as could possibly be expected for the Cavaliers. Game 2 tonight, what are you looking for, folks? 216-474-0092. I'll tell you why I think you should be real optimistic. Not about Game 2 in particular, but about this postseason. The entire postseason. That's coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Spencer's in for Andy today.
For FanDuel. really matters, right? How we started that game. Game one is important. Obviously they came in confident and they're a physical team and talented team, but I thought right off the bat we set the tone. I think it's super important. You set the tone first, and then it's hard to come back from that, especially in the playoffs. And then we sustained, obviously, with our depth and talent.
That's Kenny Atkinson. Comments after the Cavaliers' Game 1 win over the Toronto Raptors. Cavaliers did a lot of the things they do in the regular season. They did them well, and they're up 1-0 because of it. Spencer German's in for Andy Baskin today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Meredith's taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. And Menigan wearing flannel behind the glass doing his thing today.
He loves flannel.
He's a big flannel guy. And unfortunately, you needed flannel today because there was snow on the ground.
It all started as a joke because back in the day when I worked at a bike shop, they forced us to wear collars, and so our answers to that were Hawaiian shirts and flannels. Because they never said what the collars had to be. They just had to wear collars.
That was you rallying against the collar thing. You were like,
fighting against the man.
We're going to wear the goofiest looking shirts, these Hawaiian shirts and
I initially put it on out of spite, and I went, damn, it's pretty comfy. I could get behind this.
I can appreciate that.
That's funny. I think that we know the Cavs didn't have the same regular season that they had last year. However, I've always tended to look at NBA teams not in the context of 1 year, Spencer, but kind of in an era. And they're in this era now with Donovan and now with Kenny in year number 2. And they swapped out Harden, bring in James, get rid of Darius. And I think you look at what they did last year when they won 64 games, were terrific, number 1 seed, and kind of lump that in with this year. In other words, I think they were a better team than what they showed this year, but all in preparation to become a better team now at this time of the year. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
And that's why, if you think they might be able to make a deep run, I could agree with you because they had all of last year's experience. You had some things that didn't go right this year. Strus was out. You had some other injuries. Guys were in and out. And then you make the trade. I just think that they're better situated to make a big run than they even were last year when they were the number 1 seed.
It feels like last year everything was going too well in the regular season.
Untouchable.
And then you got to the playoffs, and it was kind of this waiting for the other shoe to drop feeling. And then it did in the second round when the Pacers were they were too much. The pace they played with, and obviously injuries started piling up, and it just became this spiraling thing. This year was the opposite, where there was a lot of adversity, which is a good thing to face. There was a lot to overcome. I think this year you came into the playoffs with more questions than last year. You wondered, how can this group fit together? Can they mesh? Have they have enough time to do that? There's been so many injuries. Jarrett Allen's knee, how is that going to hold up? So I kind of wonder this year if it was too much adversity to overcome for a deep playoff run. But I also think, and I don't know, I don't know how you feel about this, Jeff, but it was one game. So I'm not going to get ahead of my skis here. I'm sure you guys heard and talked about what Darius Garland said last week when the Clippers lost, how he mentioned he was playing on 9 toes or whatever, and he was finally going to have a chance to get healthy. And I know everyone was ready to take victory laps and say, see, this is why the Cavs won the trade. I don't know if we can definitively say they won the trade yet, but did Saturday, at least for you, Jeff, kind of validate the thought process on why this move was made? Because it didn't.
No.
Okay.
And the reason why, Spence, the minute they acquired Donovan Mitchell, I said I didn't think it was a good fit. People have heard this too many times from me. 2 small guards, no way to win an NBA championship. Yeah. And so whether or not James Harden is the answer or not, we know that I knew at the time the combination that they put out on the floor was not the answer either.
Yeah.
So I thought they had to bust it up eventually. I don't know if James will be the guy long term. He might be gone next year, but they'll find somebody else and make it a better fit.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think that another key reason take all of that experience from last year and then add Harden to this mix. And I just think it's a team that's better situated, personnel and experience, to make a good run. Yeah,
listen, to answer my own question.
Did you think it validated everything?
I think it, again, there's a difference
because Darius is a hell of a player.
Right.
I mean, he's really good.
Undeniably
really good.
I think they were worried about the health with him and could he actually stay healthy for an entirety of a season.
And the money involved.
Yeah, that had finally kind of caught up with him, right? Like he just couldn't stay healthy at the most important time of the year. I want to again clarify, this isn't me taking a victory lap saying, oh, they clearly won the trade. You trade for James Harden, there's one thing you're chasing. It's a championship.
Sure.
So if you get close,
especially given the age of the players involved.
And if you win, that obviously that's the end result. Even if you don't win it, but you get close, if you get to a finals, you get to multiple finals with James Harden, I think people will feel good about, okay, this trade made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But I do think what we saw Saturday provided some validation of this is why the Cavs made this move. It was because Harden offered you something that Darius just couldn't in that combo with Donovan Mitchell. He's another floor spacer that's a little more durable, actually a lot more durable. He's played in 170 playoff games throughout his career. And it just changes the math on this thing, and it breaks up the two small guards. So at the very least, and the way he sees the floor, some of those passes he makes, I mean, he played so well, and it was like, if this is the James Harden you get throughout the postseason, it's going to absolutely feel like this trade was worth it, at least in the short term. So yeah, like I think it felt validating to me as to why they decided this was the right move. We'll see what it means long term and for the rest of the postseason. But I think Saturday was at least the first kind of, you could understand why the thought process that went into this thing.
Some thoughts about Harden and from Harden coming up in a second. Kevin's in Cuyahoga Falls. Kevin, welcome.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Very, very well.
What's going on, Kevin?
All right, good to talk to you guys. Hey, the game was awesome. Oh, my gosh. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. If the Cavs just rewind and replay that game structure the way they did it, I think they'll have zero problems with the Raptors. I mean, they don't know how to defend us. And, oh, my gosh, in that second half, when Harden moved to the side and dished that assist to Allen when he came thundering down the lane with that monster dunk, oh, my gosh, that was amazing. My son was like, Dad, I think we can hear the rim rattle on that one. So it was exciting. I'm with you on that. The Harden is the piece we needed to, I think, take this team to at least the Eastern Conference Finals. If he keeps doing what he does, putting in just some double-digit points, but adding the double-digit assists, I think that's the difference we need for this team to go at least to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I guess I'll finish it up with this. If I were to have a caution flag, boy, Jalen Tyson, his youth and lack of experience was majorly exposed yesterday, unfortunately. And I know he got 13 or 14 minutes or whatever, but man, we made the trade for Keon Ellis for a reason. He was a veteran. He looked much better. He looked more confident out there. And, I hope Tyson can pick it up, but man, if he struggles, that's something I'm going to be watching with Coach to see if maybe he leans a little more on Ellis and that experience and maybe let Tyson kind of watch a little more and not get exposed like that. But, yeah, good win, great win, and go Cavs, fellas.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much for the phone call. The thing about the other day, the four key guys and Max Strus, so solid that you didn't have to look for that other guy, to come in and help. Will it be Tyson down the road? Will it be Keon Ellis? You made the trade for him because of his defense and his ability to hit the outside shot. Will Schroeder get more playing time? He had only 13 minutes the other day. This is how a series evolves, and I thought Kenny said the right thing. They came out and they did their thing, first and foremost in Game 1, set a bit of a tone, Spence, and we'll see if they can follow it up tonight.
I think they absolutely set the tone. I think they did what you hoped, which was show that you're the better team in the series overall, and I think that does continue tonight. Because you kind of brought up last segment, Jeff, like the changes, and we know that's part of a playoff series every time.
Yeah.
Teams are going to change things up. Maybe for the Raptors, getting Emmanuel quickly back, if he's able to play, is part of that equation. We'll see. I don't believe there's been any announcement on his status for tonight yet, but
haven't heard anything. No.
But yeah, like I just don't know there's just times you get certain matchups and you notice that like a team just looks better, and that no matter what another team does, they're not going to have answers for it. The Raptors just don't strike me as a team that has any sort of answer for what the Cavs offer and bring to the table in terms of how they can attack them, how they can play them. What can they stop the two-headed monster that is Donovan Mitchell and James Harden? I don't think so. So yeah, like maybe they steal a game, but I just don't see a path forward where the changes that Toronto makes are going to be enough to overcome the Cavs in this series.
Here's what Kenny Atkinson had to say about James Harden and his influence on this team, especially in the playoffs. He said this after Game 1.
It's the thing that makes everything click, right? Like your point guard's willing to get off it, and he's firing darts to your shooters. I'd love to see the passes he threw to Max. Like, keep saying this about James, everything's here, right? Like there's none of that stuff, and that's just so helpful for a shooter. In my belief. I mean, Nenny, of course, has got great speed, but it gets us clicking. It's almost like a quarterback that is super accurate. He's just kind of picking them apart with short passes, then hits the long one once in a while. I liked our offensive process too today, and he was a big part of it.
10 assists for James Harden in Game 1. You know one thing I love about Harden? It's like he's on his own personal crusade to make the bounce pass a more critical part of NBA basketball once again.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, in the 2 months that he's been here, 3 months that he's been here, I've seen he has like 3 of the top 10 passes I've ever seen from a play. Like
Spence,
it's incredible.
Yeah,
it's incredible, and it's funny because
the way he drops and his little bounce pass just kind of drops the ball off, and it hits a guy right in stride.
Yeah, there was really that one full court length one, the full court length throw that he had towards the end of the race. Like, dude's incredible. The one behind his back, knowing Jarrett Allen was kind of following him on Saturday, it's like. He just it's like he has eyes in the back of his head. It's remarkable, some of these passes that James Harden makes. I mean, he's a fun player to watch. And sometimes I'm honestly shocked. Like I have to pinch myself a little bit. Like James Harden plays for the Cavaliers. Like who would have ever thought that was a sentence that we would say?
Well, and the idea of Donovan Mitchell and James Harden together. That's pretty special. 216-474-0092, number to join us. More of your phone calls coming up. We'll hear from James next on Baskin and Phelps.
Can.
tomorrow. That will run through Thursday. Speaking of Thursday night started the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. For the moment, the Browns would pick 6 and 24 in the first round. Don't miss the Browns draft preview show tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
And you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play us at 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes the whole gang. Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima, 6 to 10. Andy, me, Spencer in today, 10 to 2. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and you can subscribe to that for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now. Spencer German's in for Andy Baskin today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Meredith taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092. Dan Mennigan flying the ship, making sure everything's good. Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, coming up at 11 o'clock. We're going to talk some Browns. We're talking Cavs right now. Cavs a winner in Game 1 over the Toronto Raptors. Game 2 tonight, 7 o'clock. Cool Ray's in Bedford. Hey, Cool Ray.
What's up, Cool Ray?
And Carmen, Anthony Lima, 6 to 10.
Cool Ray. Hey, hear me.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How are you, buddy?
Hey, I don't think we can really justify this trade right now, fellas.
I don't think you have to justify it. I think it was justified based on previous playoff situations and just finally determining the team didn't fit.
I don't think we can even go that far yet. Like, he was brought here to get us out the second round or maybe beat Boston. Like, I think that's how we have to judge this, not by saying anything less than that. Like, I'm not knocking him as a player or what he's done, his accomplishment. I'm not even trying to throw shade on Darius Garland. What I'm saying is, like, regardless of who you brought here for Darius Garland, if we don't get out the second round or we don't beat Boston, essentially we did nothing. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Like, that's basically how I'm looking at it. Like, we want progress. Like, if we don't get out the second round, what do we really do? Just look good doing nothing. We did essentially the same thing we could have done with Darius Garland. I mean, isn't that what our ultimate goal here is, to win a championship, whether it be with him or without him? But if we're going to say Darius Garland was, what you just said was two small guards don't win the championship, if we're going to use that, then that means the chip is ultimately what we want to do. So let's show progress, especially with a Hall of Famer, one of the top, 10, 15 players in the league. So let's show what, let's make this mean something.
So, Cool Ray, are you saying anything short of a finals run isn't going to, validate the trade for you?
Absolutely. If we can't get past Boston, we could have just, what's the point? I mean, realistically, I'm not knocking any stats, anything he's done, but if you made this trade to say we need to get better, we had to get better. We wanted a finals run is exactly what validates this trade.
Cool, Ray. Let me put it a different way. This is what I think about it. I give them credit for coming to the determination that what they had wasn't going to get it done, and they tried something different. And if this doesn't get it done, they'll probably try something different again. They think they're close. They think their roster is pretty solid, pretty good. And Cool Ray, thanks, buddy, all the way around. I didn't think what they had was going to ever get it done. I just didn't like the combination of those two guys. And I like both players individually. I think Donovan's obviously, a beast. And Darius is a really, really good NBA player. But I hated that combination. So I give Kobe Altman credit for finally deciding, okay, that's not going to get it done.
Yeah, they had to change the math on something. And we had spent the last couple of years debating if it had to be splitting up Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen or Donovan and Darius, and ultimately the organization decided it was the latter. So that's fine. Listen, I actually don't disagree completely with what Cool Ray's saying, because here's the thing, Jeff. We know where this team's at. We know what the chatter is around this team as far as this offseason goes. The thought process is, if they come up short again, is there a world where they trade Donovan Mitchell? Is there a world where he's not talking about re-signing? So this was a push the chips into the center of the table type move. This was, we have a short window here that we need to try to maximize. We need to keep trying to win basketball games and win a championship.
And we didn't think what we had was going to get her done.
Right. And to keep Donovan satisfied. And he said he likes Cleveland. He wants to stay here as long as he can, as long as winning's the priority. And so, to Cool Ray's point, I think here's the thing. I think if they make the conference finals and are competitive with Boston but lost, I think people will walk away feeling like this season felt like progress and success, and they can live with that. I still think, though, that the expectation for this team as the playoffs commence should be that you at least make it to the NBA Finals. Because, I'm not saying it's going to play out that way, but if you make this move, it was with one thing in mind, and that is to chase a championship. So I have no problem with people calling in and saying the goal is a championship. I also do think, though, that if they fall short of that in the Eastern Conference Finals and it's at least competitive, that you're going to see a lot of the fans feel satisfied at least with that outcome, because it's further than they've gotten in recent years. And you use the context of the situation. They only had 2 months together, all these different things.
Yeah.
And I think people will feel pretty good about it if that is the end result.
Well, Harden had the double-double, 22 points, 10 assists in the game. Here's what he had to say after game one about the way the Cavs actually played against the Raptors.
We still didn't play well. They didn't play well, but, it'd be like that. So you watch film and get better. I'm sure they're going to come with adjustments. We make adjustments and then be prepared. We had shots in the first half we missed. This game is a make-or-miss league. A couple details, scout report details that we messed up on. I think overall, just being consistent with it. Like, we didn't make shots in that first half, but, we just stay away from, officials and things that we can't control and just control what we control and keep pushing possession by possession. I think we did that.
Defense kind of a myth in that game one. Each team shooting over 50% from the field. You don't see that very often in the NBA. And, each team right around 50%. Cavs at 50 and just under for the Raptors. I would think defense is going to be a little more emphasized by both coaching staffs. And, if you see 2 quarters, Cavs had a 35-point first and a 36-point third quarter. That doesn't scream playoff basketball to me, Spencer, but maybe that's the way these two teams are going to play each other.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Raptors' bread and butter is create a lot of turnovers, get out in transition. I think that's the biggest thing they're going to look to change. How easy that is if Emmanuel quickly doesn't play again, I guess remains to be seen. But their goal is, I think, to play even better on defense because they know everything kind of starts with them on that end of the floor. But that's the problem, though. Like, we heard the comments from James saying he didn't think they played well, and I talked about that a little bit earlier in the show as well.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I felt like this was the most complete game they played, and I thought defensively they had answers for the options that Toronto has. The fact that they limited Brandon Ingram to one shot in the second half was impressive, and some of that, it sounds like, I know there was a clip of Brandon Ingram talking about what they were asking him to do, and it seemed like they wanted him screening a little bit more and doing some other things. They didn't want him necessarily handling the ball, but he's also their best scoring threat. So it's like, I would imagine he's going to be more involved, but it just felt like the Cavs had answers for everything. And, and they weathered the storm that Toronto had one of their better 3-point shooting games. And it felt like Toronto had no answers for, especially James Harden, because they tried a lot of different things against him defensively, and just none of it worked. None of it.
Again, it's that trio of guys for the Raptors that, to me, is the concern. And Barnes, Ingram, Barrett, I thought they played pretty well. They pretty solid all-around games, and yet their plus-minuses were atrocious in the game. So that didn't work for Toronto in game one. What will happen in game two? Kenny Atkinson, after practice yesterday, talked about what the Cavs can do better tonight.
Doubling down on what the keys were in the beginning of this series. Sometimes you could jump and just kind of like react to that game alone, but we can't forget, transition defense, right? Sure, we did a good job, but it's not like they're going to double down on that. So it's more that, just doubling down our keys from the beginning of the series. Sure, there's some details we can clean up.
Will they? Sure. I would expect the Cavs to win tonight. I don't think the Raptors showed anything in game one that makes you think, okay, this is the team that can knock the Cavs off. I don't think they will. I didn't think they will before game one. I don't think they will in this series. but the Cavs can polish up their act while knocking off a team, Spencer, and be ready for a second-round series.
I took the Cavs in 4, Jeff, because I was that confident in
That's pretty confident, Spence.
This being a mismatch. I actually, you know what? This is a fun conversation. I talked about this a little bit on Saturday, but one of our media brethren here at Cleveland.com, Jimmy Watkins, we had a great discussion at Cavs practice on Friday about how if you pick a team in 5, you're just afraid to say 4. So I went out on a limb and said, listen, I think the Cavs are the better team. As I thought about this matchup more and more over the last week, I was like, they just don't have the one way you can beat the Cavs is with 3-point shooting, and they don't have it. And so I felt like they can't exploit their biggest weakness. Saturday rather just reaffirmed for me my prediction. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Toronto gets one with some, the vibes always change a little bit when you get a chance to play on your home floor. But you talk about the series not starting till a road team wins. I'm thinking this one's over pretty quickly, and the Cavs win tonight, and then win Game 3, and then try to end it before they get back home for a potential Game 5.
We'll see. I would think if Toronto can go out and change something up tonight and give the Cavs more than they were thinking they were going to get.
I just don't know what should change, though.
Yeah, I don't know either.
There's not a lot other than getting the Brandon Ingram more attempts. Other than
they don't have the options the Cavs have.
That's exactly it. And that's honestly, Jeff, that's honestly a lot of times what the playoffs come down to, right?
Absolutely.
Sometimes teams just have players that I said it. They threw a lot of different things at James Harden, and they had no answers for it. He solved everything they threw at him. And sometimes there's just better players who can do that, and that's again why I felt confident in picking them in 4, because I just don't know over the course of a series if Toronto has enough of anything that they can throw the Cavs' way. And again, unless the Cavs just have, there's always the chance that the Cavs just have a real dud game at some point, and they're just like, this was our one throwaway, we'll be okay. But other than that, that's what it's honestly, Jeff. That's what it feels like it's going to take for me. It feels like it's going to take the Cavs just coming out and playing a dud game at some point, playing flat,
which is possible,
missing a lot of shots, and that's how they lose. I don't think it's anything that Toronto's going to do that would flip a game or this series in their favor, frankly.
Jamal Collier covers the NBA for ESPN. He's going to join us coming up at 12:20, so we'll talk a little more Cavs in the noon hour. Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, Draft, NFL, coming up on Thursday. Scott with the latest coming up on Baskin and Phelps. He'll join us momentarily.
This
tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Our buddy Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, coming right up. But first, 92.3 The Fan looking for a winner. Enter the code word chicken. Chicken, CHICKEN, at 923thefan.com before noon for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. You can try Mr. Hero's new chicken tenders and chicken tender wraps. Choose between 6 different sauces. They include hot honey, buffalo, Kentucky bourbon, garlic parm, barbecue, and teriyaki. In fact, that's all 6. Order in store or online. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Again, chicken before noon.
Do you need me to use it in a sentence?
Please use chicken in a sentence.
If you picked the Cavs in 5, you were too chicken to pick them in 4. There you go, Jeff.
Spence, that's deep. Wonder where Scott Petrak picked him. He's on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline when he's not thinking about Cavs predictions or chicken. He covers the Browns for the Chronicle Telegram. Hello, Scott.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, sir?
I'm good.
Draft's coming up on Thursday, dude. Here we go.
It is? Shoot.
Here we go. How far do the Browns trade down, Scott?
I don't think they go below, 12 seems like an easy number. And that I like that spot for them. You don't want to go too far down. The interesting thing about this draft is you keep hearing different things. Like, I think it was Eric DeCosta, the Ravens GM, said there's a fall-off in offensive linemen after the midpoint of the first round. And then you hear, well, the top part of the draft isn't great, but as you get deeper, it becomes a better draft. So I think this draft is all over the place. I think the Browns always want to trade back, but I do think you got to be careful going too far back.
Scott, whether they trade back or maybe can't find a trade partner and end up staying put at 6, what do you think is first up for them in terms of like priority-wise, what they're looking to attack when it comes to the 2 maybe biggest needs that they have?
Yeah, I mean, my view hasn't changed, Spencer. It's receiver and left tackle. We could argue about which one needs to go higher. Just in general, I think left tackle is more important than receiver. I'm not saying receiver is not important, but I'd be stunned if I think stunned is the right word, if they don't address both those positions by number 39. So maybe there's a wild card thrown in there with receiver and tackle, but I would think with the first 3 picks, assuming they make 3 picks by 39, one's a receiver and one's a tackle.
Let me lay out a different scenario for you here. If you trade back and leave the land of the elite prospect, and most folks seem to think that maybe might be 7 guys and 7 guys only. Are you making a mistake?
Yeah, I love that question, Jeff. And I think
thank you very much, Scott.
You're welcome. I think a lot of times you can say that. I think for me, this draft, that's where this draft is different. And you have to be careful paying too much attention to needs, and Andrew Berry has stressed that. But I can't get away from that the needs are on the offensive side of the ball, and the biggest ones are what we just talked about, tackle and receiver. So if you're going to address those positions, then I think that's where trading down helps, because I'm not convinced Carnell Tate or Mekhi Lemon or Monroe Freeling or Caden Proctor are worth the number 6 pick. I like all those guys a lot better at number 12. Not that they'll all be there, but at number 12. So that's why I think for the Browns, it just makes even more sense to move down, because you get extra assets, right? Whether it's a pick this year or a pick next year, multiple picks over the 2 years. And then you get who could be the number 1 player at the position that you want. So that's why I think trading down makes sense. Now, if they stayed at 6, maybe they love one of those guys. Maybe they think Tate's the answer at 6, or Lemon or Freeling, or maybe they go defense at number 6. But that's where I think this draft is interesting for the Browns, because most of the top guys, except for Fernando Mendoza and I guess Jeremiah Love, are defensive guys. And I don't think they take Love in the top 6. So do they take a defensive guy there or trade back and just take the best player at the position you want anyway, or you need anyway, and you get these other picks? That's why I think it sets up perfectly, as long as a team is willing to trade up to number 6 to go chase likely one of those defensive guys.
Scott, you talked about being stunned if they didn't address their 2 biggest needs in the first 3 picks that they have. How stunned would you be if they used 6 on, say, a Caleb Downs if he's there, or a David Bailey if he were to slide, or even a Jeremiah Love if he was to slide, knowing what everyone's saying about Jeremiah Love?
Sure. I wouldn't be stunned by Caleb Downs at 6. And again, I struggle with how much credence to give to needs. And I get Andrew Berry when he talks about longer term, when you're building the roster and you take the best player. But I do think, I know the GMs factor in need all the time when they're making these picks, especially these high picks. Downs, you could talk me into Downs because you could talk me into safety being a need. Now they have Grant Delpit, but he's entering the last year of his contract. They tendered Ronnie Hickman, the restricted free agent, but that's a 1-year deal. And then they don't really have a third safety. And they play so much 3 safeties. They did with Jim Schwartz. I think they'll do it again with Mike Rutenberg. It's going that way across the league. So Caleb Downs would fill a need. And if you look at the defense as a whole, I think safety is the one spot where you could say, yeah, that's a need pick. So that's why that wouldn't surprise me. Downs at 6 wouldn't shock me. Love would, because, they took Judkins high last year. I think there is a sentiment that you have to be careful how high you take running backs. Even if you think this guy's special, I think you still have to weigh the positional value into it. And then if you took an edge rusher, it would just scream, we're going to ask about Myles Garrett for the, a Myles Garrett trade for the next couple of months. And I don't think, I just don't think you go draft that guy if you expect to have Myles Garrett and, you have one stud passer. Not that you couldn't, not that another awesome edge rusher wouldn't help this defense, but that feels way down the list of needs and priorities.
Scott Petrak joining us from the Chronicle Telegram. His work can be read at brownzone.com. Myles was at the Cavs game the other day and then went to social media and put a picture of his shoes on a plane. He's flying out of town, which means he won't be on the field coming up. Okay, that's all right. I get all that. Is this team better served, Scott, by getting all you can get for Myles, or is it better served by keeping him at the age of 30 and rolling the dice?
Yeah, I haven't changed, Jeff. I still think they're better off keeping Myles Garrett. I think he's going to be an elite player in this league for the next 5 years, and by then the Browns expect to contend. Right? I mean, they hope to contend as early as this year. I think they expect to contend starting in 2027, and I think Myles Garrett is still going to be, if not the best defensive player, one of the top 5 defensive players as long as I can see. So I don't think they will ever get the proper value for him. I think it's really difficult when you trade Hall of Fame players. I think it hurts your organization. I think it hurts your locker room. And I think any trade they make would be with a team that expects to contend for Super Bowl, and those draft picks aren't as valuable, because you're picking at the bottom of the rounds. So I just don't think it makes sense. I think they're still committed to keeping Myles. Now, obviously, the tweak of the language creates speculation. It creates the opportunity for them to trade him, between June 1st and the start of the season if something changed. Maybe if Myles expressed that he didn't want to be here any longer or whatever. They see the offseason going a certain way. But I believe that that's not their plan, and I believe it's the best move for them not to trade Myles Garrett.
So I guess off of that, Scott, how much are you reading into Myles potentially, at least it looks that way, that he was here for the Cavs game this weekend and already on the move, not necessarily going to be here this week for this mini camp that they're opening up? Like, if we find out, and again, we might find out that he didn't meet with Tom Munka while he was here, or who knows. Right. But I guess until we have that information, are you reading into that at all, and maybe more so from Miles' side in terms of like contractually, or if he's looking for more money now that he's now like the 10th highest paid non-quarterback, that type of thing.
I could see there being a contract bump, right, to get him back where he's the highest paid defensive player or close to the highest paid defensive player, even though it's only, a year removed from him signing that contract. So like, that wouldn't stun me. I don't think any of this is part of a grand plan for Myles Garrett. He loves to go to Cavs games, right? He owns a
portion,
right, of the Cavs. He loves basketball. He loves to be there. He's traditionally not been a participant in the off-season program that is voluntary. He's got a lot of stuff going on. He's dating a Olympian. They got a lot of stuff to do. This is the time of year to do it. He always comes back to camp in unbelievable shape. I don't think there's anything that Myles is missing. I don't think there's a lot Myles is missing from not being here in April. So I don't read anything into it.
You good with Deshaun, Shedeur, and Dylan, and whatever else might be brought in at this point? Because it doesn't appear that there are a whole lot of other options.
Yeah. That's a tough question, Jeff. I wasn't good with it when the offseason started. I was convinced that they would try to upgrade that position.
Me too.
And quickly learned that wasn't their plan.
Yep.
And I understand the circumstances. The $46 million guaranteed that Deshaun Watson means he's on this roster. And if you're on this roster, especially at that position, there's a chance you're going to play. I understand wanting to see more of Shedeur Sanders. I liked plenty of stuff I saw from Sanders last year. I thought he improved in multiple areas. But you can't say the way he played last year convinces you he's going to be a big-time starting quarterback. You just didn't see enough. And that's not even Shedeur's fault. That's just, in my opinion, the reality. So I get why it's shaping up like this. But I still think if you're Todd Monken, you go, man, it's my first head coaching job. I'd like more solid answer at that position. But it doesn't appear it's going that way. I think they'll add somebody in the draft. I don't think that's likely to change the scope of this competition. I still think it's going to come down to Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. And I think it should lean toward Shedeur Sanders because there's way more upside with him being your starter than there is with Deshaun Watson.
Scott, with the quarterback competition, maybe more specific to the guys themselves, who do you think needs to win the job most? Like, forget about like how we feel about it or who we think should win. Who do you think among them needs to win the job the most?
That's interesting. I mean, you can make a really strong argument for the two main guys. If Deshaun Watson is hoping to continue his career, which I assume he is, I mean, he's rehabbed really hard to get back from the twice-torn Achilles, he needs to be on the field. Right? For some team outside Cleveland to consider him as a starting possibility in 2027, right? I don't think he cannot play since 24, and then some team considers him a viable option next year. That just doesn't make sense to me. So he needs to be on the field. Shedeur Sanders is a fifth-round pick with, I don't know if this is the right word, but a lot of baggage, right? Just there's a lot comes with Shedeur Sanders. I feel like he's going to have a small window to get a real chance to be a starter in this league. And his best chance could be this year with the Browns. So I think it works. I think it's a high level for both these guys of urgency. I would lean towards Sanders just because he's younger. And I think it, I don't know, that means more, but I think this is his chance, his best chance. And I'm sure he's, committed to taking advantage of it.
I agree with that point you just made. And to me, Shedeur, it reminds me of Sam Howell when he was in Washington. A later round pick. Washington went, hey, let's go for it. And he started that rookie year, showed some glimpses, and then just never got that chance again. So I agree with you. I think it's really critical for Shedeur to get that job because otherwise he might be on that path of I'm fighting for a gig the rest of my career. You never know, Scott.
Right. I mean, that's how it feels.
Yep.
And he's got such a big personality and even a big following. I mean, we've experienced that in the last year. That I think it's going to be hard for him to live as a backup. And maybe he gets comfortable with that if it ever comes to that. and the other stuff goes away. But I kind of view Shedeur Sanders as the starter, and then we don't know what else happens. So this is his chance. I think this is his chance.
You have a mock coming out on brownzone.com, or are you staying away from such things?
I'm going to do it. I hope it's up tomorrow. It's either tomorrow afternoon or Wednesday morning.
Terrific. Take a look for it at brownzone.com. Scott, always a pleasure.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, fellas.
Scott Petrak joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. I think his thoughts about the quarterback are right on the money. We'll discuss next on Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan wants to outfit you in an autographed Evan Mobley jersey, courtesy of Window Nation, where right now you can save up to 50% off new windows. Plus, you could get them at 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now.
Tune in weekdays at 9 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. for the fan winning word. When you hear it, enter it on the contest page at 923thefan.com, and you're registered to win.
It's all from Window Nation, a proud partner of your Cleveland Cavaliers and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Need a career booster that works around you?
Aaron Rodgers. NFL Network reporting the team has not received any word on Rodgers regarding his future, and there's no expectation of a final decision ahead of the draft on Thursday. Pittsburgh currently has 2 quarterbacks on the roster in Will Howard and Mason Rudolph. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Check out one last pre-draft edition of the Fan Off-Season Special. It's Wednesday night with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder. It'll be Wednesday, providing one final preview of Thursday's first round and the latest around what the Browns could do on the draft weekend. It's the Fan Off-Season Special right here on 92.3 The Fan. It's streaming on the Odyssey app and on YouTube Live. Jeff Phelps, Spencer German in for Andy today. Meredith doing 2020s, taking phone calls, and Dan Manigan flying the ship in his flannel. So, Scott said he thought they'd do something at quarterback. Spencer, I've not asked your opinion on this.
Yeah.
I thought they would do something at quarterback. They still could. But are you surprised that we're sitting here the week of the draft and it's still Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, and Dylan Gabriel?
I am, but I'm also not in a weird way because...
Well, that doesn't confuse the hell out of me. Thanks.
I mean, I'm surprised because I know this team likes to carry 4 quarterbacks in the offseason. And I am anticipating that that's still going to be the case, but I'm also not because I don't necessarily think the options right now are so great that they've had a lot at their disposal in terms of guys that they could add that either make the room immensely better or like are an upgrade or that you would kind of throw into a competition with the guys who are already here if that's how you wanted to kind of go about it. So I don't know. I'm fascinated to see how the draft plays out as far as that position is concerned. And there's kind of 2 things. Like as I get ready for the draft this week, there's 2 sort of set parameters I have in my head. And they're both things, honestly, Scott talked about. The first is I think it's more important to address the offensive line than wide receiver first because in this league, if you look around at the best tackles in this league and the starters in this league, the majority of guys that make it, especially at left tackle, are guys that you take in the first round. There's not a lot of second round on tackles that are starting in the NFL. And so you got to find those guys. It's one of those
premium spots. It's like quarterback.
You have to find those guys. So and based on what Tom Monken has said, I just think they are going to prioritize O-line over receiver. And that might anger a lot of people, but I think that that's the case. So that's the one thing. And the second thing is, to get back to the start of this conversation, is I do think they're going to add a quarterback at some point. I don't know when it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be Ty Simpson, although if Ty Simpson somehow made it to them at 39 or if he's still there in the 3rd round somehow, which I know Albert Breer is a guy who's talked about how Ty Simpson's going to slide, I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled the trigger at that point. But I think they're going to add a quarterback because I continue to say this team is going to have 4 quarterbacks when they get into the summer, when training camps, like it's just how they do business. It's how they operate. They want to have 4 quarterbacks in that room. And so at some point they're adding one. I don't know what else. Maybe you trade for Anthony Richardson after the draft. I don't know. But to me, the most obvious.
Which I would be all for.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. But to me, the most obvious place to do this is going to be this weekend in the draft. And so I think at some point they're going to add one.
So they love to have some kind of a camp arm, right?
They always do.
Typically, that guy in the past, though, has been a veteran quarterback who's bounced around a decent amount and is just there as a camp arm. The only one that never really fit that mold was Kellen Mond. But the thing with Kellen Mond was at least he bounced around a bit.
And these are veterans who have been around but not really hit it. You know what I mean?
Right, like Tyler Huntley was the perfect example of a camp arm.
Yeah.
That they had there for a good period of time. Josh Dobbs. Yep.
So I hear you, Manigan, but I think this is a little different because it's a new coach. And so I can't wrap my head around Tom Monken not adding one guy to this room
at the position that matters most to him.
Right.
Yeah.
That he didn't have some say in. And I think that to me that would be more than just a guy who's like a journeyman veteran that they're bringing in as a camp arm. It would be somebody that they legitimately think like Todd wants to work with this guy.
Todd thinks he can develop this guy.
So to me, it's about figuring out who that guy is for them, and then maybe Dylan Gabriel's the guy who's on the outside looking in, and they trade him at the end of camp.
See,
but that's the way I'm approaching it.
But that's why I've thought all along, could you make a nice enough trade offer to the Colts for Anthony Richardson?
I don't hate it.
That might be the type. Again, he's not done well in Indy. Okay, he's had injuries. He's had some things, but at one point he was a really highly thought of prospect, and he's still younger than Shedeur and Dillon, and that makes more sense than these guys. Names. Anybody float your boat here? Derek Carr, who's still retired.
He's not coming out for this.
Right. Aaron Rodgers, who's not coming here.
He's not coming here for this.
Russell Wilson.
He's not coming here for this.
I don't think he is either. Tyrod Taylor?
Unless he has no other options, I guess.
Maybe. Jimmy G?
Does Tyrod Taylor have any connection to Todd Monken? Did he have a cup of coffee in Baltimore?
Yeah, but I don't think Todd was there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't think.
I don't think Todd.
Because I wonder if there's a vet
I think not.
I wonder if there's a vet with a connection to Todd Monken that's going to show up here.
I mean, the answer was Tyler Huntley, but he went back to Baltimore.
Cooper Rush.
Now there's a connection to Todd Monken.
He was with Monken last year.
That's one I would circle, gentlemen. Because if you're going to do this, it's probably going to be a vet who could speak a similar language to Todd Monken.
Yeah.
You can always bring back DTR. I did that just for a reaction. I got nothing.
I think that ship is sailed.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. Nice kid. That's a shame.
No, he was awesome to talk to.
Yeah.
He was
a
a
really nice kid.
Oh, that poor kid in the Baltimore game. His eyes got so big.
I'll never forget when he had the really good preseason game and everybody thought he was the future quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
We tend to do that here. We tend to see preseason performances and think, man, what can this guy be?
Yeah, I'll never forget watching him say hike the first time against the Ravens, and you just saw his eyes get massive, and he just had that look of, oh no.
Well,
this is gonna hurt.
Danny didn't get the starting reps he needed. Oh, I'm sorry.
God, please don't.
Sorry.
Don't do it.
Myles Garrett shows up at the Cavs game and then puts something out on social media that, I'm out of here. Right? I'm flying out and going somewhere else. First of all, is that okay? Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. It's voluntary. You don't have to be.
See, I'll say this, Jeff. If he's not at the mini camp this week, I don't have a problem with it. Fine. I can wrap my head around that. Because this is what Myles does. I've been on the record saying, this isn't news until it's news. When he doesn't show up to mandatory minicamp,
for the real deal,
then we can talk.
Then it's a deal.
But what I will say, Jeff, if we find out that Myles was here for a day, a couple days, whatever it was, went to the Cavs game, and didn't even make an attempt to get over there,
say hi to
Tom Monken, meet him at all,
have lunch.
Now I think that's where I'm a little skeptical that there's more than meets the eye here. That doesn't mean they're going to trade him, but to like we talked about with Scott, it might just mean, hey, he wants more money, he wants a new contract again, he wants a little added to it because he wants to be the highest paid non-quarterback. Whatever it is, that's where I'm a little skeptical. I mean, think about it like this, Jeff. Like if you take a trip, if we're taking a work trip to a certain city and you have a friend that lives there or a family member that lives there, are you showing up and not telling them that you're in town?
Very, very rarely would that ever be the case.
Okay, so that's what I mean. If I'm going somewhere where I have a friend or I have family,
hey, let's hook up for dinner.
I'm at least going to tell them hey, I might have some time to catch up. Let's see if we can grab a bite.
Right.
That's kind of what it feels like to me. He would be avoiding meeting the new head coach in person when he was in town, and we know he was actually in town. So they can't just use the excuse of we've texted with Myles, we've talked to Myles. If he wasn't there in person in some capacity, I think that does kind of raise the red flags a little bit.
I love having Myles Garrett on this team. I think you win with premier talent. That said, I've mentioned this on our show numerous times, Spencer. I want your thoughts. Myles is a guy who has a lot going on. He seems to have a lot of interests other than football. When he's interested in football, which is whenever he has shown up, man, he's really good.
Yeah.
He's tremendous. I just keep wondering, is he the kind of guy, and there's nothing wrong with this, who pulls an Aaron Donald? Hey, thanks, everybody. That was great. I'm done. He's 30 now. So this upcoming season, he'll be playing at the age of 30 years old. I don't see Miles playing. I know Jimmy Haslam said we think he's going to be a premier player for another 4 or 5 years. I don't see him playing that long. And that thought factors into my thinking of, okay, you had the best defensive player in the game and your team was lousy the last 2 years. This might be the time to cash in that asset.
Yeah.
And if you could get a starter, a position starter at a position of need, either on the offensive line or at safety or at wide receiver, and a couple of number ones, I don't know that doesn't make you a better football team.
The one thing I'll say, because you talked about like maybe him retiring early, I don't think he wants to play. He doesn't want to do like the Tom Brady thing. Like he's not playing into his late 30s. He doesn't
seem like that kind of guy to me, which is great. No. That's fine.
I will say though, as long as he stays healthy, he made the comments this year as he was chasing the sack record.
Yeah, that he wants a ball.
That he wants to his next big individual feat.
Yeah.
He's got the defensive players of the year. He's got the single season sack record. His next one is to chase down Bruce Smith. And he said, if I stay at the pace I'm at for the next 4 to 5 years, I should be able to get there. So I think he has that in the forefront of his mind. So I don't know that it's like he's going to retire in the next year or two. But, it's an interesting thought, though, because I don't think, Jeff, to your point, that he wants to play forever and, like, be late in his career, just kind of, like, dwindling. Like, no.
That position's a tough one to play deep in.
Right. He wants to take care of business, do his thing, set his legacy, and get out. And so, to your point, if you're trying to maximize the value of him, I understand why this conversation's happening, and I understand why people feel like they should trade him. If they did it, I wouldn't be shocked. I thought it was interesting at the annual meetings that Andrew Berry was asked directly, like, can you unequivocally say you're not going to trade him? And his answer was, as soon as he started his answer with, I'll tell you this, or I'll say this.
It's like, ooh.
I knew, and he did say, yeah, he's a career Brown. Great. Everyone's a career Brown until they're not. Shedeur Sanders is a career Brown right now. Dylan Gabriel's a career Brown. He might get traded after training. Like, that means nothing to me. So I don't know what the intentions are here, but I just think it's interesting that as we continue to monitor the situation, if he was here and he didn't meet Todd Monken at all, that's interesting to me.
We're going to talk a little wide receiver later in the show. Spence has one in particular that he might think the Browns should take at 6. We're going to get to that. Jamal Collier is going to talk NBA with us coming up in the noon hour. Headlines next on Baskin and Phelps.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Precise Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra.
advantage over Detroit. That game is in the bottom of the second. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. No Baskin today. Instead, Spencer German joining Mennigan and Kane and me, Phelps. As always, you can listen to this show, all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Dano, it's that time again. My friend, hit the cool music. I'm not going to do the Andy thing. So
you're not doing the big live Andy intro?
No. So welcome to Headlines.
Oh,
the segment in need of a better name.
This lacks luster.
You feel ripped off now.
Yeah.
Andy does the old Gary Owens, live.
I feel like you should get him to record it. And then when he's out, you can still play it.
No, because he likes changing it.
He changes it all the time.
Yeah, he always changes.
Can you do like an evergreen one for when he's out? Like,
you know what? That's not a bad idea. Maybe we should do that.
You just get use it when he's out.
And then we'll use it for when he's actually out.
I think Andy always wanted to be that guy.
I think you're right. I very much think you're right. All right, gentlemen, let's quick fly around the football world, and then we'll find our way elsewhere. So let's start with the Steelers, who have not received word from Aaron Rodgers on his future, and there is no expectation of a final decision prior to the NFL draft, which means, and wherever he is, he's all excited. Will Howard's getting all the first reps.
Will.
Unless it's Mason Rudolph.
No, supposedly Will Howard will be getting all the first team reps. So let's start with Aaron Rodgers, Jeff. What are your thoughts right now? And if anything, read some tea leaves, some ayahuasca leaves, whatever leaves you prefer.
Wow.
And tell me if you think Aaron Rodgers will be the starting quarterback. And it's also 420, which makes it tough to get a hold of anybody.
Do mushrooms have leaves?
Had to slide that in there.
Thank you very much. If I'm Aaron, the only reason I would come back is because I think that I would have more success with Mike McCarthy, because I've been there, done that, even though there were issues from time to time. I don't think Aaron's coming back, and I don't think the Steelers should bring him back. I think enough's enough. He had some moments last year where he was okay, though, Spence.
There was definitely moments where he looked like vintage Aaron Rodgers, but then there was also moments where he just looked like he was old. And I think, to me, the second part of what you said is the bigger deal here. Because, Aaron Rodgers can decide whatever he wants to decide, and he might think he still has it. But if I'm the Steelers, why am I tying myself to the ghost of Aaron Rodgers at this point again? When you saw, as I said, moments last year, flashes last year, but not enough to really make you feel like you can win a championship. And I guess the easy answer to that is well, if you don't have a quarterback, you need somebody, and he's maybe the best option out there. But I don't know. Take Ty Simpson, I guess. I don't know.
I think
they have to start thinking about the future at that position. So Will, and maybe that's it. Maybe that he's taking the first team reps. So maybe that's their version of that. I don't know.
That's keeping your fingers crossed, though. If you're Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think
Depending
you saw.
on who you ask.
I think you saw the ceiling with Aaron Rodgers last year.
I think so too. Although, can Mike McCarthy get anything more out of him? At Aaron's age, I don't know.
I don't think so.
I just...
He won one Super Bowl with him in his prime. How's he going to pull? What's he going to pull out of him at the age of what? 40, 41?
I understand guys wanting to play as long as they can, because once you stop, it's really not coming back.
Oh, for sure.
But it's at some point, it's like, hey, that was phenomenal. Thank you. I'm done.
It's kind of funny we're having that conversation with Aaron, though, because he's always been the president of I don't need football.
Yeah.
But now he's hanging on for dear life to keep playing into his 40s.
Yeah.
See where it goes from there. Gentlemen, Dexter Lawrence got dealt over the weekend to the Cincinnati Bengals for the 10th overall pick.
And then what happened?
He got paid.
There it is.
He got paid. Give me your thoughts on the Spence. We'll start with you. Thoughts on the trade itself of the Giants getting the 10th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence heading to the Cincinnati Bengals. Your thoughts on the trade?
Am I the only person in the sports media that thought this trade made sense for both sides?
No, I think it does make sense.
Because I was texting in group chats over the weekend when this trade went down. I was just getting ripped by all these people. Oh, the Bengals got fleeced. This is a terrible move. I'm going to be honest, guys. Like, I thought the Bengals at 10 were kind of screwed because the positions of need that they have, you could argue they could have taken a tackle there, and that would make some sense because they could always use some offensive line help or a guard. But, like, they need to address the defense, and I don't think Caleb Downs is actually going to make it to them at 10. I don't think Sonny Styles,
David Bailey.
none of those guys are going to be there.
No.
And so if you're the Bengals, like, and all we've heard about this draft class, by the way, is that it's a very weak class. There's only like 4, maybe 5 blue chip guys, but maybe more so like 4. And so if the Bengals kind of looked at it and said, well, hey, are we going to take a guy at 10 that we feel like, okay about and might not make an immediate impact and might not put us over the hump? Or would you rather get a guy who's in his prime and can actually have a major impact on our defense and actually in our window to compete with Joe Burrow for a championship, bolster us and raise our game to that level? Why not do it? And it makes sense for the Giants because like they're looking to add more young pieces and get better. And
now they have 5 and 10.
Right. And now maybe they can get Sonny Styles or something at 5 or Caleb Downs at 5 and then get a wide receiver like Jordan Tyson at 10. So I honestly think this is a win-win for both sides.
The one question I have if I'm Cincinnati, Dexter Lawrence is 28. Trey Hendrickson is 31. You could have paid Trey, made him happy, and kept 10.
Yeah, I just think 30 is such a kiss of death.
Can be.
But also...
You mean the age of Myles Garrett?
Yeah.
Sorry, throwing that out.
He's maybe an exception because he's a freak,
Maybe.
Keep in mind, it's a copycat league. The top 4 teams in interior pass rush win rate this season, 4 teams that were in the conference championships.
And if you're Cincinnati and you're in a division where the other teams run the football, think about Baltimore, with Derrick Henry. Pittsburgh runs the ball. The Browns want to be a running team, at least we think. Doesn't hurt to have 6'4", 340 in the middle of that D-line.
We now work our way to the TMI portion of the rookie draft preseason. So this is the part where all of the medical stuff starts coming out and all of the other things that have been, I don't know why this is now they decided to start leaking these things, but yet here we are. So we'll start with this. Garrett Nussmeier underwent tests at the NFL Combine that revealed he had a cyst on his spine, the root cause of a persistent oblique pain that derailed his 25 season, according to sources. The cyst was pressing on a nerve, causing discomfort in the oblique. He has been asymptomatic since just prior to the Senior Bowl and throughout the draft process. If that changes down the road, Nussmeier could undergo a minimally invasive procedure in this 2 to 3 weeks while the stitch is healed.
Oh, take him at 24.
You don't have to tell me. Trust me, it's me and Coach Riz pulling double shifts on the bandwagon. I mean, that's the 2 of us on Garrett Nussmeier.
I like Garrett Nussmeier.
You
taking him at 39?
I like him more than I like Ty Simpson.
I would take Garrett Nussmeier over Ty. Do you really?
I do.
I knew I always liked you. I knew you were that kind of guy.
I'll be leaving while you guys have a group hug. I'm out.
I'll give you the sign-up sheet.
We can interlock fingers, Dan.
I'll give you the sign-up sheet for the bandwagon. You can help drive it.
Would you take him in the second round?
Yes.
You would?
I think Garrett Nussmeier can sling it. I think that guy can read a field. I think he's got a strong enough arm to do it. I think he can move. I'm in.
It sounds like this isn't like it's such a serious thing either that it's going to like set him back. Like they said, if it does bother him, he can have like a really uninvasive surgery that's like, I mean, it might be invasive, but it's not going to like hinder him. They said it's like 2-3 weeks or whatever you read. So, yeah, I'll say this. I don't know beyond Fernando Mendoza if I'm taking any quarterback in the second round. Because,
that's where I am too.
Because I just feel like there's still a player you can get there that probably makes an immediate impact for you. But if any of these guys are there in the third round, I totally understand taking them. And I also just don't think history says teams don't really take guys in the second round anyway at that position. But
but history tells you if you don't get your quarterback in the first round, you don't have a quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's why you see so many of them not go in the second round though, because I think they understand like if we're not taking him in the first round, why use a second round pick on a guy when
that Brett Favre guy works out all right,
and that 5th-year option.
The fifth-year option thing obviously matters.
And
I think once you get to like the third round, every quarterback at that point is kind of considered a project to a degree. So they're like, okay, we can validate taking one at this point.
More in the Now They Tell Us category. Adam Schefter, Miami offensive lineman, Francis Mauigoa, has a herniated disc in his back that is considered asymptomatic. Even with the injury, he's expected to be the first offensive lineman off the board. But if the injury worsens, Mauigoa could miss upwards of 3 months.
Okay.
But it sounds like it's, Sounds like it's not slowing anybody down, according to Shefty.
Pass the bong and the gas mask?
The bong and the gas mask, you say?
So you're going to... Does it make him drop like crazy?
This just adds another layer to why I don't really want to touch Mauigoa when it comes to the draft. There's too many. It's this now, but even before this, it's the conversations around he might have to play guard.
I've read
he's a right tackle.
When you take him, you have your right tackle spot locked up, and I've thought. The Browns already do. They do have it locked up because they traded for Titus Howard.
And moving him to left tackle, like maybe it would work for him, but I still kind of have PTSD from the Joe Wills experience. So there's just too many factors. Like there's a legitimate argument that's being made about him that like he might have to move to guard. And I'm just not taking a maybe tackle at 6. I just can't do it.
I'm thinking Proctor or Lomu at 24. Takes care of left tackle.
I'm okay with Proctor at 24, but all this smoke around him at 6, I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Fano at 6 makes a lot of. I would take Fano at 6.
I do like Fano and Freely.
Who they also say, hey, terrific. He's a right tackle. They can move him inside.
Yeah,
you're not hearing left tackle about it.
Jeff, that's none of these guys.
And I'm not taking a lineman who is not a left tackle at 6.
Oof.
I'm not.
Buddy.
I mean, you went out and you brought in 3 guys.
If you could hand me the keys to any of the 5 guys on my offensive line for the next 10 years, I do not give a flying fadoodle where he stands as long as he's in one of those 5 spots.
You scared me for a minute.
I was going to say you did a great job of not upsetting the FCC there. That was good. You're a pro. You're a pro's pro.
Props to Chris Fedor on teaching me that one. That's a Fedor line if there ever was one. Wow. All right, gentlemen, we will leave with this. Did you guys see the skydiver at the Virginia Tech spring game? Egads.
Yes.
That came crashing down.
Three of them came down in high winds.
Yeah.
None of them did real well, if I read it correctly. And the one poor guy
slammed into the scoreboard and was then just hanging there from his parachute.
He broke the E and the C in
He
Tech.
broke the glass.
Yeah. Egads.
If only we had someone who went to Virginia Tech who could chime in on this.
Is this a bad omen for the James Franklin era?
Yeah, MK, how do we feel about this?
I mean, it was kind of embarrassing because that was the only thing that came out of the spring. It was a really like the spring game at Virginia Tech is always a really fun event, and it's really, really big. Everyone who can go does go. So it's kind of sad that this is the
was this
story
really necessary
that came out
for a spring game?
In the wind.
Couldn't they just canceled it? It reminded me of the scene in Deadpool 2.
I don't know. I mean, it's typical. Let me say it's not like I wouldn't necessarily. I would say it's like it's typical. Like lots of fanfare. Wyatt Teller was there. Lots of other Hokies that currently play in the NFL were there. It's a big event. It's a big fanfare event.
Well, it was delayed for a half an hour because they had to get the guy down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did just upgrade that scoreboard, so maybe it was. Like the expanded size. I don't know. Maybe it helped him because I feel like the parachute getting stuck kind of let him stay up there for a second to let the firemen come and rescue him instead of him just flying off into the ether and maybe winding up in a cow field somewhere.
Well,
I don't know.
What?
Peter, just go.
The scoreboard needs updated again because it's
missing
letters.
Just
missing
a few
a couple of letters.
Yeah, it's coming out of James Franklin's NIL fund.
Headlines was phenomenal.
Well, and never forget
the bong and the gas mask.
Never forget.
Never know. Now the bong, the gas mask, the disc. All those things, and the cyst. Now you're dealing with all those things. Hey, we have some giveaways coming up, and they're coming up in minutes. They're going to be huge, so you're going to want to listen. Jamal Collier talking NBA with us at 12:20. We're going to talk a little Guardians next. A couple of things going on that are good, and a couple that make you think, what? They're coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Spencer's in for Andy.
Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Jeff is worth setting the alarm for. Get up, listen, go for it. Giveaways, not just one, but two right now. Win an autographed Evan Mobley jersey, courtesy of Window Nation, where you can save up to 50% off new windows, plus get them 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. Enter the word LAND, L-A-N-D, LAND, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Again, Evan Mobley jersey, courtesy of Window Nation, LAND at 923thefan.com to get registered to win on that. And now we're looking for a winner. Be the third caller, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092, third caller to win a pair of tickets to see the Cavaliers take on the Raptors tonight, 7 o'clock, Rocket Arena. Get tickets at Cavs.com. Caller number 3 right now, 216-474-0092, Game 2, Cavs Raptors tonight, Rocket Arena, 7 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. Spencer German's in for Andy today. Meredith taking your phone calls. Dano running the show. The Guardians keep playing very nice and steady baseball, Spencer. And that's just fine. That's just fine. I think they're trying to discover a couple of things. Hoping the bullpen continues to show some progress, which is good. Trying to find a couple of more bats.
Yeah.
But I think they're off to a real solid start.
I know it's the old cliche of just like keep winning series, but that's kind of defined the first month of the season for Cleveland. It's just been this steady dose of do whatever you can to win one series at a time. And yeah, I mean, that's what they did this weekend, right? Baltimore, not a very good team, not considered a very good team. And you win the first game, lose game 2 in the sort of this epically disappointing way, but then you finish off the weekend with the final 2 games, winning those and come out with 3 or 4. So yeah, like I think you should feel pretty good about things right now. The bullpen has been the biggest issue, and maybe more specifically Cade Smith. But I do think, I think everybody in April, it's easy to overreact to things in April, but I really have tried to train myself over the years not to overreact to anything.
This is the one season that truly is the old marathon.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a big deal.
It's like I get why there's such emotional reactions to things, and when a guy's struggling, for sure, I get it. But it's like sometimes it just takes guys time. I mean, Emmanuel Clase, before everything that went down last year with him, he got off to a slow start last year, and then he kind of settled in as the season went on, and then obviously we know what happened from there. So it just sometimes takes time. And so as bad as the bullpen has been, I think everyone should sort of be willing to give them some time to figure it out, because more often than not, the Guardians' bullpen is one of their strengths. And if it's not, and the team's competitive enough, they're going to be in position to maybe make a move at the deadline. So we'll see.
Again, early. Your idea about calming down and not overreacting, great. They're on. If you go 13-10 in every 23 games, you're going to win 91 games. So even though it's like, well, they're not off to the greatest start. No, you're off to the type of start that gets you into the playoffs in baseball.
Yeah.
You win a little bit more than half your games by the end of the season. There you sit with 90 wins, and they have the possibility of doing that, and they have that, I think, in a little different way than what they've had in the past. I say that because the starting rotation looks like what it was several years ago again, and to me that's awesome. Starting pitching to me is, if your starters can get you into the 6th, 7th inning, 5th or 6th, I should say. Who goes 7 anymore? With a lead, terrific. And then you turn it over to the bullpen, which has struggled a little bit. Bullpen right now is just 24th in baseball with an ERA about 5.2. But that's not been typical. This team's good enough, always has been, Spencer, to figure that out. And I would expect the bullpen to be solid by the time you're done. I just wonder, and I think the answer is incredibly. I wonder how patient they're going to be with some guys who aren't off to good starts or some position groups that might not be off to good starts. And I'm thinking catcher, for one. Austin Hedges got engaged yesterday, by the way. Congratulations to him.
I did see that, yeah.
Right there at Progressive Field. Good for Hedgie.
Think about that. They'll always have the memory of their engagement coming in a Guardians uniform at Progressive Field.
And they won.
Yeah.
Hey, honey, we got the snot beat out of us. Would you like to marry me? So it's kind of nice that they won on top of that. Are you okay with, and again, you said it, it's 23 games, it's early. Right now, Austin Hedges is hitting .250. He's your best hitting offensive catcher right now. And we know Austin is not known for his offense. Bo Naylor is struggling. Bo's hitting .156. David Fry is playing some catcher. He's hitting .241. Nobody's really helping you behind the plate offensively. And the only reason I bring this up, they have two guys at AAA at catcher, Cooper Ingle and Cody Huff, who are really hitting the snot out of the ball right now. And I don't think they're going to do anything at catcher. I don't. I think they're going to go Bo Naylor and David Fry when he needs to play, and Austin Hedges as often as they can because he's great with a pitching staff. But Ingle's hitting .357 with an OPS. Dan, watch Dan's head explode. 1.403 is his OPS. And Cody Huff is hitting .286, 17 runs batted in to lead the Clippers. So in other words, they have two guys who are hitting the ball at catcher. And I don't think they're going to do anything. I think they're going to let Bo figure it out.
No, first of all, it's the Guardians, right? They slow play a lot of these guys in the minors. It's why the Chase DeLauder conversation was so controversial last year, is maybe a good way to put it. They clearly value Austin Hedges. They've continued to bring him back on these small deals year over year. They think his leadership and his just voice in the locker room is that valuable to them.
They love him.
Yeah, so he's not going anywhere, and right now he's probably playing above his skis at the plate. So from a batting standpoint, so it's why not keep leaning on him? I think at this point we have more than enough evidence that Bo Naylor maybe isn't going to ever be this juggernaut offensive player that some thought he might be. He's fine. He's solid, but I think they're sort of just letting that run its course, but also continuing to try to see what they can get out of him. And then, like you said, David Fry is that utility guy who can kind of do it all, and he has his days where he's back there if he needs to.
It's nice to have a utility guy who can catch.
Yeah, I just don't see. I don't see any changes in that regard. We all know the prospect that's probably due up next. That's a notable name, and that's Bazzana at some point. And
you're going Nolan Jones. He's having a great start.
And obviously, I don't know if I still consider Nolan Jones a prospect at this point.
I did that for Dan.
Yeah, but yeah, and it's interesting because the Gabe Arias situation now maybe makes the path for Bazzana to get up here sooner a little bit easier. We'll see. But yeah, I think catcher kind of is just going to be what it is.
I think it is too, and I think for a guy like Cooper Ingle, who was a fourth-round pick a couple of years ago out of Clemson, and he's hit throughout the minor leagues. He's a 5'8" guy. I think for him to get up here, somebody's going to have to get hurt. And if Bo Naylor were to get hurt, I would think you'd see Ingle up here right away, and he'd be catching. And that's the opportunity. That's the opportunity to win that job. If you come up and you're hitting the ball and catching a decent game, I would think you're going to stick. And then they'd have some tough decisions to make because they like Naylor and they like Fry and they love Hedges. And, if again, if injury allows Engel to come up here and he produces, I think there's a decision to make. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, that's why I have the minor league system. That's what that's all about. At shortstop, I think they're going to have some middle infielders to sort through. Obviously, when Bazana's ready to go. Does Arias stick? Does Rocchio play short? What do you do there?
I mean, I think the Arias conversation is an interesting one because, like, I don't know. Theoretically, have we seen the last of him?
I think
starting for the Guardians. Like,
well, he's out 4 to 8 weeks supposedly.
Right. So that's like 2 months, right?
Yes,
like,
very good.
Theoretically, yeah. I'm not usually good at math, so I'm glad I got that one right.
If Bazana's up before then, Bazana's been on a hot streak. When do you want to bring him up? When he's hot.
If it's really 2 months, and Bazana keeps doing what he's doing. Now, again, it's the Guardians, and they slow play everything. So maybe they would be hesitant to bring him up before June. Who knows? But, I like that. That's looming. We know Arias is so – listen, he was off to a pretty good start at the plate. He had a couple big-time homers. But we've seen –
But he was hitting like 120 when he was hitting those home runs.
We've seen enough evidence from Arias at this point to know who he is as a hitter. Like, I just don't – I don't know. I'm as curious as you to see how that plays out because once Bazana's up, Arias kind of fades in the background. I assume they're going to prioritize getting Rocchio the reps at shortstop. Like, they'd probably just push him there and let Bazana be second and go from there. And maybe Arias is like another utility guy. I don't know, but I've kind of wondered quietly to myself if we've seen maybe the last of Arias as in terms of like
the timing could lead to that,
right? Where he at least is like a regular starter for the team.
They also have Milan Tolentino, who was a draft choice 4th-round pick a couple of years ago, and he's playing really well in Columbus right now. So there's another middle infielder who maybe works his way into the mix. We'll see. Jamal Collier covers the NBA for ESPN. His thoughts on Game 2, Cavs, Raptors, and what happened in Detroit yesterday. Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
get the start for the 6:10 first pitch. And the Browns are back to work this week. They'll be opening up voluntary veteran minicamp tomorrow in Berea. The workouts will run through Thursday, and then the first round of the draft kicks off Thursday night. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
It's game 2 for the Cavaliers and the Toronto Raptors tonight over at Rocket Arena, which, of course, seems like it should be the home of the Houston Rockets, but that's another story. Number to join us later on in the show, as you know, as always, 216-474-0092. And my guess is you're going to want to join in the conversation after we talk to the gentleman who joins us right now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers the NBA for ESPN. He's based in Chicago, covers a lot of the Midwest teams. That includes ours. He's in town for game 2 tonight. He's Jamal Collier. Jamal, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, guys.
So tonight, it's game 2. Can the Raptors do anything significantly different? They shot the ball well. They did a lot of things well that gives them a huge edge tonight. What do you think? Because somebody has to adjust, and you would think it has to be Toronto.
Yeah, it kind of was my takeaway coming from game 1 is, providing the up in the air status for Emmanuel quickly. And he did get on the floor to practice in between the games here on Sunday. But still questionable and unsure if he'll be on the floor. The easiest thing is, Brandon Ingram obviously had the 9 shots, 1 shot in the second half. They're going to look for ways to get him more involved. But it's one of those where there's a fine line to balance there because Brandon Ingram shooting more mid-range jumpers, even though he's effective at it, isn't always going to just be a naked recipe for success. I think that went about as well as it could for Cleveland. If they play at that level, I actually don't think that there's really much that Toronto can do to get up and match it, especially when they're missing a kind of a key guard and key component of their offense like quickly.
Yeah, Jamal, I thought the most damning thing about Saturday was just the fact that you got a pretty solid 3-point shooting game from Toronto, who's obviously as a group isn't the most 3-point shooting effective team. And, they shot over 50% for most of the game and then finished at like 48%. And they still lost by double digits. And so, I don't know, I felt like that sort of painted a pretty ominous picture on their side of things for the direction that the series is headed.
And I think the one thing for them is obviously getting out in transition and fast break, right? And the Cavs, it was a big emphasis for them coming into it to sort of slow down what Toronto could do in transition. Kenny talked about how, even thinking about last year in the Indiana series and how that was such a wake-up call, the way that they kind of overwhelmed the Cavs. And, that's maybe the one thing that Toronto can also point to and say, we really did not get out and run. And that starts with the fact that they were taking the ball out of the basket for the most part. Like, Cleveland shot the ball pretty well, and especially, had a lot of stuff in the paint and looks at the basket. So, small things. I'm sure if Toronto can find a way to speed up the game, find a way to sort of get some more easy buckets in transition, they can make it a little bit more competitive. But, I had picked a 5-game series coming in. And then, kind of leading into it, it's funny there's so many scars around this Cavs team that you had just some people in the arena or like arena workers that are like, I don't know, we could be in for a long series. But I think this was the biggest blueprint to why I think the Cavs, just on talent alone, is just an overwhelming matchup for this Raptors team.
Jamal Collier joining us from ESPN. With that said, Jamal, do you like the Cavs as a playoff team with a chance to go deep, better with James Harden or better with Darius Garland?
Look, Harden has got his faults and has got his obviously playoff demons that he'll have to sort of exercise for this team to really make a deep run. But the way, even talking to guys in the lead up to it, as far as Harden's, the leadership that he's kind of started to show around these guys, like he's been, players have talk about how in film sessions and practices and such, like Harden's been one of the more vocal guys. Even after the game, they win that game 1 pretty handily. And he was like, look, I don't think we played that well, and still sort of pressing the guys to be better. I love the pure point guard version of James Harden that we've gotten to see this year in the last, maybe year or two. That's just such a contrast to the guy we watched in Houston for so long that was, filling up the score sheet, it felt like first, and thus passing was secondary. When he is sort of focused on this like old school traditional point guard role, there's not really that many guys in the league, that could really hold a candle to him, right? Like he's one of the best at that pure setup. You could just see it right away. I think those first, 3 or 4 plays that it was like all Jared Allen getting involved, and just like stuff like that where, Donovan's got a lot of strength with that kind of playmaking ability, having that burden eased off of him and letting Harden take the ownership of that, of getting the bigs involved, making sure 3-point shooters are involved. Like I really think that the fit in that ideal version of Harden, if they can continue to get that round after round and night after night, I think it's like the best usage of him and the best fit for this team to sort of, make a long, deep playoff stretch. So I'd have to go Harden right now. I think it's a risky move, obviously, trading 10 years of age from 26 to 36. But as far as this team and right now playoff run, I think that Harden is kind of just the perfect fit.
Jamal, we know locally there's just kind of this dark cloud that hangs over the Cavs when it comes to how they're viewed, and there's kind of this label of them being a soft team. And I think a lot of this just extends from Jared Allen's comments from several years ago in that Knicks series where he talked about the lights being too bright, and it's just kind of applied universally year over year. Nationally, does it still feel like that is how the Cavs are viewed across the NBA landscape, that other teams don't necessarily look at the Cavs and think, oh, they're a real threat? Or do you think the addition of Harden and the moves they made at the deadline have changed that a little bit, and then we saw that in Game 1?
Yeah, I think that there's respect for the Cavs and the talent that they have, that people look up and down the roster, with Donovan, Harden, the bigs, the coaching, the shooting. Like, people know this is a super talented team. And I think there's a high respect around the league for the fact that they just have kind of all the pieces that you see in a traditional contender. As far as the sort of the physicality, the softness, I think the one, even going back to the Indiana series, there is a sense of being able to punch first, right? Of putting the Cavs on their heels and sort of dictating the pace or the physicality or whatever that, whatever your game is, and sort of getting the Cavs off of their stance. I think that that's maybe the big narrative that the Cavs are looking to change this year, and you've heard Kenny be really intentional about it in lead up to this series and even after Game 1. It's like we have to swing first. We have to sort of be intentional about setting the tone in a way that I really just think they were not last year. I mean, I was at that Cavs-Pacers series last year, and it was apparent from quarter 1, minute 1, that Indiana had its pace, and it dictated everything. And the Cavs were just put on their heels from minute 1. Again, we saw this last year even in the Miami series for the Cavs. They had obviously a very good first round and weren't able to sustain it, so they've still got a long way to go. But I do think that this Game 1 and the way they've been talking about it is at least an indicator that they know, even if Detroit is the next round or the Knicks and Boston, like those are teams that have an identity and a play style that they're going to try to impose on a series and on a game. And for Cleveland, they've got to sort of figure out how to counter that, how to balance that, and how to sort of just really set the terms of engagement in a way that I think that they haven't been good about the last few years, even dating back to those Jared Allen comments.
Jamal Collier joining us from ESPN. You can read his work at ESPN.com. Follow him on Twitter at Jamal Collier, and it's JamalCollier. The Eastern Conference, to me, Jamal, this year, the top 4 teams in the playoffs, the teams with the first round home court advantage, seem to be the teams to beat, which makes you think, boy, those Orlando Magic did a nice job in Detroit yesterday. Are the Pistons, are they susceptible to a major upset there or down the road? Because I think there's not a whole lot of separation between the top 4 teams in the East.
Yeah. Some alarm bells are ringing for me after that Pistons Game 1. And look, overreacting to Game 1 is probably my favorite thing about the NBA playoffs. That we see one thing and we're just like, oh my God, this series is over and it's changed everything. So reserve judgment still on the Pistons in this series. I think Orlando played super, super well, about as well as they could really these past two games, including that playing against Charlotte, where Detroit's been sitting around, waiting around for an opponent, really hadn't had a meaningful game, in the last 3 weeks or so for that team. But I do think that it did show all the warts that you kind of expected for Detroit showed up right away. Offensively, how could they create consistent scoring outside of Cade? They got a lot of guys, sort of their end of their bench guys. When you look at, it didn't feel like they were searching for the combos of who to play and who to go to down the stretch. All of a sudden, Tobias Harris was a little bit overextended as really their second or third scorer. And I think that, it really paves for Cleveland, at least. They're going to be favored. Detroit already was, according to most of the FanDuel ESPN bet, Detroit was really the fourth favorite team it's fourth in odds to come out of the East. So I think that has been an appropriate adjustment, that the Cavs would be favored in that series, despite what the seedings say. But I'm with you in that this was, as far as the Cavs go, sliding into that 4th seed is about as kind of where you want to be, because you're going to have a Detroit team. You're going to be more experienced then. You've got probably more just talent pound for pound. And the big thing, I think, in that series, if both teams continue to advance, is going to be just like we said before, who's able to sort of dictate the terms of engagement here? Is Detroit going to make it a very ugly, physical, muck-it-up offense kind of game? Or will the Cavs be able to sort of get into their flow? They're still going to play a little slower with James Harden at the helm, but be able to sort of really bend Detroit to their will, I think, will be the big difference if those two teams are able to advance. But, if you're Cleveland right now, you got to be thinking you're sitting pretty, right? Because you have got a pretty favorable first-round matchup with Toronto, and Detroit is a pretty vulnerable 1 seed. And all of a sudden, your path to the conference finals looks pretty clean.
This might be a hard question to answer, Jamal, because, we can't get answers to these types of things in a short period of time. It's kind of something you have to reevaluate years later. But we were talking earlier in the show about just how James Harden played on Saturday was kind of the reasoning. It gave you proof of concept as to why the Cavs made the trade that they made, especially on the heels of the Darius Garland comments last week, where he was talking about still not really being healthy and how the offseason to help him kind of get back to figuring out what's going on with his toe. What is the outcome that maybe validates the Cavs swinging the trade that they made? Because as you even mentioned, the 10-year difference is a legitimate thing.
I've been thinking about this even before with the Cavs, and it's is there a world where this team does not make the finals, that this could be a successful season? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if a competitive conference finals 7-game loss will leave a bitter, it still leave a bitter taste.
Real quick, Jamal, I'll say this, Jamal. Sorry to cut you off. I was just going to add, I think locally, people see the trade and say, yeah, you pushed all the chips in the center of the table, so finals should be in the picture. But I think what you just said, a competitive 7-game series with the Celtics or something in the Eastern Conference Finals, I think there's a lot of Cavs fans, at least, that will walk away feeling good about that. But I'm with you, where the goal is when you make that trade, the goal is finals.
Yeah. And it's finals now, right? You shorten your window. That even if you had Garland and you got that far, you can at least say, okay, we still have a couple more cracks at it or such. Where Harden, just again, my guy was 36, and the window is so much shorter, and the sense of urgency is so much higher. And I think, they said it's a difficult question, like you said, to know exactly what it looks like until you see the end of it. But it does feel like that trade does have to result in a finals appearance for ultimately to be worth it, to have just traded away 4, 5, or 6 years off your contention window, for Harden. But I don't know. I think I have to see it at the end of it to really evaluate it. But right now it feels like if it's not the finals, there will still be some second guessers of was this the right move.
Jamal, great to have you with us today. Thank you. Enjoy your time here in town, and we look forward to your coverage of Game 2 tonight.
It's going to be a fun playoff run, guys. Thanks a lot.
Hope so. Jamal Collier from ESPN joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You heard what he just said about the Eastern Conference. And there sit the Pistons losing at home to the Orlando Magic. I think
pitch. And the Browns back to work this week as they open up voluntary veteran minicamp tomorrow in Berea. Workouts run through Thursday, and then the first round of the draft will kick off Thursday night. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Number one team in the Eastern Conference getting knocked off by an 8 seed at home. That changes the complexion of things just a little bit. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Spencer is in for the illustrious Andy Baskin today. Is that a good way of putting it? Illustrious?
I think he's pretty illustrious.
Just ask him. He'll tell you. Spencer German's in today. I think that makes it a really interesting thought. You know, the Cavs can't look down the road at that, but
we can.
The Pistons, sure. I think that's why we're here. The Pistons are going to have a second round series if they can get out of the Orlando series, where they might be a little beat up, they might be a little tired, they might be more tested. I mean, it could be an opportunity for whoever plays them, Cavs, that they might even be more susceptible than you would have thought anyway.
Yeah, and this is why getting the 4 seed was what I pounded the table for. Because the path is just so much more advantageous. And it felt that way when understanding what we know about Detroit. I think a lot of their flaws were exposed in that first game. But even if it's Orlando, like Orlando has the same issue Toronto has, which is, they're a good defensive team, they're physical, but they don't have the three-point shooting to take advantage of the Cavs' greatest weakness, which is defending the perimeter. Like, I know they're playing really good basketball right now, and I do think they'd put up a good fight against Cleveland, but
their length on the wing concerns me.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely things that concern you, and they're a more veteran team. They're a little more playoff tested. The Cavs have the advantage in that regard, even though people think they haven't gone through it enough yet for whatever reason. They've certainly experienced plenty of playoff runs to feel like if you played Detroit, you'd have the advantage there. So I'm not sitting here saying like it'll be a rollover series against Orlando, but I think either of those matchups you feel pretty good about because the weakness of the Cavs is something that neither of those teams can really exploit because neither shoots the three all that well, and I think the Cavs just have more talent. So like this is perfectly set up, as Jamal said, to benefit the Cavs and set them up to potentially make a run of the Eastern Conference Finals, which is why Lima in the morning is, again, going on his crusade about how everyone was wrong about the Cavs and that they have a chance to make a deep run here, and I think it certainly looks that way.
Ken's in Brooklyn. Hello, Ken.
Good morning, guys.
And to you.
Good afternoon, rather.
Yes, sir.
Look, Jeff, what have I asked for all year about the Cavs?
Victories and tall players.
Bigs, right? Could you please explain that to the young gentleman sitting next to you today? Because all year I've heard him about he wants to trade the bigs. That's the impression.
Oh, no, you don't do that, Ken. You know that.
That's right. Could you please tell that young man?
Spencer, you don't trade the big guys. You don't trade the bigs.
By the way, Mike, I hope you stay home. Okay? You know Mike, right, Jeff?
I'm not sure.
Who's Mike?
Mr. Gansey. I want him to stay here.
Oh, okay. Mike Gansey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interviewing with the Bulls, apparently, or getting the opportunity.
I used to hang out with his uncle, so
nice.
I know Mike when he was 5 days old. All right. Anyways, I went to school with his uncle. Anyways,
you got a ding, Ken. Nice job.
Thanks. Now the thing is, though, I think this Jamal was absolutely right. I still, like I said, I still want a big, and if they could find also one more bigger guard, that would also be good too. But my whole thing here is I remember watching the games during the season, and Doris Burke said, you can't evaluate this team until they're healthy, and they're reasonably healthy. So you're seeing the real Cavalier team right now. And I want to bring one other thing up, and that's this. Everybody is talking about this garbage with Prime and Peacock. for me as a Cavs fan, or even the Toronto fans, not to be able to see the playoff games is garbage. And Adam Silver should be canned today. That guy is screwing up the NBA so bad that it's not even funny. In fact, there's been people even hearing in other cities that people are furious about this.
Ken, you didn't like the NBA Cup?
No, that's garbage too. This guy has got to go. He is the most. David Stern is rolling in his grave.
I would agree with that.
This guy is horrible. They need to fire him immediately.
All right, Ken. Thanks, buddy. Always good to hear from you.
Does Ken just call in and use? I mean, he calls into our show too, but I think he just uses his platform to rant about anything he can with the NBA.
But he's good about it.
He just gets everything off his chest.
Ken knows the NBA. He knows his stuff.
I'm not disputing that. It's just funny how it becomes...
He hits 2 or 3 topics and moves along.
It becomes this laundry list of gripes he has with the league.
Hit 2 or 3 topics and move along. I do think it's difficult here. And this is the first year that local broadcasters don't have some games in the first round of the playoffs. I know Mike Breen from ABC and ESPN, Mike does Knicks games during the regular season. And he said he thinks it's just atrocious that the local broadcast don't get to do first-round games this year. And not only that, but they're going behind pay windows, as Ken said. You know, if you don't have Peacock, you're not going to see the game tonight.
You need Prime. You need ESPN. Like,
see, that's
the number of things you need to be able to watch NBA playoff games right now is absurd. Like the number of subscriptions you need. Dan
and I talked about this before the show today, and not just with the NBA, but in this case in particular. I think at some point fans are just going to say, sorry, I'll read about it later and maybe catch a highlight.
Or
because
like
how many things you want to subscribe to?
I mean, I'll tell you right now.
How much money do you want to invest in television?
I'll tell you right now with baseball. I mean, listen, it's hard to watch 162 games of any season, let alone 2 seasons, because I'm a fan of a different team than what plays here, but I want to watch the Guardians too because I know I want to make sure I talk about the Guardians. And
you'd like to stay married.
I use those condensed games all the time. It's honestly one of the best things baseball does. When you miss a game, you throw that condensed game on. It's like 6-7 minutes, and you get all the highlights. And they don't just do like the offense. It's not like Sports Center just going through and being like, "Hey, here's what happened." It's like, nope, you get 6-7 minutes with all the big plays. If there's like a controversial challenge, or if there's like a big double play to get out of an inning, like they give you everything.
And
best.
And if you continue to hide your product behind pay windows, that's how people are going to start to consume the game.
Yeah,
I really think that. Daryl's in Cleveland. Hey, Daryl.
Hey, man. How you doing?
We are well.
You know what? I haven't talked to you in a while, man, Jeff. But you know what? I think the streaming thing is horrible, but I got another reason, right? Yesterday I had to walk my 64-year-old mother through setting up Amazon Prime on her TV and paying for it with a credit card.
Yeah.
It took me, I mean, she's 64 years old, not a spring chicken. It took me almost an hour.
Did it really?
To be able to get that done so Mom could watch the Cavs. And it just made me think, this is ridiculous.
And she had to pay for it, Daryl. And she had to pay for it.
She's on a budget. She's so used to, Channel 5, whatever they come on. And I had to explain to her, Mom, it just doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. So that's my take on that. But the take on the Pistons, you guys mentioned them earlier. The Pistons don't look familiar to you guys?
I know where you're going with this. Keep going.
Do you know where I'm going?
Yes.
The Pistons are nothing but the Cavs 24 and 25, 23, 24, 25.
Yeah.
J.D. Bickerstaff will get your team to play defense. He will get your team to win some games. But when J.D. Bickerstaff runs up against a coach who knows X's and O's, this is what happens every single time.
I know the Cavs wanted better offense.
I think that's
why
well said, Daryl.
JB's not here.
I think that's well said, Daryl.
Look at the record. Did you see what Rick Carlisle did to him? Did you see what Tom Thibodeau did to him?
Yeah.
Any coach that knows X's and O's, they smash Bickerstaff. Detroit can go to another level, but it's just like with the Cavs. they're going to need somebody to get them there. JG is only going to take you through the regular season. And he's going to look good doing it. But once he runs into a coach that knows how to adjust offensively and defensively, he's toast.
Daryl, thank you very much.
I think Daryl's right about the Pistons. And that's honestly, like, it's why JB was probably the right coach for the Pistons at the time they hired him.
He's a good coach, and he can take you from A to B.
Exactly.
Can he get you to C? And that's what the Pistons
in the playoffs.
That's what the Pistons are going to find
and
out.
honestly, I was impressed because, like, last year, they took the Knicks to the brink in that series. Like, it was a highly competitive series. They made it interesting, and it kind of felt like maybe JB had figured it out. But that first game, I think he's, 1-5 or something like that in game ones in series. Like, you talk about setting the tone. Jamal talked about throwing that first punch and sort of dictating everything. His team, as fierce as they are physically and as challenging as they are on the defensive end, they never seem to throw that first punch and sort of set the tone in a series. And that was the case, obviously, last night, where they're now down 0-1 in that series because of it. So, I wonder, like, if the Pistons are going to find out the same thing that the Cavs found out about JB Bickerstaff.
I'm a big believer, though, in that people can get better at what they do.
Oh, for sure.
And so I'm not counting Detroit out of anything. And I think if the Cavs and the Pistons end up in the second round of the playoffs against each other, I think it'd be a heck of a series, and I think the Pistons would have a great chance to win. But JB clearly has to be better on the offensive end than he was here in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Because he had some offensive talent and just didn't get the most out of it. One of our favorites is coming up next. NFL Draft on Thursday. Cynthia Freeland works for the NFL Network. She is intelligent. She'll have some great insight for us as to what's going to happen in the league, what might happen with the Browns. She's next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have royally bungled this offseason. We don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to make his decision on whether he's playing or not before Thursday's NFL Draft. And even if he does, this situation is absolutely ridiculous for a legacy franchise like the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers like 10 years ago in Green Bay. Who asked for this? I think this will be a disaster season for Pittsburgh and the Steelers. I'm Nick Costos.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $200 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Ohio. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Precise Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Precise Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Precise Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 216-201-9992. 216-201-9992. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 216-201-9992.
If I asked you right now, is your home insulated? You'd probably say, yeah, of course it is. That's what almost everyone says. And almost everyone is wrong. Because here's what's really happening. Most homes have fiberglass insulation, that fluffy pink stuff, and over time, it settles, it shifts, it leaves gaps, it lets air move right through it, which means your insulated home isn't really insulated. Jeff Phelps here. You're paying to heat and cool air that doesn't stay put. Here's the truth nobody explains clearly. If it isn't foam, it isn't sealing. USA Insulation uses premium foam insulation that expands to fill the cracks and gaps fiberglass can't touch. It doesn't settle. It doesn't sag. It creates a real air barrier. That means lower utility bills, more even temperatures, and comfort that actually lasts. So before you assume your home is fine, ask a better question. Is it foam? If it isn't, call USA Insulation at 1-800-USA-FOAM and get insulated now with no payments for a full year. 1-800-USA-FOAM.
USA Insulation.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. The best playoff coverage in the CLE. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Make It Right, call Kyle Wright. Bad accident, hurt at work, make it right, call Kyle Wright, Ohio personal injury lawyer, 844-WIN-OHIO or ohattorneys.com. Cavaliers looking for a 2-game advantage tonight. They'll be hosting the Raptors for the second game of their first-round playoff series. Donovan Mitchell led the way for the Cavaliers in their Game 1 victory with 32 points. James Harden wasn't far behind with 22 points and 10 assists. Thomas Bryant still dealing with a strained left calf. He is out again tonight for the Raptors. Emmanuel Quickley listed as questionable with a strained hamstring. That injury caused him to miss Game 1. Tip-off from Rocket Arena is at 7 o'clock. Around the NBA, the Knicks will play host to the Hawks. As their first-round matchup continues, New York has the 1-game advantage in that series. Out in the West, Denver and Minnesota match up with the Nuggets leading the series 1-0. Some non-playoff NBA news. The Chicago Bulls have started the search process for a new head of basketball operations. One name they've been given permission to interview is Cavs executive Mike Gansey, according to Shams Charania. Guardians back in the win column after taking 3 of 4 from the Orioles over the weekend. The team back at home tonight as they open up a 3-game series against the Astros. Slade Ciccone looking for his first win of the season. He's 0-2 with a 5.02 ERA. He'll get the start for the 6:10 first pitch. And the Browns are back to work this week as they open up voluntary veteran minicamp tomorrow in Berea. The workouts will run through Thursday, and then the first round of the draft kicks off Thursday night. The Cleveland Browns draft preview show back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Thursday, here we go. First round NFL draft. Get ready. Going to be fun.
It's finally here.
We think it's going to be fun. Browns have the 6th pick. They have the 24th pick. We know they have a need at left tackle. We know they have a need at wide receiver. And when you're a team that's won 3 and 5 games in the last 2 seasons, you have needs, even the ones that aren't glaringly obvious. I'm Jeff Phelps, Spencer German in for Andy today. A lady who's going to be all over the draft. You'll see her on the NFL Network. You can go to her numbers game on YouTube. Does terrific work there. Joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Back with us again, Cynthia Freeland. Glad we haven't chased you away, Cynthia. How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Great to be back. How are you guys doing?
We're just in anticipation mode because of what's coming up on Thursday, and we're ready to go. I love what you put out on Instagram because it, to me, sums up what the Browns should be thinking. And you put this out yesterday. All 3 top offensive tackle prospects primarily played on the right side in college. And that's interesting. Maui Noah at Miami, Fano, and Blake Miller from Clemson, who's actually from here in Northeast Ohio. Can the Browns, who need a left tackle, take one of these guys, keep their fingers crossed that they can put him on the left side?
Well, the good news is that every single time these prospects come in the building for the 30 visits or even the visits when it comes to the interview process at the combine, they get a sense of if they've, the second 2, so not Mawanoa, but the other 2, they have some experience playing on the left now, like 100 snaps or something crazy and not in their final season. But the question is, I would imagine there's O-line coaches who are far smarter than I will ever hope to be that can help figure that out. So luckily it's not a total guess. They have some interesting information about whether it's possible, what kind of, the dynamics of moving from either side happen to be. So I think a lot of people do have a good idea of that. Is it perfect science? No. But I think that they have some ways to test for that.
Cynthia, I think as we think about the Browns pick at 6, the leader in the clubhouse, maybe, if it's available on any of the betting apps out there, is probably that they trade back. But if they stay put, there's been plenty of fans who have linked the Browns to Carnell Tate, plenty of insiders who have linked the Browns to Carnell Tate. Does it feel like at this point for Cleveland, Carnell Tate feels like maybe the safe pick at 6, considering that he is projected to go as a top 10 player?
I feel like it's a great pick. The word safe sometimes feels like it's like when you're dating someone and you're like, oh, you could go with the exciting person or you could go with the safe person. Like, safe's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, right? To be able to say that ultimately this guy has shown he's a precise route runner. Most of his production came on goes and comebacks. So deeper routes and intermediate routes being the second most kind of valuable part of his game, which you're all very familiar with there in Ohio. But ultimately, it's not unexciting or bad to pick the top wide receiver in the draft. It's a great thing. I think the hard part is it's kind of like with the Browns, people have different ideas of where to start, right? We have this need and this need and this need. Should we prioritize this over this? Can we get all of our needs met? The answer is hopefully you can get many of them, but you're never going to be 100% fully needs met given the way that the NFL works with all of the parity and all of the ways that everything works. So I think it's a question of, do you want to prioritize the ability to stretch the field? And please, nobody ever care about his 40 time. I can't stress to you that was the most ridiculous argument I've seen on X, and there's a lot of things on X that are ridiculous. So don't worry about that. Go watch how much separation he created.
Cynthia Freeland joining us from the NFL Network. If you're the Browns, is that need at wide receiver so drastic that you should pass up a defensive player, Cynthia, if one is more highly rated? Or is this the draft? You're picking 6th unless you trade down. You just take the best guy you can add talent to your team and move along?
I kind of feel like you add talent to your team and move along. Now, I know I'm like an analytics person and I'm associated with, math takes. And of course, in like this theoretical universe where, there's like all of these different things that you could choose from in theory, how should you build your team? Of course, you'd love to build it with the most precise team building prowess ever. But you have to operate under the conditions of supply and demand. Myles Garrett, or a clone of Myles Garrett, is not walking through that draft door. He doesn't exist. So it's not like you can say, at 6 we'd really like the perfect left tackle prospect. So if Trent Williams, back in the day, not available, then we just want Trent Williams. It just doesn't happen, right? Where's Joe Thomas, right? We need Joe Thomas. Where is Joe Thomas? He's not walking through that door. So the reality is you kind of have to operate within the actual environment that you're in, not necessarily in the theory of team building. You have to actually practice it.
Cynthia, in light of the conversation about the Browns potentially trading down, there's been some reports on the 2027 picks and teams maybe not being as inclined to move on from those. Do you get the sense or feel like that's going to be the case, that prying 2027 picks away from a team, if the Browns were to trade back, is going to be hard to come by?
I think that prying 2027 picks away from any team is going to be hard to come by, because the general consensus and the belief around this draft is that, I've seen someone put the number at like 15 people who they would consider first round prospects. And that's not, position specific, that's not, maybe you don't need an edge rusher, whatever it is. Right. So the reality is the perception of the 2027 class feeling like a future option that's more enticing to take than the current one in front of you is adding value, whether it's perceived or real. It's creating value for those picks. We're going to get to we're going to sit here. We'll talk on whatever day, the 20th of April 2027, and everyone's like, what about those 2028 picks? I think that's how this is going to go, especially with all of the uncertainty that the transfer portal has introduced into the equation. And until that gets sorted out, I still think the perception of what's the future possibly holding, if the perception of quarterback or top premium positions isn't a part of the draft, if that doesn't exist, then people are going to be like, well, next year's going to be better. Next year's going to be better.
So we keep hearing, and in Cleveland, that means Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel. Is there a quarterback in this draft after Fernando Mendoza who you think that guy's got a big-time upside and will be a big-time quarterback, and a team should jump on them, maybe late first round or in the second round?
I think Ty Simpson is probably the consensus number 2. The thing that when I look at Ty Simpson's profile, from kind of analyzing the way that his metrics and his production have worked, along with kind of looking at historical trends, that guy looks like he'd really benefit from a year learning from other people, right? In fact, it sounds strange to say, like, Matthew Stafford might be a great place for him to learn, but it's more about what to do after the down after being pressured. A lot of these guys in college don't have a lot of information about performing well after the down after they were just pressured. Well, Matthew Stafford's the best of that. Like, I would love if he somehow went to the Rams. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think that'd be interesting. Now, I think the Browns specifically should look at a quarterback that they think has a lot of upside that they can work with and not necessarily ask to start this season. But I think almost every year, maybe not a first-round pick, but you should spend some capital on a quarterback, because what's the worst that could happen? You create a guy that's trade bait for the future?
Yeah, that would be about the worst that could happen. With that thought in mind, do they not have that in Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel?
I mean, it doesn't seem like they're really interested in looking at trades for them. At least I have not heard anything of substance, materialize around any of that. So it's a weird, right now we're also in, if you look at like a macro view of what's going on with quarterback contracts, like both of those guys are El Cheapos, right? Because they're on these rookie pay scales. Now everyone's paying for everyone else's deal, right? Yeah. Why not keep them? They're on rookie. Like what do I get? If you're not going to give me something better than X pick, why wouldn't I just keep them because I'm barely paying for them? Now you're looking at look at what's going on with the Falcons, the Dolphins. All these teams are paying for other people's quarterbacks. The Cardinals, right? They're all it's all paying for people to play elsewhere. So it's just a weird market right now that will eventually like burst. But a lot of this is like pent up from, like I said, in the transfer portal. I clearly hate that. But also there are not 32 men that are capable of being starting quarterbacks in the world. So to say that we could always nail them is very hard. It's a hard thing to say.
So in light of talking about Ty Simpson, and you mentioned him being maybe the consensus number 2 guy, where do you think he ultimately does fall and get taken? And then who is maybe the next quarterback taken after Ty Simpson?
So obviously I wish that Aaron Rodgers would like tell us something, but it's possible. The most likely place that Ty Simpson lands to me is the Arizona Cardinals, not at number 3, but I think it feels most likely that he ends up there. The Steelers have an outside shot of also being in that game. That would be an interesting fit assuming Aaron Rodgers does come back. But, I thought he was going to tell us before, but he's not going to tell us now, but he is, but whatever. But ultimately, like, looking at that, you kind of think, all right, well, the rest are sort of like flavors. Like, what kind of quarterbacks do you like other than these type of people? I don't know. I mean, I can say Garrett Nussmeier. If I were betting, I would say it's Garrett Nussmeier. And by the way, I now work for ESPN because they bought the NFL Network. So ultimately, I can bet now, which is crazy. But I'm not. But
congratulations.
Technically, I can. Thank you. I'm really excited. Garrett Nussmeier will probably go 3rd. There's something for me. I think there's a lot of like really, really interesting data on I kind of like Cade Klubnik out of Clemson. I don't even hate Taylon Green from Arkansas. I do like Carson Beck more than most too. I think it's flavors, right? I think it's can you find a way to make if somebody had the vision for Carson Beck that Sean Payton had for Bo Nix, then it could make perfect sense, right? If that made sense, because I don't think Bo Nix is a guy you could drop into every single system and have him be as effective, right? But I don't know. I think it's like I said, flavors after that.
I want to go back to Carnell Tate for a second. At Ohio State, he played with some really talented wide receivers. Marvin Harrison was the number 1 guy there while Carnell was there.
Heard of him.
And obviously Jeremiah Smith. Can Carnell Tate, when he's freed from these other guys who are phenomenal, become a big-time number 1 wide receiver in the NFL?
I have no reason to think he can't. I mean, I'd like to remind everyone that Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase played together. So, there's nothing to suggest that he can't. The thing that will always be the question truly always be the question at the next level is how set up to succeed are you? Are you paired with a quarterback who has enough time to be able to get the ball to you in any circumstance, right? Are you in a situation where, it'd be nice to go to a place where you have, Jordan Addison had a much better career so far because Justin Jefferson's there. It really helps. So the question is will he be put in a position to succeed? I have no reason to think that he wouldn't. But there's a reason he kind of, not in the style, but in the route running precision, like Jackson Smith and Jigba, same thing. All these Ohio State guys, like route running the precise route running, that does shorten the time to success at the NFL over large numbers because there are enough numbers now to be able to say that. Could he be the outlier in the wrong direction? Anything's possible, but there's nothing to suggest that that's anything that would happen with him.
Cynthia, I've been of the belief throughout this process that I prefer Jordan Tyson just a little bit over Carnell Tate as my wide receiver 1. But I also understand, and if you're the Browns looking for like a wide receiver that you can kind of rely on, why the injury history, it certainly raised some red flags. But we also saw Tyson last week sort of put on a workout here a week out from the draft for teams. What types of did he do? How did he help himself, or did he do himself some favors by doing that? And how has that maybe changed where you're projecting him to go?
Well, I don't think he had. Look, I'm not a doctor, and these team doctors get paid a lot of money to figure things out. Of course, it's great to see that he could put on a great workout and look super healthy and look like he's learning new things. That's nothing but upside for him, and good for him. there's a lot of players, like if you're smart and you're strategic about it and you've got that kind of athletic ability, like you should be doing things like that if there are even tiny questions about your health. So I think he did himself some favors now, but here's the reality. Like the difference between when, if you look at the year that Hines Ward was his coach versus not. So last year he decreased his drops. His route running got a whole bunch better. Like the production was like skyrocketing, right? Like he was electric. It was incredible. He could be the steal of the draft. But the question is, at the next level, when I don't know who his position coach will be because it depends on every single, system. I don't know what he'll be taught. I don't know if will he have, Hines Ward level help, because it's going to be another, for all of these guys, it's another level of figuring out how to mine what the NFL is like and what are these defensive backs doing and how are they defending you and how do you get past them, because you have to see. So you can read that in two ways. You can say he's got huge upside because look at that rocket ship trajectory, or dependent on where he goes based on who's teaching him the play. But I don't know. I'd have to interview him to even get closer to that answer. But you're not picking between 1 and 7 here. You're picking between 1A and 1B in many people's opinion. The point being is they're both really good.
Last thought, Cynthia. Of any person I know, you're the person to ask this question to with your great analytics work in the NFL. Is trading down generally a good idea for teams?
Oh, unsatisfying answer.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. You broke up on us.
What?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I said maybe, because that's a really satisfying answer. I apologize for breaking up. Look, it only makes sense if the person that you want will still be available later, or the person you think gives you the best opportunity will still be available later. It's all about what's the return on the investment, because that still has to turn into a pick, right? So you shouldn't just trade down for the sake of trading down. But if you're the Eagles, for example, and you have a lot of these major positions filled, being able to have the flexibility to trade up, down, sideways, whatever you want to do, trade a player during the draft even, that gives you a lot of flexibility, but it also makes your opponents less likely to understand what you're doing, so they can't telegraph you. So does trading down work if you're able to not let someone know what they're giving up for it? Maybe, yeah. But it has to be you have to take it on a deal by deal basis, and it only makes sense if the player you believe you could get at the new pick, at the traded down pick, satisfies the requirement for your team.
Cynthia, always a pleasure. You can watch Cynthia on the NFL NFL Network's draft coverage coming up, and of course on YouTube, the Numbers Game. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Thank you so much for having me. Happy draft week.
We're sure hoping.
We made it.
It's something we always have trepidation, Cynthia. Thanks, Cynthia.
Bye.
Cynthia joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. You heard what she said about quarterbacks. I've got a thought on it that I can't get out of my head on this one, so I'll share that next. And the offensive line, that's an interesting situation as well. It's Baskin and Phelps. Spencer's in for Andy today.
ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Spencer is in for Andy today. I had a friend named Spencer in kindergarten. It was a very unique name at the time.
I always used to get, this is probably a reference you'd know, Jeff, Spencer for Hire.
Yeah, that was wasn't that a Robert Urich?
That show was
TV
on in
show?
the 70s or something. Like
I think
was
it
like,
was after that. I
they
don't
would say
know.
it to me and act like I knew that, and I was like, I was born in '91, guys. Like that show was long gone.
I go Spencer Davis Group more so. I heard a Spencer Davis Group song the other day I hadn't heard before. It was outstanding.
I got that going for
I don't
you,
even remember what it was. Anyhow, good to have you here today. Cynthia Freeland was just with us from the NFL Network. She's fun, she's smart, and I always enjoy having her on our show. And she talked about quarterback. And the general thinking is the Browns are going to add a quarterback. We all know that. I'm tired of talking about it, but we can't be tired of talking.
I'm tired of talking about the draft.
Yeah, well, that's coming up.
I'm
but
like so relieved. Like, Jeff, I feel like
the narrative changes.
I feel like the NFL draft talk, as far as the Browns are concerned, like jumped the shark like 3 weeks ago.
Are we
just, it was like 3 straight
Spencer,
months.
good to have you with us. Spencer will be on his own show later. Daniel, let's talk draft.
It was 3 straight weeks. This is like I'm very excited for the draft. Obviously,
we can tell.
I'm glad we're talking about it today, and I don't like. I'm just saying, like, for 3 months, it just became how many different iterations and how many different ways can we say the Browns are going to take a tackle or the Browns are going to take a wide receiver?
It's the most honest statement that has come out of your mouth in an extended period of time, and I can only relate to it perfectly. Hey, you're going to take a fat guy and a fast guy. Where are you going to take him?
That's about right. The quarterback situation to me, and I do think it's worth talking about, and we're going to take a second to do that, is this. If the Browns are going to try and add to that position group, I would have thought they would have already done it. And the idea of taking yet another quarterback who is not worthy of being a first-round pick and adding him to this group, I'll be honest, doesn't make any sense to me. And the main reason it doesn't make any sense to me is because you kept your fingers crossed that maybe you could develop Dylan Gabriel. And you've kept your fingers crossed that maybe you can develop Shedeur Sanders. And you have your fingers crossed about Deshaun. But it's more about the 2 young guys. You're going to bring in a third guy and keep your fingers crossed about him? Or are you just going to flat out admit, hey, we're looking to 2027 for our quarterback, so we're not going to waste another pick on a quarterback. And we're just going to play Gabriel or Sanders or Watson because the other guy's not ready to go. And if he sits for a year, he's not going to be the guy the following year because we're going to get a quarterback in 2027. It seems like a bad idea to me.
To wait till 2027?
No,
or
to bring one in now. I mean, what do you need 3 young guys who you hope can develop for? You don't need that.
I mean, that's been my one holdup throughout this process is like, are they really going to add a guy in the draft that then would just be another guy to compete that has like less than 2 years experience? But at the same time...
Who clearly isn't your guy.
Yeah. But when Andrew Berry admitted at the owners' meetings that, you know, if they did add somebody, it'd be on the younger side, I think my perspective kind of changed on that a little bit. And I think it kind of comes down to...
Which was weird, by the way, because they kept talking about external veteran options.
Yeah. But I think Cynthia kind of hit the nail on the head, right? When you don't have that position totally figured out, it doesn't ever hurt to use some sort of draft capital on it. I'm not saying be excessive about it. Like, don't take Ty Simpson at 24 necessarily. If they took him at 39, I'd understand it. I wouldn't agree with it. But anybody that's there in the 3rd round, I'm open to it at that point. So if they took a guy, I'd understand it. And again, some of this too comes down for me to, is Todd Monken really going to trot out a quarterback room that he had no say in bringing any of those guys in? And maybe he just loves Shedeur Sanders that much. And
or maybe he knows he's got a year and he's going to get his guy next year.
Well, that's the other part of this too, right? how long of a leash does he have? And that there's varying opinions on that.
I think he's got to win.
There's varying opinions on that, Jeff, because I
agree, Spencer.
I'm somebody who feels Todd said something at the annual meetings that stood out to me. I think it was like a Giants reporter. I wish I could find the quote. I'd have to search through my email, but he said that a Giants reporter asked him about potentially going to the Giants, and he admitted that he was sitting down watching Jackson Dart tape.
Yeah.
Throughout that whole process.
He had to.
And that he felt he was going to New York, if not for the Browns. But he even said, he made it very clear, even when they offered me the job, I had to kind of think about things and figure out what's the right situation. So it wasn't just, this is my first job I've ever been offered, I have to take it. It was, he had to think about it. He had to make sure the situation was right.
At this point in his life?
I just have a hard time believing, I'm not saying they gave him any reassurances. He knows it's a bottom line business, but he has to feel like he's getting some sort of leash here to see this thing through. And you owe it to a guy that you're hiring when the offense is in the state that it is in to give a guy that.
Especially when he has an offensive background and he's made his career developing quarterbacks.
Like this offense is starting from such a place behind the eight ball. You got to give him some time that he will have time to find his quarterback. But I also think it doesn't hurt to add one. And if there's a guy you think you can develop and see what he brings to the table. I don't know. I think they're adding one at some point. It's just a matter of who, I guess.
I agree with that.
At this point, I lean the draft because it's all that's left.
It's not all that's left.
Well, it's not all that's left.
Yeah.
Because Anthony Richardson's out there.
Well, there are two guys that I think, now that would make sense to me. Anthony Richardson, because might have a really high ceiling, and the other is Jalen Milroe. I've mentioned Milroe throughout this whole thing. He went off the board before Dylan Gabriel was drafted last year. And I thought, all right, Tommy Reese, that whole connection from Alabama, blah, 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 blah. Well, he's sitting in Seattle behind Sam Darnold. He's not going to be the starter there anytime soon. If they liked, and they meaning Andrew Berry and his scouts, really liked Jalen Milroe, and they were hoping that he was the guy who came to them in the third round, then he might be a guy you could bring in. And he might be a little bit more than a guy that you hope to develop.
So you think they could trade for Jalen Milroe?
Absolutely. Well, he's sitting there. He's third on their depth chart right now behind Drew Lock as well. And how long does he want to sit there? He probably wants a chance to play.
Yeah.
And I would love to, if you want to go for it, let Shedeur and Jalen Milroe and Dylan Gabriel compete. And I know Deshaun Watson's here, but his contract's up at the end of the year.
Right.
I can't imagine them giving Deshaun Watson more big money. It sounds silly to me. And so if you're going to bring in a young guy, that's the kind of young guy I'd bring in. Chuck's in Collinwood. Hey, Chuck. Chuck, you got about a minute, buddy.
Man?
Got about a minute, bud.
Man? I won't even take a minute. Usually, man, I agree with y'all because y'all some pretty smart guys. But today, I totally disagree about the narrative to just look past the quarterback room we got. We brought in a coach to develop a young player. And that player should do a sadness. The big arm, the good talent with Monk, and y'all going to see it come out to be dividends. But to talk about a guy that put himself in the trash can, I'm talking about Jason Richardson. No confidence. He checked out a game. I never want to see this guy.
You mean Anthony Richardson? You mean
Anthony Richardson? Yeah.
I mean, Jason played a little basketball at Michigan State.
He don't deserve a second chance to be a first-string quarterback, maybe a second. When you take yourself out the game, that pretty much, especially when they handed him the keys to Indiana. I mean, if we talking about just running, I mean, what we want a running back at quarterback, guys? Come on, we got a guy. Maybe if we start
who did Todd Monken coach in Baltimore to an MVP?
Definitely the first year that Lamar threw for 4,000 yards too.
He was really good, and perhaps a similar skill set, Chuck. That's why I think Richardson is intriguing, and every young guy has a chance to mature.
Yeah, I just think that the culture we grew up in over the last few years is gone now, and we need to look forward and be optimistic about brighter days.
All right, Chuck.
Guys, I appreciate it.
You got it, buddy. Thanks for the phone call.
It definitely took more than a minute, by the way.
That's all right. I can't help but agree with Chuck. Right now, Shedeur's here. I hope he's the guy that gets developed and becomes really good. But this just keeps screaming 2027 to me, which means I wouldn't draft a guy in this draft and have yet another guy when you could go out and draft an offensive lineman who you might be able to develop or a wide receiver who might be good. It's Baskin and Phelps with Spencer German in for Andy today.
and then the first round of the draft will kick off on Thursday night. And you won't want to miss Andrew Berry on The Fan. He'll be joining the Cleveland Browns draft preview show tonight following Afternoon Drive. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Can we just get the draft here and get it over and done with? I'm ready.
Oh, look at that. You came to my side. Glad that we spent 4 hours together and I got Jeff to come around on something.
Had to, Spence. I truly love the draft. I think it's fun. I love the build-up to it. I think it's fascinating that here the Browns sit with 2 picks after last year's trade out of 2, and it's 6 and 24. And I hope Andrew Berry gets it right. But I'm ready for it to go. Overall, I have a hard time thinking trade down, as Cynthia said, because, she knows the analytics behind it. If the guy you want is still there, okay, that's fine. But, you shouldn't take a lesser player than somebody there who could help your football team just to pick up some extra assets that you hope that you get right. See, that's it. Just because you trade down doesn't mean you improved your team. Then you got to get the right guys.
It feels kind of like a fine line in this draft because we know, what was it? Eric DaCosta said last week, like there's 18 guys, like about half the first round of guys worth that they consider first round grades, and then it really drops off. And so like understanding how this class is kind of being framed, you don't want to trade back too far and then feel like you're not getting somebody who's even worth the first round pick. But you also know at 6 you might miss out on all the blue chip guys if they all go before you, or there might be a blue chip guy that fits a position that you don't necessarily need, and that entices somebody to trade up. So you want to trade back because that gives you the opportunity to add multiple players, multiple picks, and potentially even a pick next year. And honestly, like to your point, like if they trade back, I think the starting point in any conversations is like, what can you give us next year? Is it a second next year? Is it a first next year? And if they come away with that, I think we all can kind of read the tea leaves on that. It's kind of what you just said last segment, right? Like it speaks to they're setting themselves up for the quarterback class next year that they think is going to be really good, and hopefully that's the case.
And if they get that, then why would you draft a quarterback later? That's
yeah, that's fair. That is fair. But yeah, I don't know. I'm interested. I think there's enough guys that you could have at 12 that you still feel like are contributing starters for you.
I would
After
agree.
that is the question. The thing is, the one luxury the Browns have is that the wide receiver class is considered one of the stronger groups. And so
And I don't think anybody seems to be drastically head and shoulders above everybody else.
Yeah.
Probably Carnell Tate on top.
Tate and Tyson, I think, like Cynthia said, are 1A, 1B, and then there's the health part of it. But I've been reminding people of this, we also can't forget, though, like Carnell Tate, he also dealt with some soft tissue stuff this past year. So it's not like he's coming in with a clean bill of health. So, but yeah, like the one luxury the Browns have is like if they were to trade back and then still get a tackle that has a first round grade, then you put yourself in position to still get a receiver. And there might be multiple receivers. There might be like 5 receivers, 6 receivers who have first round grades, but teams don't always need receivers, so there might be other guys that go before those receivers go, and then you get one at 24 that you still feel good about. That's been my mindset for a while now, Jeff. It's just, I think the way Tom Monken's talked about it, or talked about building his offense, running the football, that toughness and how it all starts in the trenches, it feels like they'll prioritize offensive line first, or they should prioritize offensive line first, and then get receiver later, because like you said, the drop-off from those top 2 guys to the next tier of guys isn't that wide that you can still get good value at 24, even if you have to trade up a little bit in the teens or whatever. So that's the way that I would go about it, and I think philosophically that feels like the way the Browns should go about it.
We talked draft with Cynthia Freeland from the NFL Network at 1, with Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram at 11, and we talked NBA with Jamal Collier from ESPN at noon. If you missed a moment in our show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Game 2 for the Cavs tonight. Who do you like?
Cavs. I took them in 4, Jeff. I can't back off now.
You don't have a choice. I think the
Taking
Cavs
them every night.
I think the Cavs take this one too. Good performance in Game 1. I think they followed up tonight in Game 2. Dano?
I think Cavs tonight, Game 3 in Toronto, will be the interesting one.
Yep.
I can't wait till they win it, and then everyone's on my side all of a sudden.
Oh, you'll do your victory lap. We'll all know it. We'll hear it.
I already told everybody.
You'll be around.
Everybody was picking 5. This isn't even just like a Jeff thing. Like did you say 5?
I haven't. I picked the Cavs. I didn't put a number on it.
Okay.
I did Cavs in 5 because I figured Toronto would get 1.
Everybody's picking the Cavs in 5, and I was saying at the game on Sunday or Saturday, I was like, if they win in 4, I'm doing so many victory laps. It's not even.
Oh, it's going to be ridiculous. I'm already excited for you to do it. I'm expecting nothing more than actually like not only a victory lap, but then there's going to be a small parade with you in the back of a Corvette doing a Queen wave and also taking your victory lap there.
I should take an actual victory lap.
Right down.
Like run around the Halley building.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Right around
with the sign that
Halley
says
building.
I called Cavs in 4 or something like that.
Don't streak though when you do it. That'd be
put
bad.
it on a
No,
banner.
I don't want to get arrested.
No,
That'd be bad.
That would be bad. The thing that I thought that Toronto might be able to bring to the Cavs, those 3 guys on the wing, Ingram, Barnes, R.J. Barrett, and they actually played fairly well the other day, and it didn't click, although Ingram had a tough second half. So we'll see if that's able to be any difference tonight. 7 o'clock start over at Rocket Arena, and if you don't have Peacock, you can read about it. How's that?
Or watch whatever version of a condensed game the NBA does.
If you need it, Cleveland.com has a workaround for you. Go to Cleveland.com. It's all right there. It'll be free. There's a helpful workaround for those of you out there that involves signing up for a free trial at a big box store.
Cleveland.com giving you the secret dark web.
Not a secret dark web, but a friendly workaround.
Because there are secret dark web ways to work around, too.
Yes, those exist as well. But Cleveland.com has you covered to help you get a free trial for Peacock.
Hi, I'm Dan Mennigan, here to help you give it to the man.
I think it's called You Create Another Email.
I want people to watch. And the man needs to eat it every so often.
Yeah. Meredith, what's the moment of this show?
Well, I'm not giving any tips on how to sail the 7 seas, unlike Dan Mennigan.
Yeah.
But moment of the show comes from Cynthia Freeland, and it was what you guys were talking about in the last segment and the Browns' quarterback strategy going into the draft.
I think Ty Simpson is probably the consensus number 2. The thing that when I look at Ty Simpson's profile from kind of analyzing the way that his metrics and his production have worked, along with kind of looking at historical trends, that guy looks like he'd really benefit from a year learning from other people, right? In fact, it sounds strange to say Matthew Stafford might be a great place for him to learn, but it's more about what to do after the down after being pressured. A lot of these guys in college don't have a lot of information about performing well after the down after they were just pressured. Well, Matthew Stafford's the best of that. I would love if he somehow went to the Rams. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think that'd be interesting. Now, I think the Browns specifically should look at a quarterback that they think has a lot of upside that they can work with and not necessarily ask to start this season. But I think almost every year, maybe not a first-round pick, but you should spend some capital on a quarterback, because what's the worst that could happen? You create a guy that's trade bait for the future?
Valid point. But rather than think about Ty Simpson, how about the guy he couldn't beat out on Alabama, Jalen Milroe, who's buried in Seattle? Story for next week after they don't draft a quarterback. Or maybe they will. Who knows? Why Are We Smarter? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter today, courtesy of our social media mentions, which are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, but especially this, Ryan Dunleavy, who covers the Giants for the New York Post, just tweeted out news. Odell Beckham Jr. is in the Giants building for a physical today, per a league source.
Maybe Jordan Tyson will fall beyond 10.
There you go.
Odell back to the Giants.
Beckham Jr. going one more time with the Giants. We'll see.
Where it all started.
That's interesting. Meredith?
I am smarter because of Jamal Collier. I liked what he had to say about the Cavs and the Raptors series. Also interesting his take on Detroit and their game one loss. So I'm just really excited for the Cavs, and I'm really happy to see them doing so well so far in the playoffs. So.
Spencer German.
I'm smarter because Scott Petrak said he thought Shedeur Sanders needs to win the starting job more so than anybody else. I actually think it's Deshaun Watson. I thought that was pretty interesting from Scott.
I think if Deshaun wants to salvage his career, I think he needs to have that year too. I do too. By the way, Odell, remember, has a history with John Harbaugh.
That is true. Has a history with Todd Monken too.
Yes, he does. I'm smarter today after our conversation with Spencer German.
Me?
Spencer likes
Can I
Jordan.
do that meme when the guy's like laying like this?
Spencer Jordan likes Jordan Tyson at 6. Interesting. Hey, good to have you with us today. Thanks, Spencer.
Absolutely, anytime.
Appreciate it. Afternoon, guys. Walk in the hallway. They're coming up next. They can't wait to get going. I'm Jeff Phelps. We'll see you tomorrow.
And that's the show.
This is an auto.
spring training. We knew we were going to be tested early by facing some really good teams. And so our guys have done a good job of working through that first part of our schedule and putting us in a good position moving forward.
I got to be honest with you. It's a Mel Brooks movie in the theater. The last one I was able to watch actually in the theater was Men in Tights, like 1993, 1994.
We're men in tights.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. It is NFL Draft Week in old Laser Eyes. Always got him set on a trade down or two. Gardo's taking 3 of 4 from the O's this weekend. We enjoyed that quite a bit. Oh, and the Cavs up 1-0. Ball knowers, non-ball knowers in agreement. That was a lot of fun on Saturday, but Amazon Prime coverage sucks. That being said, that open, courtesy of NBA on Prime and Guardians TV and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader as always, because if not, there would be consequences. And we got Jake Murren helping out on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel.
What were you going to say?
I have no idea. Helping out on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, you guys can watch us all 5 hours long. Just enjoy the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, subscribe to the channel. It is free after all. And of course, like our videos. We love to be liked here. And Matt Corelli, who's going to sell you nice used Nissan in about 20 minutes there. JK, LOL. He sounds like a used car salesman. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today? I'm still trying to figure out how strong you have to be in order to make 10 rows of onions look weak, I guess.
Go on.
That's an Eric Collins bit. That's kind of one of the lines he used in the Amazon Prime. Was I the only one that actually watched that broadcast to then critique it? I felt like there's like 7 lines that stayed with me throughout that I've not been able to shake. And then like Ken this morning didn't even know Del Curry was the color commentator. So like I get too in the weeds with some of these announcing stuff. I need to maybe just dial it back.
No, I'm a little immune to Eric. He is Cleveland's own, by the way. I should point that out. But I'm a little immune to Eric because he's the Hornets guy.
Yeah.
So all of his expressions just kind of miss me now. But it was nice to have the Hornets crew on Game 1 of the Cavs-Raptors series.
I sat there for maybe 5 minutes debating like just how strong you have to be in order to make 10 rows of onions actually move. Like I didn't understand it. Still didn't get it. And then he brought like as broken as a dinosaur lawn chair into the mix. Like that man was just on one.
What's funny about it is everyone reacted to Eric Collins. I thought it was the rest of it that stunk. I thought the pregame was just the pregame / halftime. It's like, all right, I get you don't want to try and just be inside the NBA, right? Because they're all personalities, so you want to be all ball.
Yeah.
Okay, but you can give us a little personality.
I know what's weird is they've kind of won the NBA audiences over by being the okay, we're not even going to try. Everyone tries to be inside the NBA. We're not going to even try to do that. We're just going to knock you over the head with just a bunch of NBA experience. And for the real ball knowers out there, let's just talk ball.
I will say, we did like Dirk Nowitzki. Everybody else can go ahead and go to hell. But no, that was a very fun Game 1 for the Cavaliers. It's funny, like, early on, I was sensing a little bit of I don't want to say panic, but a little bit of concern from Cavs fans. And I was like, the Cavs offense has been really sloppy. The defense really didn't even turn it on in like the first quarter. The Raptors have been making 3-point shots, and the game's tied. Like, this game will turn into a blowout, and I guess anything, I was just most surprised it didn't turn into a blowout until the second half.
Yeah, I mean, you still ended up with 35 in the first quarter. I think it was the first maybe like 5-6 minutes where maybe some of the panic was setting in for some people, which is just a wild thing to have panic set in. And then obviously you had the third quarter where they just lit everyone up. And so like that was about as perfect of a Game 1 as you could have asked. Mm-hmm. Harden looked great, and especially in the right spots. Donovan obviously continued his streak of 30-plus point Game 1 performances. That's now 11 straight Game 1s with 30-plus points. And Evan Mobley, I thought had a really nice game as well. Like there was a lot to take away in that game, but ultimately it was almost like a perfect game for the Cavs.
Yeah, I mean, when Donovan and James can have that kind of game, and then you get whatever you get from anyone off the bench or supporting cast like Max Strus, you're gonna win a lot of those games. But I do think, like, it's funny, we talk a lot there's been a lot of talk about the offensive side of the ball. Other than second half defense is what was really kind of fun to watch as they kind of cinched up and you started to see, maybe they might have a ceiling
They might have a higher floor defensively than we thought.
Yeah, it was weird because in the first half, the Raptors did just make a lot of points off the three ball, which is just not something I necessarily saw coming. What was impressive, though, I looked at one point in the game, and the Raptors had one fast break point. And then by the end of it, they finished with 5 fast break points. The Raptors like to play with pace. Like, that's their whole deal, is playing as fast as they possibly can. And the Cavs were dictating how they were moving offensively, and they were dictating the pace that the Raptors were playing with. And so I just thought that was incredible. A lot of really good there.
I thought what was incredible was the amount of folks trying to take – because, listen, there are two camps here. There are the people who have believed in this Cavs thing since day one, since the Harden trade, of which I am not one of those. I need proof, right? And then there's the other camp, which is, all right, it feels like this could be the 11th hour act. There needs to, it's boom or bust here. You bleep or get off the pot, of which I am of that camp. I do think that first camp, trying to take a real hard victory lap off one game, a lot of people claiming to be ball knowers. Anyone that knows ball know if you're reacting to one game by saying, see, this is everything I thought it was going to be, you're incredibly premature, and maybe you just don't know ball the way you say you do.
Okay, all right. Well, if that's the case that you want to lob towards people's directions, okay, that's fine.
Who's people's? I don't even know what you're. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I don't know who you'd be talking about.
Knowers, ball knowers, not ball knowers. Maybe you're in between. You know a ball, but not two. These are the things I'm saying.
I like how it's binary too. You're either a ball knower or you just don't know ball at all. There's no middle. Where maybe you know a little bit of ball.
Yeah.
Maybe you got a little understanding of ball. You don't know ball, but you got a little understanding.
Well, because nobody flex if they knows a little bit of ball, but they don't know a lot of ball.
Is that right?
Right? Yeah, like, hey, guys, as a I know a modicum of ball.
It's just like
Let's
an either
do this.
or you know Lonzo ball, and so a ball, but you don't know what ball we're talking about.
I was gonna say a LiAngelo ball. So you know the least ball,
any big
but
ball
you still
brand.
know some ball.
Any one of them is fine. Yeah, no,
Ooh, on the scale of big baller brand.
Yeah.
How much ball do you know? LaMelo's at the top, then LeVar, then Lonzo, and then LiAngelo. I think I'm in the Lonzo range.
Is that right?
I feel like I know a fair amount of ball.
I was doing it in the one to how many LeVar balls I could put up in a graphic. Like the heads, like the shape of LeVar Ball's head, and it's just it's 8 LeVar Ball's heads.
Got the perfect basketball head.
There's like a half of
him
one
and Chuck
to account for the fact that he doesn't have a full foot anymore.
Yeah.
One of those things.
He's making it work.
No, he is.
It's probably those shoes.
He is.
That's probably what got him.
Between
he
him
probably would still have a full foot if it wasn't for those damn shoes.
That's the weird
but
part
he made
about
some
those
money.
shoes. Is that everyone that wears those shoes have been like, yeah, this hasn't helped.
But it's
Lonzo
funny.
included.
I think Game 1 was everything you could want it to be. It was a lot of fun. And this is still probably not to me, this series was about the Cavs getting out of the Cavs' way and taking care of business. And they did that in Game 1.
Yeah.
So you gave me proof of concept. Now I need you to do it 3 more times, and let's just get out of this series quickly, and let's see if Orlando and Detroit can really turn into a 7-game Donnybrook after what an embarrassing game that was from Detroit.
It would be different if we didn't just watch this last year. You know what I mean? And there's no victory lap coming from my end on this. It's one game, and it's one series ultimately. What I am happy about is that at least my prognostication on the Raptors not being very good at basketball at least shows pretty. I'm not gonna say dead on the money because it's not like a hard prognostication to have. It's not like there's a bunch of people that were clamoring to talk about how great this Raptors team is, but they're very beatable. The way that they showcased all throughout the regular season, it's a very beatable basketball team.
Well, and I think that's where I ended up settling on last week. Is it's just don't shoot yourself in the foot, right? Don't go Plaxico Burress. And the Cavs didn't. It was funny. I really agreed. It didn't those first 6 minutes. You had a lot of sloppy passes. There was the pass from Evan to Garrett that felt like a missed opportunity, but Garrett kind of took over that game for a small stretch. But we're going to attack the paint. We're going to attack Jakob Poeltl, and then we're going to kind of...
Poeltl don't want to be anywhere but that stadium. I have no idea what's going on with that, man.
Yeah, I'm all the way out on Poeltl.
Between him...
Been for a while.
Just not wanting to shoot the ball at all or do anything as far as making an attempt of a field goal. And then Ingram taking one shot in the second half when they expect him to take over in that moment was just a cowardice display by the Raptors.
But yeah, I mean, I look at Game 1, and that was everything I wanted it to be. Now do it 3 more times, right? As quickly as you possibly can.
As quickly as you can. We got to make sure no one gets injured, obviously. It's got to be one of the keys.
Well, that's where I am. I think in seeing what the Raptors are, if you play with your food too much, I do think they can take a game or two from you. And I don't know if that counts as style points or not. I just rather you don't.
Well, it's the NBA, and so like I know you guys got in an argument about like is saying 5 games is that in fact cowardice and all these things. The NBA and series in the NBA typically don't go how it went last year for the Cavs and the Heat, where you just blow them out by 35 every single night. There's like 3 things that can disrupt that. One, the idea that every person that has watched the NBA in my lifetime lives with the idea that Tim Donaghy existed, and so we're all just scared about whether or not the refs are going to be in on something or something's going to change the series and give a game that way to extend the series because we know the NBA likes that. The other thing is the idea that NBA is a weird game. Like you can have a game where you just look off and look completely nothing close to what you typically do, and it just kind of is what it is.
Listen, there's nothing you can do in this series to erase every doubt I have about this team. That's a body of work thing that you have to establish before you get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and then the Eastern Conference Finals will be the absolute yes or absolute no on me saying, hey, my bad, they're better than I thought. This plan does make sense, right? So the next 2 series, it's really body of work as opposed to any individual game. But if you wanted to start to really pique my interest in this, make quick work of them. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't think this team, this Raptors team you're facing, is much better than the Heat team you completely swept off the face of the planet last year. And the only difference is one's called the 5 seed and one's called the 8 seed.
Yeah, you're a much better team than Toronto. I don't know anyone that can disagree with that, and now we just have to get through the series. I want to make it where Thursday night, draft versus Cavs is not really even much of a consideration for people watching.
I don't think it will be. I don't think it is right now in my
because like, the idea is that you blow them out tonight, or you at least take care of them easily. You're up 2 games to nothing, and then it just becomes the status quo. And so on Thursday, although the draft is a really awesome event to watch another sporting event while taking in the draft, because you got 10 minutes in between picks. And so, like, do I really need 7 minutes of Mel Kiper talking about the selection?
I do.
I mean, I watch it every year. I don't know that I need it necessarily.
I need it. Inject it into my veins.
It might actually be the perfect another thing is happening, and then I'm watching this as well event.
Not me. No, I need when Louis Riddick gets really pissed about a prospect not going yet, or when he really looks at a team and goes, I don't know what we're doing, I need it. Give me a little bit of that. I only watch ESPN too. I don't do NFL Network. No Eisen for me. Or no.
You don't even flip around. So you've been nope. In the prison of Mike Greenberg for the past several years.
Yeah. Think about how much I must love
of Greenberg.
The OG presentation when I'm willing to put up with that much Mike Greenberg.
That's a lot of Mike Greenberg.
Many people would say too much. 216-474-0092. Did Game 1 erase all your Cavs doubts? It's a lot more than that, but it was a really, really great game by the Cavaliers there. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Alvin Williams, NBA analyst for Sportsnet. That's up in Toronto. We'll get his take on Game 2, Cavs, Raptors, Brent Sobleski. Sobo, Bleacher Report, NFL writer, joins us at 4 o'clock. A lot of different rumors, innuendos for the Browns ahead of the NFL draft. Big trade in the NFL over the weekend. And Mark Spears, senior NBA insider, he's got Anscape Diaries with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden over the last couple of weeks here. We'll talk with him about that, the Cavs, Raptors, the NBA, and more. But did Game 1 erase all your Cavaliers' doubts, and what is Game 2 about for you? And restless NFL fans love when you do anything. I think this is what this qualifies as. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in 20 minutes' time. Nick and JP back with you. Alvin Williams coming up in 1 hour's time. Excited to see what he thinks the Raptors can do differently in Game 2. Don't screw it up, Cavs. That's really all. And I think they won't. I think the Raptors they were a little afraid of the crowd on Saturday. The Cavs are definitely feeding off the crowd. I think that to me, it's been such a wonky last 28 games of the season just because they weren't healthy, not really because of the trade. And it felt like they were trying to find those vibes. That to get those vibes in the second half, that's just really nice and a lot of fun.
Yeah, again, I got no notes. That was about as perfect of a game as they could have played. Now we got to see them do it again and again and again. But like the groundwork is there, and it was just really nice to see.
So Cavs Game 2 coming up tonight, 7 p.m. here in Cleveland. We'll have more on that as the show goes on. Again, Alvin Williams coming up in just about 1 hour's time. But I will tell you, I thought Dexter Lawrence was going to get traded, and yet it still shocked me for two reasons. One, where Dexter Lawrence got traded, which was to Cincinnati, because it meant they would have to pay him, and they'll pay a couple guys, but they'll pay everyone. And for what he got traded for, Dexter Lawrence going from the Giants to the Bengals for the number 10 pick in the draft. And I do think Bengals fans' reaction is proof that if you just get restless for long enough, fans will sign up for any sort of news in the NFL because there's no other way to look at it than a massive overpay.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's an overpay considering, especially since the Browns, I guess they were rumored to have sent out or wanted to send out number 39 overall. And so you get like number 10. But here's why, if I was a Bengals fan, I'd be thrilled because that's got to make Joe Burrow happy. I mean, that's the thing that the Bengals haven't done. In the 3 years of missing the playoffs, maybe they've done so on the offensive side of the ball, but they've done nothing defensively. And you can tell Joe Burrow's getting restless at the whole operation. And so like they had to do something to make Joe Burrow happy. And I feel like this at least goes not the whole way, but it goes some of the way.
I feel like if you had paired this with re-signing Trey Hendrickson, I would go, that's a really nice offseason. You figured it out with Trey. You mended the fences there, and you got Dexter, who's only going to make Trey better.
Too poor for that conversation, though.
I don't think it's poor. I think it's just I think they're complacent.
Well, the Bengals are just, I mean, they're just a really cheap operation. That's all that really is. And
so there's a difference between cheap and poor.
Even like putting the money into the escrow in order to pay off two different people, that type of money has been a problem for them in the past, while also paying Joe Burrow the money he's making and Jamar Chase the money he's making.
But like, I look at this and I go, listen, one way to look at this is, well, the 10th pick in this draft isn't like the 10th pick in, say last year's draft or maybe next year's draft. I don't care. Dexter Lawrence is going to be 29 in season. You had to pay him a contract extension, and he's coming off his worst season as an NFL defensive tackle. I get that you can skew the analytics to go, well, look at how many double teams he's faced. Or, well, last year they stuck him in the nose tackle role. And maybe if you move him to a different way on the defensive line.
In a weird twist, they were doing on-off splits for him, which I've never seen. I've never seen us do that in the NFL before.
I don't think we should start now, by the way.
Warren Sharp had there's a whole thing on it, and it was like, and again, like the on-off numbers. Okay, you want to make that case. There's probably a reason we don't use that as an analysis ever.
But like, it's funny. I think Bengals fans were desperate for this news, so because they got any news that was positive, it was an immediate hell yeah. And I kind of feel like that's the same thing maybe the Bengals are trying for with Joe Burrow. Maybe Joe Burrow's been so devoid of a big move, hey, we're going to try and win with you move, that he's just like, it doesn't matter if it's a 29-year-old fat nose tackle with shape issues and coming off a down year.
Listen, he's not asking for much, Joe Burrow, in this relationship that they have. He hasn't asked for much. And it feels like he wanted some breadcrumbs. That's all he wanted. He wanted them to like seem like they give a damn that he's in his prime and he's missed the playoffs 3 straight years. That's all. And so I would bet this goes a long way for Joe Burrow. It has to go a long way for Joe Burrow. He wants Cincinnati to work. Cincinnati's just done no work themselves in trying to make it work.
Now, this is either a really good thing for the Browns or a really bad thing for the Browns. We're not going to really know until Thursday. The big name the Giants have been kind of tied to that might intersect with the Browns is Carnell Tate. My first initial thought was, oh, damn, now they can take Tate at 5 and wait to see if an edge rusher falls to them at 10. I think everybody else's reaction was, well, maybe now you take a Reuben Bain, a David Bailey, or
they were thinking Sonny Styles was the big name that kept being thrown around.
Thank you for mentioning that one. I was not going to get that in a million years. And then maybe you wait to see what wide receiver falls to you at 10.
Yeah, and I just don't know what I believe at this point, Nick. That's really what – because it seems like they love Tyson. They were all about Tyson. All they've done is talk about Tyson. And then it's like, well, okay, we make this trade, and you're just going to leave it up to fate that Tyson's there at 10 overall? Think about their team. Think about what the direction they just tried to tell everybody they're taking and getting rid of a defensive player that is he's better than any interior defensive lineman you could take in this draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like what they're telling you is they're focused on Jackson Dart and the offense, and they're trying to get that thing going. So then they're just going to sit back and I don't know, let the Browns take Tyson instead. It doesn't add up to me.
I mean, we don't know who they favor between Tyson and Tate, which would be an interesting part of this. But yeah, I mean, I think the fact that now they have flexibility, not only does it impact the Browns maybe at 6, I also think it impacts the Browns and the idea of maybe trading down. Mm-hmm. If again, like everyone seems to be pointing to the Browns taking a tackle first and then going wide receiver later, it's such a strong current with that I actually believe maybe the opposite is what they really want to do. There was a moment where I thought maybe one of Tate, Tyson, or Lemon could be there at 12 or 13 if you traded down with the Rams or Cowboys. It's getting harder to believe that now that the Giants have kind of got that second first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like the Giants are going to take a wide receiver. If not at 5, it's going to be at 10. And so, yeah, if the Browns don't go wide receiver at 6 overall, you're playing in the second tier at 24. That's not great.
I could really just use Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate here. I really could.
I know, I get it.
And I don't know if neither of those guys are on the board, because theoretically either could go earlier. I mean, Tyson is, for all the things people have said about the injuries, Tyson is a top 5 talent. Like he is a game-changing kind of talent. The one wide receiver in this class that definitively is. If both of them are off the board at 6. Can we do what the Vikings did about 20 years ago, where to try and get the salary cap lower, they let a couple teams, they literally let the time expire then let a couple teams pick after them and then send in the pick? They save like $300,000 or something stupid like that.
They should think about it more.
Yeah. Oh, it was a Kevin Williams pick.
Yeah, I remember that.
As everyone remembers the Kevin Williams pick.
I would slaughter the Browns if that was them. I mean, I would absolutely slaughter them.
No, you got to understand the verticals.
I would destroy them.
JP, you're not thinking about the verticals.
I'm thinking about the verticals on this.
No, if you were thinking about the verticals, you'd be loving the verticals.
4 months to put your board together, figure it all out. I get they give you a 10-minute time crunch, but you got to have these scenarios all played out. It's just a laughable mistake.
Now, when this trade was made, did I automatically go, damn? Yes, when it comes from the Browns' perspective.
I was going to say, from the Bengals' perspective, or was it, I mean, because you kind of got hit both ways.
I think the Bengals totally overplay. I think this could age terribly for them. I think this is a silly trade by them, no matter what your intentions are. But from the Browns' perspective, it was only the draft side of things. Like the people who were like, man, they just made the AFC North tougher. It's like, I don't know, man. The Browns are kind of battling themselves this offseason.
Yeah, we're not really in the AFC North convo.
Like maybe the wild card, but all things going well, maybe the wild card spot, but the AFC North, what are we doing here?
Yeah, but this is the first year in how many years you could say that the AFC North is as weak as it's been. We don't know what the Ravens are going to be. The Steelers, I guess they're just going to start Will Howard. Make that one make sense. They don't even know what's going on there. Do they have to draft Ty Simpson? Is Aaron Rodgers going to decide? Is it going to be during the draft? Like he's done in years past where he just tries to take over the draft and make his big announcement then. Nobody really knows what's going on there. And then the Bengals are actually trying to do something in the corner.
I just think it'd be really funny. Okay. So what I will give it is that does feel like the Bengals are the one team going, we're trying to claim this division.
Yeah,
but
it's open. It's open for him. Yeah.
Like I don't consider, because people will say, well, the Ravens signed Trey Hendrickson. One, Trey was actually not that prolific from a sack. From a pressure side of things last year. He actually had a big step back, which nobody's talked about because he's a big name. And 2, he assigned him in free agency. To me, you put skin in the game when you make these trades. When you sign somebody in free agency, that's hey, we're going to sign this contract in a year, we could rip it up, or 2 years, we could rip it up because it's just money. When you give somebody money and you commit a top 10 pick, at least you can say, we're trying to do it. At the same point, like, I don't know. If Dexter Lawrence swings this division, I'm just going to assume that it's because the division isn't that strong in the first place.
Yeah, and that might be the result we end up getting to, is the idea that this division isn't that strong in the first place. But that's why the Bengals have had the worst defense in the NFL over the previous 3 years. Like, legitimate worst aggregated over the 3 years, worst defense in the NFL. Like, they understand you can have Joe Burrow. If you have nothing defensively, it's not going to matter.
And the problem is,
I wish they'd go further for their own sake. I wish they'd go further.
The problem is, whether it's the Delaney kid from LSU or Caleb Downs, man, those are impact positions to kind of pass up. I think Delaney might end up being like a best in the division kind of corner. Like, he could be the net, and like, it's really tough to pass that up for a great player. I'm not, but I don't like, if we put the top 20 defensive linemen in the NFL on a big board, maybe Dexter's in the 11 to 20 camp, depending on who you talk to, but he's certainly not in the top 10. And you gave up top 10 value for him.
Yeah, well, again, that's why it's this draft that I think matters so much in this, and because any of the draft community people that have talked about this have been like, yeah, Dexter Lawrence is better than anyone you take as far as on the interior defensive line, and it's not even close.
216-474-0092. The Bengals trade for Dexter Lawrence. And again, I don't think it was just Bengals fans who were restless and thirsty for this.
Did you think the Browns were going to pull it off?
No. I
didn't either. There was a lot of smoke there all throughout the day, though, leading up to that trade.
Also, giving up the 39th pick when you have Malik Collins and Mason Graham, and you have long-term holes at left tackle, wide receiver, and then even like future edge, future cornerback, linebacker, like you start to get into like the long-term depth plays that might grow into future starters. Giving up the 39th pick for a 29-year-old nose tackle really just would have been an interesting choice by Andrew Berry.
Well, I feel like Andrew Berry was going to try to do what he always does, which is weird. It's like he doesn't even think about, like, sometimes I worry about whether he thinks about roster construction or anything like that. If he would have made the trade, it would have just been about value. Mm-hmm. That's like his whole MO is like, can I get value? And at 39, he clearly would have gotten value out of it relative to trading the number 10 overall pick. But that's like his whole game is how much value can I get in life? It's odd that we know that much about Andrew Berry and how he thinks.
How much did the Dexter Lawrence trade shake up the draft? And do you think this is a good or bad thing for the Browns there, as they are now kind of sandwiched around Giants picks? And big weekend in the NBA, big weekend for the Guardians. That's leading off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. A loaded Monday. Cavs, Raptors, Game 2 tonight here in Cleveland. Guardians, Astros. Going to be getting a 3-game set underway as well. We've got 3 days into the NFL draft. Plenty of sports on tap for you guys this week. As always, you can listen to us from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. pretty much every night. Big ups to Jeff Thomas for the first edition of his show today from 5 to 6 a.m.
Sounded great.
Sounded excellent as always. Can't wait to hear more of that this week, but let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
Well, JP, no Luka, no Austin Reeves, no problem for LeBron and the Lakers as they took Game 1 over the Rockets this weekend. And in that game, LeBron and Bronny became the first father-son duo to share the court in an NBA playoff game together. Here's LeBron on the first.
I was on the floor with my son, like in a playoff game. That's probably the craziest thing that's ever happened to me in my career. It was just so cool to be out there with him and his brother and sister and his mom in the building and his grandma. That's just insane. You know, like my mom get to watch her son and her grandson during the playoffs. That's crazy.
So there's been so much cynicism about LeBron and Bronny because LeBron made sure the Lakers drafted Bronny. He's been there for the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. Does this moment suffer from the fact that LeBron is the reason Bronny's on the Lakers?
No. No, I mean, it's not like Bronny played a lot in this game. I think he played like 4 total minutes. I don't even think he got a shot up. So, like, it's fudging it just a little bit because obviously they wanted to have that moment. But no, no part of me has taken away any of this from LeBron because Bronny's a legitimate NBA player. Is he good? Not really, no. But he's a legitimate NBA player.
So I was really happy that the general cynicism that accompanies LeBron and Bronny playing together didn't really touch this. Like most of the people that I saw, even in the national media, were talking about the picture from, was it 2006 with LeBron, Bronny, Gloria, and Savannah James. And I was just happy because there is a part like, listen, I do think the Lakers can take this series from the Rockets. I don't know how much farther they can go if Luka or Austin Reeves, somebody can't come back and help LeBron. And I do think, it's cool to watch LeBron be back in control of his team. But I just, we're in the I guess, participation, lifetime achievement trophy part of LeBron's career with stuff like this.
Oh, no, yeah. So
I'm just enjoying that as a LeBron fan.
But yeah, I thought the kind of the read on that game was the idea that with all those great players out and KD not there for Houston as well, the idea that LeBron at 41 years old was out there and not only playing, I think he went 19, 13, and 8 was incredible. That's the story. And the idea that at 41, LeBron is still putting up those type of numbers, and you could tell what the game plan was. He was like, all right, hey, Luke Kennard, you need to shoot the ball more. And it's like, and just make it work. And then Kennard had a great night shooting. And I don't think they're going to get out of the series, by the way. I don't think that's true. I think Houston still takes the series. But the idea that LeBron was as good as he was and was obviously the best player on the court at 41 in this series was, at least for game 1, incredible. All right, Eagles and Patriots expected to finalize a trade that would send A.J. Brown to New England after June 1st, per Adam Schefter. We've kind of been talking about this one for a little bit, so this isn't I don't think this is groundbreaking stuff from Schefter, but the idea that everything is all set up, lined up, ready to go after June 1st, A.J. Brown will be with the Patriots.
Yeah, the NFL should just do this right now. They should just open up 2 post-June 1 trade exceptions the way you can with cutting, because the idea that we know this is going to happen, but they have to wait until June 2nd is stupid.
Yeah, and it's all just basically it's like it's making sure the paperwork is all fine.
Yes.
And A.J. Brown can get paid money in a certain spot in a certain way.
If we do it with cuts, you can do it with trades. I think it would make every NFL draft more easy or more interesting if you could do this. This is huge. I mean, listen, the Patriots moved on from Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
They didn't really replace him. A.J. Brown going there is huge. And because you can't do post-June 1 trades, before June 1, you don't have those exceptions. They also still have their first this year, which means they could double dip on wide receiver. And that just makes sense. Like once your young quarterback is giving you proof of concept, hey, I can be really good, the next thing you do is, all right, we're going to just throw as many weapons around this guy and see where we can go from there. This makes a lot of sense.
It sounds funny to say, but it feels like A.J. Brown, I obviously we know what he did with Jalen Hurts, but if you're not a Jalen Hurts believer, you'd make the argument that Drake May is the best quarterback that A.J. Brown has ever played with.
I mean, it's Ryan Tannehill and Jalen Hurts. Like this is a huge win for A.J. Brown. Just be an ass clown. You're going to get where you want in life. That's what this is proving.
Is that what that is? Read books on the sideline. Who cares? I mean, how much better of a quarterback?
He's an SEC player. We're just happy he can read.
Is that all that? That's the extent.
Just a cheap shot. There was no need for that.
Well, it's all right. We're in Big Ten country. It's okay.
The Inside the NBA crew made their ESPN playoff debut this weekend, and they were in NBA Finals form already.
And here they got some slappy Happy Meals over there.
What that mean?
I don't even know, but you see Ice Spice got slapped at McDonald's?
Come on, man.
What you doing at McDonald's in the middle of the night, Ice Spice? Come on, stop that.
Thank you, McDonald's, for sponsoring
I love McDonald's.
the NBA.
I love McDonald's. Fish fillet is the greatest sandwich ever.
Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal.
I love me some nuggets.
Kenny the Jet
Just dip it
Smith.
in that little barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
Eat
and
half.
Charles
then
used to
double
be,
dip.
I can almost guarantee you that this was not what McDonald's had in mind when they
how about this?
sponsored
Can they bring
Inside the
some food
NBA.
in?
All right, the best part is in the second half of the clip that's going on online, they actually play the video of Ice Spice.
I had to look it up. I'm looking it up right now. Yeah.
And it is so funny, and they do like commentary over it. All right.
Although TMZ released it's like a 4-minute video. I got to get to the point here.
It gets there. It gets there and then some. And at one point, Chuck says, man, why is her friend just letting her get smacked like that? If you're McDonald's, do you love or hate this segment?
I mean, any publicity is good publicity, right?
Yeah.
They're talking about Ice Spice goes to McDonald's. That's a great endorsement.
So Ice Spice goes to McDonald's. And by the way, that story is going to be out this weekend anyways. And two, this is what you sign up for inside the NBA with. Like, this is the kind of them going viral on a quick, hey, thanks for McDonald's for sponsoring the segment. You just got more publicity out of this than you could have if you took like a 30-second ad out during one of the games.
All we ever hear about with these celebrities is like, oh, I can't even go to a Walmart anymore. I can't exist in general population. My life gets taken away. Yep. Ice Spice isn't just eating at McDonald's. She's dining in at McDonald's.
Yeah. Which I have not done in about a decade. Since my kids were like 4 years old.
Oh, you know what we did this last weekend? We actually dined in at Chick-fil-A.
Oh, that's busy.
And well, we went through the drive-through, and then Charlotte, my 3-year-old, had to go to the bathroom, and she's like, "I want to go to the bathroom." I said, "Okay, fine." So I went and parked the car, and then I got out, and I took her to the bathroom, and then she came back out, and she was just like, "No, I want to eat here now." Okay, guess it looked clean for you. I don't know. And then we ate there, and then there's like they even had like a play place and everything like that. We had a delightful time. I could have taken her to a really, really expensive place. She's a 3-year-old. She doesn't care.
Yep.
But she saw the looks inside and was like, this Chick-fil-A is awesome. Yep. And I'm like, you know what? I kind of agree. It's a good time.
On the rise. Big fan. Your oldest. She's got it figured out.
I just can't believe Ice Spice is hanging out at these McDonald's just out and about.
I can.
Can you? You think this was staged?
No.
No?
No. I don't think Ice Spice needs to stage anything.
No,
I mean she's still like pretty darn famous these days.
I didn't know she had the haters though to come on out and just like think about how popular you have to be in general to have enough people know you and appreciate you, but then also enough people to be like, if I ever see Ice Spice out at, I don't know, a McDonald's, I'm jumping her.
I think you're missing the point that they're just crazy ass people out there. And that crazy people can do crazy things. Mac?
It was also probably somebody that just wanted an autograph, and she's just saying, I just want to enjoy my McDonald's. And then they get mad and take it personally.
This person got in her face real quick.
I don't understand why people, okay, I don't go up and ask people for autographs in public. I don't tend to go like solicit, like, hey, you know, like, unless I really like feel like somebody's impacted my life for the better, I just want to say thank you. But even if I did, if somebody was rude, I would be like, oh, I get it. Yeah, no. Yeah. I'm encroaching on your territory. The fact that people think because
everyone's got a right to say no.
Like a public person should just be nice to you because they're public. It's like, well, that might be how I am. Like if anybody ever sees me on public, like I'm gonna talk your ear off. That's how I do with everyone. But like I don't assume that's how everyone is.
Austin Hedges got engaged after the game yesterday. Would he still have done it if they lost?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know. I read an article on it. He tried making the case that it was going to happen regardless, and I just don't believe him.
It's a regular season loss. You're not going to take one on the chin. He's basically the second manager of this team. He could do just about anything he wants.
He bought the ring in spring training and had been waiting for what he believed to be was the right moment. And then something about that Sunday game, I don't know. I don't know what it was.
Was it his just awful strikeout in the 8th inning? I mean, you got the bases juice. Thank God for Brian Rocchio.
Hey, playoff Rocchio.
And look at that. You get one out, and all of a sudden, Austin Hedges is coming out. I'm like, there's never been a double play that this guy hasn't wanted to ground into that he hasn't. And then he just swung and whiffed at a pitcher who couldn't hit the broadside of a freaking barn. But congrats on the marriage. I mean, that's really what the takeaway
I think the Guardians are like 8-0 when Hedges starts this year or something insane. I don't think they've lost yet when Hedges starts. But anyway, you mentioned Rocchio. A little bothered by the idea that the Cavs are just going with Playoff Max as their theme for Max Strus. We got Playoff Rocchio. They're just taking it Playoff Max. Yeah. Every article was like Playoff Max, Playoff Max. They all refer to him as Playoff Max. All right. You don't want to be playoff that version. If like someone puts playoff in front of your name, it's acknowledging that you're not that good during the regular season and you're off to like a superhero-esque start in the postseason. Nice to live there, but you don't want to. Like, it's kind of an insulting name at the heart of it.
Do ballpark proposals hit different if they're done by an actual player?
Yes, it definitely takes it away from being something that is tacky and shouldn't be done to something then that is like, okay, all right, fine. You got the scoreboard guy to put the message up there. Your teammates get to celebrate with you afterwards. I would imagine if she's with Austin Hedges, she doesn't hate the idea that he's a baseball player. I would imagine that's the appeal of Austin Hedges. And so, like, this one, it played, but it's a weird timing on it, just a random Sunday after a game.
I think it'd be really, really funny if anybody, any other profession was like, all right, now I'm gonna get down on one knee here and ask Vanessa to marry me right behind this 92.3 The Fan.
In 5 minutes on the Fan.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you'd have to tease.
It's a tease.
You got to make her wait for it.
You got to pay that off.
Real quick before we go, Bob Cavoian, that's hard to say, Bob and Tom Fan passed away over the weekend at the age of 75 from cancer. He retired from the show in 2015, but the show has gone on and still continues to go on. Were you a Bob and Tom listener growing up?
I wasn't. I wasn't at all, actually. And what's interesting, though, is it's like anytime anyone famous dies or somewhat famous, you learn all about him and you see all the clips and everything over the weekend. There's some hilarious clips that are out there, but I have no frame of reference there.
So I was definitely on Cleveland radio as I was growing up. It was right up there with Howard Stern. It was funny when I found it was only 75. I was like, oh, only 70. He sounded 75 when I was like 15. So the idea, but really, I mean, a lot of people in radio owe their success to a show like that, which started in Indianapolis in 1984 and is still going on nationally to this day. So it stinks for radio. He was retired, but he was still doing a lot of stuff. It stinks to see that one of the originators of that show passed away. When we come back, it doesn't matter if it's draft smoke or draft fire. It got me. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is
Bengals. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP. Alvin Williams joining us, NBA analyst for Sportsnet, former Raptors point guard, coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll get his take on Cavs Raptors Game 2 in Cleveland tonight. Just get another nice easy win. We're liking the easy wins here. And, of course, the NFL draft is 3 days away. And it's, I will say, Jordan Tyson's team from the onset of the Arizona State workout, which was on the 17th, through today, has done a tremendous job of trying to push back on any potential slippage in the draft because of the health issues.
Yeah.
They have hit it out of a park in these last 4 days.
Yeah, what's funny is you've been a Tyson guy the entire time, but even in like the earlier hour when we talked about Tyson a very, very little bit, and you're like, yeah, I mean, he's unquestionably this and unquestionably that, and I'm like, oh, the agency got to you pretty hard there, didn't it? Like, 'cause they've been putting on a clinic of how he is basically in a league of his own, and anybody that thinks otherwise is just an idiot.
Well, and it's funny. So there was the actual video of him just moving, and he just looks. Again, it's a workout video against air.
Against air.
No
yeah.
one's ever lost those.
And
maybe
he's jumping up and doing this, like, I don't know, backwards 360 type catch thing. I don't know what that was.
Doing a little bit of like an Odell Beckham Jr. kind of thing.
They look cool.
And then Deion. It's so funny because we all know Deion Sanders is Deion. Like, he says stuff. He's really good at getting people's attention. He can tend to say some inflammatory stuff for attention.
Well, and Tyson was at Colorado too.
He was, but him tweeting out about Jordan Tyson, and all of a sudden, I'm thinking, damn, is he even going to be there at 6?
Well, and so it's funny because Deion says things, but Deion's voice still carries some weight.
Yeah.
And so, like, when he said it today, I really do. My first thought was, is Shedeur trying to push this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is this like part of what is Deion wants the Browns to take a wide receiver at 6 overall because obviously that helps out Shedeur. If you take a better wide receiver at 6 overall, it's going to help him than, I don't know, Casey Concepcion at number 24. Like, that's just how that's going to work, obviously. And so I was wondering that. I was like, is this a Shedeur thing? And it's like, no, Deion just speaks a lot of the times. And obviously he's got a relationship with Tyson, has known him for years. Like, he's gonna of course he's gonna speak this way about him.
And here's the truth. I don't know if this is just the perception thing, which perception doesn't really touch what's actually going on in these NFL draft rooms because they've just been locked in on this for the last 3 months, figuring out what they're going to do, or whether this is really counteracting a real loss. But, like, there'd been a minute where I was thinking to myself, man, maybe get to 12 and maybe Jordan Tyson falls. And if you can get Jordan Tyson at 12 – and you've traded down, maybe whether it's another pick this year or a pick next year, like, you've mitigated the kind of concern about taking Jordan Tyson. I would be really surprised now if Jordan Tyson still fell out of the top 10. And that felt like a week ago, that felt like a foregone conclusion.
Well, there's still some draft boards that haven't completely updated, right? And those ones that haven't released a new mock attached to it have him, somewhere in the 17, 18, 19 range, and have him behind even guys like Mekhi Lemon. And so, like, he had started to fall just a little bit, and now he's right back at the top.
I need him to. He doesn't need to fall all the way. I just need him to fall like 12, so we can get this trade done with Dallas.
Yeah.
Pick up something valuable that way. Cause I'll feel like if you said you can move to 12 and get Jordan Tyson, I would feel like you won the draft, and I don't even know what the hell you did at 24.
So, but now I'm wondering though, because now I'm like reliving the Colorado years with Tyson in my head. Is this Deion just trying to almost do like a make good for how that relationship ended? Like, Deion shows up at Colorado. Tyson's like, I'm out of here because I don't feel wanted. I don't feel like you want me on your team, and so I'm going to leave. And I know they've patched it up publicly in the past year or so. But is that Deion just trying to be like, no hard feelings? I'm going to try to root for you.
Oh no, I mean, I think this good opportunism from Deion. Deion's stock is at a bad spot. Like, there are a lot of concerns. There's a lot of speculation that if this year doesn't go the way that the people hope, that he could be out at Colorado, and Jordan Tyson's getting a lot of love on social media. It's a good look from Deion.
It's just an easy layup.
Yeah, it is. And I'm not trying to, like, cast aspersions at Deion. It's a smart thing to do. Like, hey, it looks good for you, looks good for your program. Just do that.
I know, but then there's a part of me too that's like, if I'm Carnell Tate, how am I reacting to this? If this is, I mean, Shador's dad. It's not Shador. Shador's got a mind of his own. But there is a little bit of a slight there from Dion.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I gotta tell you, like I still and so it's funny because there was a clip that we did from, I think it was it must have been Thursday's show because I think that's when the workout was. But where I was like, listen, man, I know injuries are a concern here. If he's the best wide receiver in the draft, take him. Mm-hmm. And there's just something about injuries that most fans just can't get past. And I get it. Like, it is frustrating when a player has injury concerns, but, like, the whole point of the draft is take as many blue chippers as you can in a draft devoid of blue chippers, and certainly blue chip wide receivers, like guys who could be first division players or first in the AFC players. Jordan Tyson is that.
No, I know. I think he's exceptional. But I understand. I understand the injuries and the injury concerns. I mean, I try to rack my brain being like, who was an injured player in college, essentially, that when they got to the NFL, all of a sudden the injuries went away? And you're hard-pressed to find many people that you can think of.
I mean,
like Penei Sewell is one of them that comes to mind for me. Like, there are players that are like that, but it's very few and far between, all things considered. So, like, is he going to be one of those guys? Is he going to be one of the guys that all of a sudden gets to the NFL, and then maybe it's just the idea that you're a pro and you got to treat your body differently? It sounds lame because at college you're a pro and you have the best world-class everything is already, but, like, is there anything more he can do, or is he just made of glass and it is what it is?
And, I mean, every injury's different. Like, that's the tough thing about it is, like, all right, he had blew up his knee. All right, that happens to wide receivers all the time.
Yeah.
And some guys have that big injury and then never go back to it again. And the other is it's soft tissue, which, I mean, I think the bigger concern about the hamstring is that it lingered.
Well, even like the shoulder injury was just kind of like, that's a shoulder injury. I'm not thinking you're going to have that again.
So, like, it's just it's
as
such
a wide receiver, that is.
It's such a weird thing because, again, you're only dealing with 3 or 4 years of information. 216-474-0092 is Jordan Tyson's stock on the rise again. There is just a chance that this is how teams have always felt about him, and that this is just hyping up fans, and in the end, he's going to go where he's going to go.
Yeah, probably. I mean, another side of this convo too, Nick, is the idea that what if they look at Tyson and just think, well, there's some risk there, and we just want to hit the doubles that we've talked about before. And so Carnell Tate would be about as easy of a double off the wall as you can have. I mean, I don't think Andrew Berry's risk averse though, as evidenced by everything we've seen him do.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's injuries. And again, if you have a bulk of information on injuries, you're probably going to lean against that because you can go. They probably have better understanding of those 3 injuries and what it means for his future than certainly anybody in the media does. I don't know. He is. Like, you want to talk about a guy, like, again, Carnell Tate comes in.
You're getting that look in your eye as you're getting ready to talk about him. Well, I can see. I know that look.
With Carnell, like, oh, okay, you're going to raise the floor of your offense if Carnell's the pick at 6, right? You will. I truly believe that Carnell can come in, be consistently good, and that's going to have huge impact on Jerry Jeudy. I think that's going to have big impact on Harold Fannin Jr., and then all of a sudden you've got at least decent supporting cast around the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You just haven't had that. So I want to, like, give a lot of credit to that idea. But, man, Jordan Tyson raises the ceiling, like, considerably, because he's just so explosive and he's so freaking good.
I mean, he's taller Stephon Diggs.
Well, I mean, think about it.
It's incredible.
If again, like, I hate to do this because you can do this with literally any player. I've said if Caleb Lomu had played left tackle at Georgia instead of Monroe Freeling, I think Caleb Lomu is probably going to be a top 10 pick, right? And so, like, there's just, if you play at Georgia, Alabama, Texas, Ohio State, you just get a kiss that you don't get if you played at Arizona State. If Jordan Tyson played at Ohio State, he'd be a top 3 pick this year, even with the injuries. That's how stinking good this kid is as a talent.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I'll be honest with you, like, Braylon Edwards coming out, although Braylon's a bigger wide receiver, I think Jordan Tyson would be the best wide receiver you've drafted in 50 years. So it's that versus let's go hit a double with Carnell Tate, who's a very good player of his own right, but maybe just not
Well, but
that
that's getting into their mindset, though. Like, how important is it that Andrew Berry hits on all of these picks? And based off of the reason why I think he has the job, which is him hitting all over the place last year, I would surmise that it's pretty important that he hits on these picks.
So, all right, it is important, but let's also broadcast this forward for a year. Let's say that you're in a position to take the best quarterback in next year's class. I think you're also trying to, like, hey, which wide receiver is going to give that quarterback that we're going to give, the first chance at for the next 5 years to, who's going to give him the best chance? That is Jordan Tyson.
But it's an easy pass that if you don't want to, you can look around and the whole NFL world would be justified by you saying, I just think he's too injury prone, and I'm worried about the injuries, and I went for Carnell Tate because I know he's going to be a number one day, and he's going to be really solid out of the gate, and that's what we needed. Like you can win that argument with people
you can win it now. In 3 years, if he's JSN. And he's one of the 3 best wide receivers in the NFL, you won't have won it.
No, but I still think you won the justification of it. You won the logic behind it. Like, if somehow he's Forrest Gump and got brand new legs, and all of a sudden everything just looks awesome with him, and he's fine, then people are going to be like, yeah, wow, that really surprised us. It was a big draft concern. I don't know why he's healthy now, but he's healthy now.
Yeah, I will. So you're right, and I want to say that before I say that. I hate, we could justify it. You can justify anything in the NFL.
That's a lot of their jobs in many ways, though.
Yeah,
it's justifying making those moves and making those decisions.
Justifying isn't enough. Getting it right is in the end what I think you get paid to do.
I just don't think Andrew Berry, again, evidenced by everything we've seen him do, and that goes back to even just the Deshaun Watson trade, I just don't think he's so risk-averse that he'd look at it the way that I'm looking at it right now. I think that man that's a roll of the dice guy right there. That guy likes to gamble way more than I think his appearance ever gives off.
Have they taken an injury-prone guy? Like, first 2 rounds. I'm trying to think. Like,
they haven't had too many first 2-round picks to begin with.
I know Delpit got hurt a lot in the pros, but I don't remember him being injury-prone in college.
Didn't Greg Newsome have injuries?
Newsome actually might be a good get. I don't know if it was this significant, but I'm
pretty sure he was injured like 2 out of the 3 years.
216-474-0092. So Jordan Tyson's PR camp did a hell of a job from the incredible workout that he apparently had at Arizona State on the 17th to the workout videos. Deion Sanders tweeting out what a special young man, a special young player that is. So the question here is Jordan Tyson's stock on the rise? And just what would your reaction be if the Browns took the most injury-prone but highest ceiling wide receiver in the draft, whether it's the 6th pick, 12th pick, or whatever? Alvin Williams, NBA analyst for Sportsnet, former Toronto Raptor, tells us what Toronto's going to try and do in Game 2 against the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in the Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Brent Sobleski, NFL writer and analyst for the Bleach Report, coming up in about 40 minutes. We will, of course, talk about the Browns, what they do at 6, what they do at 24, Jordan Tyson's injury woes, which we just talked about, and his draft stock and his fit with the Browns. But Cavs, Raptors, Game 2 tonight in Cleveland, 7 p.m. tip. We're working to get Alvin Williams, NBA analyst for Sportsnet and former Toronto Raptor, on. I really am just curious, how do the Raptors respond in Game 2? I think the obvious room for improvement is trying to get out and transition more. They had opportunities, and Kev just slowed them down in Game 1.
That's it. I mean, the pace is what they want to play with, and they just had none of it. And so there's a couple of things. Ingram getting 1 second-half shot, that's not great for Toronto. And then obviously they like to play faster. So I'm kind of surprised at how well they shot the 3-ball. That I didn't see coming. I don't think Toronto fans saw that coming. And so, if you're looking for room here, they just don't have much to even have a better performance than what they did have, which wasn't great.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like this series in general is Cavs versus the Cavs. Meaning that if, outside of one bad night, which happens to everyone in the NBA, especially in the playoffs, beyond that, I think the only way this goes beyond a 4 or 5 game series is if the Cavs let it happen. And so that's kind of like where I'm looking at tonight.
Yeah. Toronto had real, I'm just happy to be here vibes.
Yeah.
And that's not great for Toronto. That's not what you want out of the 5 seed if you're the Raptors. But it's not as if their fan base had lofty expectations for this year.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I think the Cavs know that they're a 4 or better seed in the NBA.
Well, they let them know.
It's don't ask Daryl about that.
What happened there?
He went in a whole. What are we letting him know?
I saw him commenting on Facebook that I think he got nobody else was agreeing with him, and he got mad about it or something.
He just is really upset about. The only time let him know is really upset me is when they have not let them know.
Yeah,
like when the Cavs got bounced out last year in the playoffs, I definitely mocked let him know because it was like, you can't have the boisterous slogan and everybody getting behind it, and then you get waxed by a bad Pacers team in a 5-game series.
This was different, right? They added asterisks next to all of this, right? Or it's some sort of bleeping out signage, right?
I did love. Oh my God, did I love people saying, "How am I going to explain this to my kid?" You realize the amount of stuff that, as a parent, you have to explain to your children, and that's not one of them. You mean a word that mom and dad have said in front of you way too many times since the moment you were born? I guess I'll have to tell you.
I also just don't know that they made it that obvious. Did they make it that obvious?
I don't know. I just think I think the ultimate cowardice as a parent is to hide behind, how am I going to tell my kid? It's not that hard. It's your job as a parent. Don't have kids if you don't want to explain difficult things to them.
Well, I mean, or you could just lie, which is what it seems like. It's just an easy thing, right?
Just find a 7-letter word that has a C in the third spot.
Let them ducking know, man.
Yeah,
they're just big duck fans.
Oh, kids are too smart for that now.
Kids are really not that smart. I mean, kids are relatively. I think we're talking about different ages, though. Okay. At 12, you get there. Yeah. But even at 7 or 8, I think people. If you're a kid right now and you're 7, 8, or 9. It's okay that you're stupid right now. That's how life works. You're not supposed to be smart at 7, 8, or 9. You're not. You're just not. That's not how life works. You're going to be much smarter than you are right now. If there are moments where you think to yourself, God, I'm really just not that bright. No, you probably are pretty bright. Just at 7, 8, 9, you're not that bright.
This is the worst TED Talk in history. But I would love, I now desperately want you to go to, Isham Elementary, where I went to elementary school.
That's why they won't let me go.
And you just walk in and just go, listen, I want to tell you, you're all dumbasses.
That's what I'm thinking in my head.
It's not your fault.
It's why they don't have me do, any of those go speak to the kids type days, because all I would be doing is telling them, listen, you're not bright humans right now. You were not designed to be bright humans at 8 years old. I'm sorry, you're just not going to be. But, one day you will be. One day you'll be very smart, just not right now. Right now you still eat glue, and you're pretty stupid.
Here's the thing. You're not getting any smarter, but eventually you're just going to realize you're not that smart. That's really what's at play here.
You're not going to get smarter than at 7?
No.
You don't peak with intelligence at 7.
Well, no, I mean, your intelligence doesn't change. The amount of knowledge you accrue gets more.
Real, we're discussing.
Real intelligence knowers would know that.
Okay, all right. You caught yourself with that one.
I did a little bit. Radio Free Browns, by the way. Nick Wilson just said the Cavs lost to a bad Pacers team last year. Oh, and then he tagged Sports Boy Tony. Oh, God. Are the ball-knowing inquisitors going to be on me about that? The Pacers are, in most years, not an NBA Finals team, guys. They had the generational luck of going up against a soft as bleep Cavs team and Jason Tatum blowing out his Achilles. It's not a real hard take there, Radio Free Browns fans.
Hey, they pushed the Thunder to 7 games in the finals. How about that?
Also, real ball knowers know that that's a weak-ass team, too.
I mean, if Halliburton doesn't get injured when he gets injured, who knows what happens in that finals.
Now, to talk all things Raptors here, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on former Raptor and NBA analyst for Sportsnet, Alvin Williams. Alvin, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's great to have you here. I would ask you how you thought Game 1 went, but I think we all know how it went. Did anything surprise you, though, from Game 1?
Yeah, actually it did. I thought it would be a more competitive game down the stretch. Didn't really, playoffs, you really never know what's going on. 2 closely matched teams, 4 and 5 seed. But, I was impressed with how the Cavs really kept their foot on the throttle. They kept their foot on the gas when it comes to the pressure. The fact that Donovan Mitchell, he's been doing it all year, taking over in the second half and really, the balance of the team as well. Max Strus, you haven't seen much of him all year due to injury, but you know what he can do. And it was just interesting how all those pieces came together, especially in the second half. So that was something I wasn't surprised about, but I was entertained. Hopefully the Raptors, for themselves and their fan base, they can make a competitive second half this game 2.
James Harden has more playoff points than Larry Bird, and I think he started to showcase. Although he's obviously had problems in the playoffs in the past, but he showcased the value that he can bring to a Cavs team that needs someone to get guys involved and to make the right pass. Are you impressed early on? Obviously, one game, but what this version of James Harden can be for the Cavs?
I mean, this is James Harden. This version and who he's been for 17 years in the NBA uniform. He's somebody that, can get his own points. He can get everybody involved. And I think that's when he's most dangerous, when he's engaging everyone else, empowering everyone else, whether it's a 2-man game, the pick and roll action, when he's one-on-one, isolating and getting downhill, puts a lot of pressure on you. But when he's really, manipulating the defenses, causing 2 bodies, creating a mismatch on the backside of the defense, James Harden is phenomenal. Unfortunately, in the past, we've seen some of the low parts of James Harden. Sometimes it seems like as the series extend, maybe he gets worn down. I don't know if it's mentally, I don't know if it's physically, but we've seen that. But James Harden at his peak, at his prime, and what he's doing now, he's a special player, man.
Alvin, what kind of response do you expect from the Raptors tonight?
They're going to respond. Of course, they're going to play hard. They're going to do all of those things. But unfortunately, playing hard is just not the only thing that's needed in the postseason. Everyone plays hard, so it's going to be down to execution. I look for, and I would love for the Raptors to try to expose the Cavs defensively. I think defensively, when you look at the Cavs, you can attack their guards. You can attack James Harden. We know his reputation about the defense, and I think Donovan McNabb. I'm sorry, I'm in Philadelphia. Donovan Mitchell. He's somebody. Although he's great, stocky guy, but he's a smaller guy as well. So I think if you can seek out some of those matchups and make those guys defend on the defensive side, I think you really can help yourselves moving forward. But the other thing, the challenge is keeping the bigs away from the basket. So I would like to see the Raptors also probably. I call him Sandro because it's hard for me to pronounce his last name. So I call Sandro Mamu. If he's in the game, it can extend the defense, make Jared Allen come away from the basket a bit or Evan Mobley away from the basket, then that's going to give those opportunities driving the paint. So I think they've really got to be deliberate offensively, talking about the Raptors, how they're going to attack the Cleveland Cavaliers defense, where that's one of their weaknesses.
5 fast break points in total. Were you surprised that the Cavs were able to dictate the pace the way they were?
No, not at all. The playoff game, it slows down. And when you have a James Harden, he's going to, again, manipulate the defense. He's methodical with it. He's not going to turn the ball over at a high rate. So Raptors usually, they force turnovers, and then they get out and run. But with a James Harden controlling the pace and controlling the game, that's going to be hard to get out in the fast break points and get those type of points that the Raptors, that's where they excel. So the playoff games, as we all know, it slows down. It becomes more of a half-court game. It becomes more of a possession-by-possession game. So, again, the Raptors are really going to have to be deliberate in their half-court set. And when you get the opportunities, make or miss, try to push the tempo. I guess in the fourth quarter you saw Scotty Barnes doing that a little bit more, but the game was out of control. But I think the Raptors will have to be more deliberate with the pace. But it's going to be very challenging, again, when you have two dynamic guards and Mitchell and Harden that can control the pace and control the outcome of a possession.
Alvin, most nights we know if Donovan Mitchell is right, the Cavs are going to have a real good chance to win. You got three really damn good wing players there in Barnes, Barrett, and Ingram. Who has to be the guy tonight for the Raptors to even the series at 1?
I mean, of course, it's Brandon Ingram because he's the guy that can force a double team. I think everybody else, R.J. Barrett, he's an outstanding player, attacking the paint, getting to the rim, getting fouls. The Raptors did a good job of getting to the foul line. But I want to say that Brandon Ingram is the guy that you put the ball in his hands. You run some action for him to free him up a bit. But he is also the guy that teams throughout this season and throughout his career have created double teams. He has created a lot of bodies and attention. And once you have a player that can do that, like the Raptors have, like the Cleveland Cavaliers have, and James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, you can open everything up for everyone else. So myself personally, I'm playing through Brandon Ingram to try to get him his opportunities mid-range and getting to the basket and let him get some flow. And then once the Cavs try to make that adjustment, now your adjustment is whatever it's going to be, but typically it's the others getting involved, moving without the basketballs, setting screens, getting open opportunities. But Brandon Ingram is the guy that can create that.
Is there anything that impressed you with the Cavs that maybe you didn't see coming?
It was hard because you didn't get a chance to see this full lineup, a big dosage of this full lineup since the Harden trade. They didn't have the four guys. They didn't have Mobley and Allen and Mitchell and Harden playing all together. That we didn't see much of that. So it was interesting how they played well. They seemed connected and not having that many reps throughout the regular season, especially later in the season. So that was pretty impressive. But again, when you do have a James Harden that knows how to quarterback it, again, he's a 17-year vet. He's seen every defense. He's been he's been in championships, conference finals, playoffs. He's been through every type of situation. So when you have somebody that's orchestrating that entire movement, then I guess you can expect that. But I was more impressed with how these guys really look connected and like they've been playing all 82 games together.
Alvin, LeBron James has been playing since, I want to say, your fourth to last year in the NBA. Over the weekend, he became the first father-son duo to play in an NBA playoff game with his son, Bronny. Considering how long LeBron has been in the NBA, what's it like to have played against LeBron 20 years ago and still see him doing things at this high a level at 41?
It's just amazing. And listening to LeBron at his press conference or interview, I heard him saying his mother got a chance to see her son and her grandson on the court at the same time as like teammates. So just putting that in perspective. And then I saw a picture it was 21 years ago. She was at a game with Bronny in her arms and watching LeBron. So it's just something that's surreal to me, like just that experience. But I'm one of the biggest LeBron James fans, being a former player and being a young man and being in the NBA, especially not to his level, whatever the stardom that he has, but how I'm really impressed with how he approaches this game, how he's not just still playing, but he's playing at a high level. But I look at off the court things. I look at everything that he's brought to the NBA. I look at all the pressure. I look at all the expectations that he's exceeded. And I just look how he goes about his day-to-day from afar. And I'm truly impressed, truly a fan. And I'm glad this year I got a chance to express that to him when he came to Toronto, man. Is nothing but love and nothing but respect with LeBron James. But I'm thoroughly excited for him. I'm excited for him that this next challenge playing against the Houston Rockets without the other two guns by his side. But he showed up in that first game one. So seeing how he can continue that. But I'm thoroughly impressed with LeBron James, his career, and what he continues to do.
All right, I got to ask you, away from basketball, you were in the same graduating class as Bradley Cooper in high school. Were you more popular than him, or is it just obvious to everyone that Bradley Cooper is going to be like a mega star?
Hell no. I didn't. Well, we didn't know what a megastar was, but I mean, I was more popular than Brad because I probably was one of the only two out of 5 black people in our school. It was the private school, Jefferson Academy. So I was more popular, and I was an athlete. I was going to Villanova, but Bradley Cooper was somebody that was a popular guy and wasn't through any talent or anything other than him. Honestly, man, I'm not just saying it. He was just an awesome dude, a pleasant person to be around. He was polite. He was respectful. He was just one of those cool dudes in school, right? He was just one of those guys. But then the fame came later in life. I didn't know that Brad was even interested in acting. We had theater. We had everything at our school, and I didn't see him really participating in all of those things. But Brad, one day I see him on a big screen, and that's him. But Brad Cooper is one of the best people that you could meet, man. And that was one of the pleasures of being a friend of his. We hung out a lot in high school as well. We also went to Villanova together before he transferred to Georgetown his sophomore year. So he was a Villanova fan, Raleigh Massimino fan. I was a Georgetown fan, and we always butted heads with that. But then we ended up going to the same school. Weren't allowed to be roommates, but we spent a lot of time together in high school and middle school, high school, and our first year in college.
Alvin, one coach you played for, former Cavs coach Lenny Wilkens. I know he passed away about 6 months ago, and your career really blossomed under Lenny Wilkens. That's the ball coach here that I fell in love with basketball, watching growing up. Just anything you can give us as a remembrance of the great Lenny Wilkens.
Oh, he saved my career. Lenny Wilkens, Coach Wilkens saved my career. Him coming in to Toronto, when he came into Toronto, I was going into my free agent year. I wasn't playing much. I was pretty much looking outside of the NBA. And if I was going to probably be on another NBA team, I was going to have to make the team, go through the whole summertime process as a free agent and probably mini camps and things like that as a free agent. So when Coach Wilkens came in, he took me under his wing. He spent a lot of time with me. And most importantly, he gave me confidence. He let me play through my mistakes. And I was older. I wasn't that much. I played 4 years in college. So I had a lot of experience coming into the NBA when it came to that. And I was older. I was about 25, 26 years old when he got there. And our team took off when he came. And Lenny Wilkens, without him, I don't know where I would be at this point as far as a professional, doing the things that I do, the opportunities that I get in the sport, because he allowed me to be who I was, and I kept growing. And it helps me with my confidence when you have someone like Lenny Wilkens telling you and giving you confidence and telling you you're a good player and pouring into you, and hear from everyone else that he was one of the best. Being here in Cleveland, Game 1, you hear people still talking about how important and how impactful Coach Wilkens was and throughout the NBA. So it was a pleasure. It validated me as a player, having Lenny Wilkens stamp me. So Lenny Wilkens, I can't even put in too many words what he did for my career and how much I revere that man.
Really great stuff, Alvin. We appreciate you and appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Anytime.
Alvin Williams there, former Raptor, NBA analyst for Sportsnet on the Make It Right Call Kyle Rod hotline. I honestly had no idea about the Bradley Cooper thing.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. You got to get a lot of free stuff, right? If Bradley Cooper had been and I'd been buddies with him, oh, man.
I like that he spoke positively about him, though. I don't know why, but I like that. But then also the idea that Bradley Cooper wasn't in, every play or he probably thought, well,
he was too busy being ridiculously good-looking.
I know, and being cool and doing those plays probably isn't the coolest thing in the world. To then just kind of blow up one day is kind of, that's wild.
I hope one day they talk about Nick and Jonathan that way. They probably won't. We're probably
that right ship already sailed for us. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, that's gone.
We'll react to what Alvin had to say and the Cavs' general outlook on the Raptor series in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3.
at Starbucks.
Thursday night, first-round Browns draft coverage on The Fan, hosted by Ken Carman and Nathan Zagura. Hear from the Browns' first-round picks and the latest from Andrew Berry, Todd Monken, and more. It all starts at 8 p.m. right here on your radio home for Browns football.
The Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
They're going to respond. Of course, they're going to play hard. They're going to do all of those things. But unfortunately, playing hard is just not the only thing that's needed in the postseason. Everyone plays hard. So it's going to be down to execution. I look for, and I would love for the Raptors to try to expose the Cavs defensively. You can attack their guards. But the other thing, the challenge is keeping the bigs away from the basket. So I would like to see the Raptors also probably, I call him Sandro because it's hard for me to pronounce his last name. So I call Sandro Mamu. If he's in the game that can extend the defense, make Jared Allen come away from the basket a bit, or Evan Mobley away from the basket, then that's going to give those opportunities driving the paint. So I think they really got to be deliberate offensively, talking about the Raptors, how they're going to attack the Cleveland Cavaliers defense, where that's one of their weaknesses.
Raptors analyst and NBA analyst Alvin Williams of Sportsnet up in Toronto in the previous segment, giving us his take on how the Raptors can respond in Game 2 tonight in Cleveland. If you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I think for them to have a chance to win tonight, I think you have to do both things. And I think the best that the Raptors might have is one of the two things. I did like changing how they play against the big man when Jakob Poeltl was invisible in Game 1, and then also exploiting the Cavs on the perimeter defensively from their guard perspective. That's just a lot to ask from a team that is not well built and doesn't seem to have a lot of killers on.
And if I'm being honest, if I'm Toronto, I don't leave Game 1 thinking that was a disaster. Like, the way they shot the three ball was actually, I mean, as good as we've seen them shoot it all year. And yeah, they got outclassed and beat by a team that's got a lot more talent. That's going to happen. The only thing, if I was a Raptors fan, I'd be pissed about is Brandon Ingram just not shooting the ball at all in the second half.
Yeah,
one shot for a guy that's an all-star, one of the best players on your team. Like, that's just a no-show second-half performance that'd be unacceptable to me.
I will say, I don't think the Cavs are going to lose a game in this series.
I know, I get it. I don't think they will either, but the NBA's I got too much history on the side of the NBA of them just pulling some wacky nonsense that I can't confidently say sweep, because it's just not how the NBA works.
What's the downside if you predict a sweep and they
There's
lose
no downside.
in
No,
5 games?
Zero downside. We just went through too many years of, like, even things where, like, owners would outwardly extend series to 5 games just for another ticket, another gate admission price. Like the NBA has been, between trying to generate as much ratings and interest as they possibly can, they get fugazi around these playoff series. I don't like it, but I can't trust the product around this time of the year.
Okay, here's the thing: the NBA officials already had their imprint on a game, and that was on Saturday's game. That was as
Tony Brothers. That's another angle on this, though. Like, that man is as for the league office as anyone I've ever seen in my life.
Fair, but that was just. I mean, did somebody not tell them that was Game 1 of an NBA playoff series? The whistles, like, I felt like the first
Tyson
quarter
had
took
3
a year and a
fouls.
half.
He had 3 fouls in the first quarter.
Yeah.
I thought Tyson was going to – I just thought he was going to you should have seen that interaction. You did see that interaction between him and Atkinson.
Yeah.
Atkinson gave him this look of, like, I want to yell at you. I want to tell you what you did was wrong, but I can't even do it right now.
Yeah, the only thing about that is I feel like Kenny Atkinson might have taken Jalen Tyson out of the playoffs with the way he coached him the second half of the season. And I know I think Kenny's trying to teach through Tyson, meaning I think he thinks the kid can take it. And that this is a way to communicate with his stars or with his other guys by being too hard on Tyson. The problem is, I think you saw that it is a little bit in the kid's head in Game 1.
Well, I mean, 3 fouls in the first quarter. That was good morning, good afternoon, and good night. That was your whole playoff experience for G. Tyson.
I think the problem is he's one of your wings that can shoot the daylights out of the ball and defend, and Max Strus isn't going to be able to do that in every game. Right?
What's weird is they ended up going.
You're going to need a Jalen Tyson game at some point.
Well, you will, but they used 10 guys. Like, I mean, they extended that out further than I thought they were going to. In fact, it was not on my card, and Schroeder played well, but it was not on the card to see him get even 13 minutes.
Will the Cavs lose a game in this series? Brent Sobleski, Bleacher Report NFL writer, will walk us through the Browns at 6-24. We'll also talk about the Browns' big plan in year 1 at Todd Monken in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
8-6. Bleacher Report's Brent Sobleski joins Nick and JP next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Ready around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital
The
Sports
only
Desk.
place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Hot damn, there ain't no beating this. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up in just about 60 minutes time. We continue to get you ready for Game 2, Cavs Raptors in Cleveland with Mark Spears of ESPN. At 6 o'clock today, he's got recent articles written with Donovan Mitchell. And James Harden will talk the legacy-changing, potentially, path ahead for the Cavaliers. But 3 days away from the NFL draft. Today was a big draft news dump, intel dump. I'm going to surprise you. The Browns really interested in moving the number 6 pick, and that continues to be the case.
That continues to be the case until it doesn't in the next couple of days, and then all of a sudden that'll change.
And then it'll change again.
And then it'll change back.
And maybe it'll change back. Who knows? We'll see where this goes. But we're going to go out to the Make It Right Call Colorado hotline of the Bleacher Report. NFL writer and analyst Brent Sobleski joins us. Brent, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, guys. I'm feeling pretty good today because I'm not the person that pulled the trigger on a nose tackle for the 10th overall pick, so feeling pretty good about that.
Well, I'm glad you started there, Sobo. I thought it was a pretty egregious overpay given that it's a 10th pick, given that he's 28, going to be 29, coming off a career down year, and, he was out of shape last year as well. Anything to add to that criticism of this trade for the Bengals?
Don't forget, over the next 2 years, his salary cap charges $24 million and then $30 million at the end of that contract when he will be in his 30s. And then take out the possibility of adding someone like, I don't know, maybe Caleb Downs or even a Mansour Delane on a rookie deal. So, no, I do not think it was in the best interest of the Cincinnati Bengals to make that trade. In fact, I will go as far as to say I think they're operating from a position of being scared to lose Joe Burrow, which is where you cannot be as an organization.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I think they had to do it because you can't get in the spot where Joe Burrow thinks you're doing absolutely nothing. And so even if it was an overpay, they've had the worst defense in the NFL for the previous 3 seasons. Something had to change, and if not, I would imagine Joe Burrow would leave this year if he continues to not make the postseason, thinking I need to be somewhere else, basically anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the logic. I really do. And you're not going to find a guy that beats the table for top-end nose tackles more than I do. Look, I played the position. I absolutely love it. I say it's the hardest position to fill in all of football based on what you ask of them. But at the same time, how much does he actually move the needle based on where they were as a defense and organization? I don't think it's enough to really subside any concerns you would have with Burrow and that situation overall. It helps. Don't get me wrong. He's absolutely fantastic when he's on the top of his game, but I don't think it's enough based on the way that they're built from a roster perspective to push them over the top and become the top dog in the AFC North. So, I mean, I get it. I understand from their point of view. I just don't like it, and I don't think it does them enough to really settle them and put them where they need to be.
Sobo, looking at the Browns here, would you be more surprised if they made the 6th pick on Sunday or not? Or Sunday, on Thursday.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm still old school enough where it's a Saturday, Sunday event for me, so I fully get it. I would be surprised if they were able to trade out because I think so many teams within that top 10 are trying to trade out or would like to trade down to some degree. Let's go use the New York Giants as an example. You know, right around the time of the owners' meetings, what were we hearing? They like Carnell Tate. John Harbaugh says they may need more offensive line help. Well, why would you say those things publicly or at least let them out there? One, what other team is looking for a wide receiver that drafts directly behind the New York Giants? The Cleveland Browns. What other team potentially needs offensive tackle help that sits directly behind the New York Giants? The Cleveland Browns. The reason you float stuff like that out there is because you're also looking to move down. And it's not just those 2 teams. It's potentially the Arizona Cardinals. It is the Washington Commanders. There's multiple teams in this instance because while this is a good class, particularly how deep it is at certain positions, it is not a top-heavy class. Thus, those teams within the top 10 are looking to maybe move back and add extra assets, whether it be deeper in this year's draft where the strength of it really lies, or for next year's draft where we know that it could be one of the best we've seen in quite some time. So if one or two of those teams are able to move out, I will be surprised. I think the real wild card is the Dallas Cowboys and how high they could potentially get if they so desperately want David Bailey, which seems to be the case.
If the Browns do end up picking at 6 and then 24, what do you think the selections are?
It's odd because, one thing, let's go way back, right? Let's go way back for long-time Cleveland Browns fans. Phil Savage always talked about stacking your draft class, right? It's not just about that first-round pick or that first selection. It's about how you build out the class as a whole. And I think that's important in this discussion because what you're looking at clearly is a wide receiver and an offensive tackle. Everyone knows it. Everyone can see where the needs are. Everyone understands where they need to go. So how do you do that in relation to this year's draft class? To me, when you're looking at value and how it potentially sets up, the best possible scenario is going with Tate at number 6 because he steps in immediately. You're getting a savvy route runner, a guy that can contribute immediately as your wide receiver 1, and then potentially come back with your offensive tackle. Now, it's just going to depend who's available at that juncture. I don't see the value as much at number 6 at that position, but the depth of it, once you get to that 24th overall pick, I think is better overall. So I would go wide receiver, offensive tackle based on their needs and where they currently sit on the board.
Sobo, you mentioned Carnell Tate at 6 there. Jordan Tyson held a private workout with NFL teams on the 17th. His camp seemed to be doing great work overtime, a great Deion Sanders tweet over the weekend, a great video being put out there. Do you think that Jordan Tyson has stopped his draft slide?
Well, it's a risk assessment, right, gents? For us, as a part of the Bleacher Report scouting department, Jordan Tyson is our number 1 wide receiver prospect, and yet I didn't just mention him, right? And the reason I didn't mention him is because of injury history. How comfortable are you with his long-term prognosis? Now, it's been multiple injuries, and they're not potentially chronic. Still, how does he hold up once you get into the NFL based on the type of physicality you play in that league? 2022, 2023, major knee injury, right? Not only ends his first season on campus, completely wipes out his second year on campus. Broken collarbone, hamstring injuries. These have all added up to where he has never completed a full year at the collegiate level. As talented as he is, and again, we have him ranked as the number 1 wide receiver in this year's class, just over Tate. What is the risk assessment according to your medical personnel? If you have any concerns whatsoever, you have a ready-made NFL wide receiver in Tate who can come in. He may not be the most explosive. He may not be the best vertical threat, but at the same time, he's one of the best route runners, great hands, and very high football IQ to where he can step in and add to your offense. So that's where that discussion is. I don't think Tyson falls anywhere as far as people expect, but I know there's those within the league that have their concerns.
All right, what would your true wild card at 6 be for the Browns?
See, I would actually make the wild card later in the first round, and the reason why is I would strongly consider Ty Simpson. And I say that because I have no faith in the team's quarterback setup as it currently stands. I think to this point, Deshaun Watson should be a non-factor, being he hasn't been a legitimate NFL quarterback going on 5 years. Then you have Shedeur Sanders, who I liked last year, thought he should have been a day 2 pick. But at the same time, we understand how the quarterback position works in the NFL. If you're not a top 10 to top 20 guy, you're not getting chance after chance after chance, and now you're trying to potentially build around him, which I think is questionable to some degree, at least bring in competition. So to me, that would be my wild card. That I would not rule out quarterback early in this process because I think it hasn't been settled. We looked at last year's draft class, one of the best we've seen in the NFL in some time. I mean, it was absolutely great. But at the same time, you missed on the 2 picks that were the most important and held back the entire team. You can have Myles Garrett go out there and become the NFL Defensive Player of the Year, set an NFL record for sacks, and it does not matter until quarterback is solved. And they're currently at a point where it's not solved.
All right, so with that, the general idea here with Ty Simpson is he needs to sit for a while. I always hate that because the only way you get better or develop is by playing as a quarterback. If the Browns were to take Ty Simpson either with the 24th or 39th pick, how do they get it right?
Well, first of all, I will say this about the first point you mentioned. I don't think there's a specific way for a quarterback to succeed. I just don't. Every individual is different. Every situation is different. So it really comes down to that individual, how comfortable he is and how ready he proves himself to be to take over an NFL offense. Now, with Simpson, the one nice part about him, he sat, right? He learned at Alabama. He waited his turn. He has a high football IQ. He understands NFL processes and how to be a traditional drop-back quarterback to make those type of throws that are required of him. A lot of the onus on the questions isn't necessarily the lack of experience. It more falls upon we didn't get to see him for a full season because he was hampered by injuries, which is unfortunate. But that first half of last year, he looked fantastic, looked every bit the part of a first-round quarterback, making the type of throws that translate to the next level. So that's where that curiosity's peaked. Now, in relation to the Browns, you let them come in and compete, right? You still have Shador. I know they wanted to throw Watson in the mix. Let him compete. If he doesn't win the job automatically, that's fine. But at the same time, you're continually addressing the most important position in football and doing so with high-level talent, at least in the case where you're investing a first-round pick. And I know that probably has some Browns fans kind of gritting their teeth a little bit based on their history, but at the same time, you don't give up on trying to address the position just because you failed numerous times in the past. You do it until you get it right, and they haven't done so.
So if they were to take him, let's say 24, I mean, my thinking would be it would take you out of drafting a quarterback and then in 2027. Do you feel like Ty Simpson then is not only at the level of some of these other guys that we're talking about for 2027, but better than some of the guys?
Mm-hmm. It's a fun question because it's potential versus reality, right? I remember last year. Do you guys remember last year? Do you remember everyone saying, wait till a quarterback next year?
Yeah.
Well, next year is now here, and now those quarterbacks aren't very good. So there's no guarantee that all these guys we're talking about with the potential they have are going to be the quarterbacks we expect them to be. And that's just the reality of the situation. You look at someone like Fernando Mendoza, a lot of people say he doesn't have the high-end upside of some of those guys next year. Well, guess what? He was still the best quarterback in the nation last year. Upside's great, and it could lead you to huge success in the future. But what's the old saying Bill Parcells used to say? Potential just means you haven't proven anything yet, or something along those lines. So, hate if I butchered it. I love the 2027 class. I'm literally writing an article right before I came on the air about having this year's mock based on every college football player available, regardless of their class, right? And my number one overall, for spoilers, will be Arch Manning. Not because I think Manning is the best quarterback in the country, not because he outplayed multiple quarterbacks in the country, but it again becomes this argument that we see in the NBA every year, right? You're now banking fully and completely on potential. And it's better to have a bird in the hand than not. And the longer you wait to address that position, the further you get behind. So that's really my concern with Cleveland. How long do you wait till you finally make the investment necessary at the game's most important position to become relevant in the NFL, because you're not right now?
Sobo, great stuff as always, buddy. I know you're looking forward to the NFL draft like we are. We'll catch up with you down the line.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. You guys enjoy the entire event this weekend.
You as well, buddy. Brent Sobleski there, NFL writer and analyst for the Bleacher Report on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Gave us plenty to ponder with Ty Simpson and the good, bad, and the ugly of Zach Jackson's Browns mock draft coming up in just about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. One day it's 75. The next day it's 45. You never know what it's going to be like in Cleveland. And that doesn't just impact the comfort in your home if you've got old drafty windows. It impacts your energy bills, right? It impacts the way your home looks. And that's why this is a great time to reset your home for the long run with this offer that Universal Windows Direct has. Because right now,
if it's going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Catch the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I would be surprised if they were able to trade out because I think so many teams within that top 10 are trying to trade out or would like to trade down to some degree. There's multiple teams in this instance because while this is a good class, particularly how deep it is at certain positions, it is not a top-heavy class. Thus, those teams within the top 10 are looking to maybe move back and add extra assets, whether it be deeper in this year's draft where the strength of it really lies, or for next year's draft where we know that it could be one of the best we've seen in quite some time. So if one or two of those teams are able to move out, I will be surprised. I think the real wild card is the Dallas Cowboys and how high they could potentially get if they so desperately want David Bailey, which seems to be the case.
And as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP, we just had Brent Sobolewski there, the Bleacher Report. You heard him on the Browns and the idea of trading down. I will tell you that the most incendiary thing he said, which was, I would just take Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
And his unwavering belief in it has me shook just a little bit to start the show, just to start the segment.
Well, I mean, so he makes some decent points. I'm not going to act like he just has no clue. He makes some decent points. The idea that, like, everyone thought that this 2026 draft was going to be just littered with all sorts of great quarterbacks, and then by the time you get there, it isn't. So it's like you have, at some point, you do have to step up to the plate. I'm just not a Ty Simpson guy is the problem I have.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's not the fact that he is a physically average player. It's not the fact that he's kind of unremarkable in a lot of. It's not the fact that the second half of the season he just was on the face of a milk carton. It's really just the 15 games. If you put the same body of work, but you just double it, it's 30 games.
Mm-hmm.
One, I think he's no BS a top 15 pick because that's how thirsty we are for quarterbacks. Two, I would totally get it. It's simply the lack of experience that scares me because, like, the best I can give you is either Kyler Murray or Mac Jones. Are both of those guys better than what you had last year? Yes. If we're in a spot where you're already kind of working for something in 2027, is better than 2025 really the bar you're trying to clear for the Browns?
Well, or is his thought process on this is that, all right, if games played are the concern for you, okay, I get it, but he's going to have a whole season then in 2026, and that if it's already going to be looked at as some sort of gap year, you might as well use that as the gap year, and then he'd be off and running in 2027.
So I will say, I think if you take Ty Simpson, I don't want him sitting this year.
No, you have to play him. You have to play him.
And so I already don't love that a player that everyone's saying sit for at least a year, I'm saying, no, we're not doing this. If the kid can play, let's throw him into the fire and let's see where it goes from there.
Okay, but you can see where the logic that exists with people like Brent or whoever wants to draft Ty Simpson because of the way, if it's the lack of games that is holding you back, you'd say to yourself, he's going to have a whole rookie season that would basically be used as a pseudo second year of college football.
Oh, I see the logic. I also see the flaw in wasting a first-round pick if the odds are he comes in, he plays 15 games, he's not very good, that you're going to be taking quarterback again next year.
Because for me, it's more than just the lack of games. And that's a big thing. I think we've highlighted the idea that, you have to play more than 15. 25 is around the number that I start to feel comfortable with. But it is the lack of size that you talk about. And it is the games that we saw him play, especially late in the season, some of the throws that he made were, just a completely... wasn't even close. I mean, they're just off the mark by a mile. Maybe that's injuries, maybe that isn't. But I'm not impressed with 7 different things with Ty Simpson.
I do think that this...
It was just the games thing. Maybe it'd be a different conversation for me.
I think this quarterback class is going to be known for all the excuses that we have for overdrafting them. Like with Ty Simpson. Well, it's not his fault he didn't play till last year at Alabama, and he lost all this weight because of gastroenteritis or whatever it was. Gastritis, that's what it was. With Garrett Nussmeier, it came out that he had some physical impingement that Oh, well, that's what happened last year. Really impacted his year.
But they said it's asymptomatic, which why was every report today all up now, but it's asymptomatic.
It was the word of the day. With Drew Aller, it's if he had just had a more serious and if he had just had a better coach, man, Drew Aller would be a top 10 pick right now. By the way, there's something to be said about that. These three things we've said, but at the same point, there's a reason they did what they did in college.
But we did just do this last year. Is maybe one of the hangups I would have is we did this last year. Jackson Dart, it was like, well, you can't take people from Ole Miss. That's just that's set up for points and big scoring. It doesn't translate to the NFL at all. And then here we were, and it translated. And then Tyler Shuck, everyone's like, well, he's 26 years old. If he was 22 years old, he'd be a top 5 pick, no questions asked. But at 26, well, he should have already materialized and been this, and this. And it looks like the Saints have a pretty good option on their hands. Like, we did just do this.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. How many times do we make like effusive excuses or what you're saying with these quarterbacks, and then, oh, by the way, we're all wrong about it? Like,
well, no,
usually,
that's why I call them these draft Muppets all the time, because these draft Muppets it seems like they're constantly getting this quarterback position wrong. And notice when they do the prognosticating, that's when I'm like, you guys got it wrong. But if I do it, I'm like, no, that's perfectly acceptable.
So great stuff with Brent Sobleski there. As we talk about the NFL draft, today's mock draft that we have to focus in on is Zach Jackson of The Athletic. And he did a 7-round mock draft for The Athletic. I believe he coined this as his final mock draft.
Well, that's good. He's only a couple days late to the party, I guess. Because I thought the final ones was like last week for all the heavy hitters.
I'm a mere content machine here, working with another content machine.
That's good branding for us.
Trying to get the clicks and the ratings and whatnot. Guys, Thursday. That's when your mock draft.
Take this thing up to the wire, like up to the limit.
And BT Dubs, you do a final first round mock on Thursday. Friday, you come back and do a final day 2 mock. Hell, you come back Saturday and it's my final 4-round mock draft. And guys, we'll eat it up.
I'll do you one better. I would drop a Thursday at noon final mock draft, and then I would also do a Thursday at 1 o'clock 2027 draft.
Oh, that's a little too rich for my blood. But again, we're the content machine.
Like, you got to beat everybody, though. You got to beat everybody. Some people are going to be like, oh, I'll wait till Monday after the 2026 draft is done. Nonsense. Get ahead of it. Drop that thing on Thursday. People like Mac will eat it up.
Would you only do the Browns picks, though, or would you do a full 7 rounds? Full 7 rounds.
Yeah,
that's real sicko stuff.
The whole
there.
Everything, yeah. But definitely highlighting as many quarterbacks as I possibly can.
Have you ever sent Mac a mock draft that you've made?
I haven't done a mock draft in forever.
Like for a mock draft simulator, though. You've never done that?
I don't do those anymore.
Mac reviews it the way like Roger Ebert reviews like movies.
He just gives really
takes
intense notes.
Incredibly seriously.
I like this.
To the point where it's like, just shut up and say you like my draft, friend.
Oh no, I like the idea that he's critical on it all to be like B-.
Oh no, he doesn't grade them, but
A-. He doesn't grade your grades after or your drafts after?
All right, let me see the last one that I sent here. All right, so I sent one, Carnell Tate at 6, Proctor at 24.
Okay.
Max, I still am going to butcher your name at 39, Ted Hurst at 70, and then so on and so forth. And he said, let literally anyone else deal with Proctor. I'm all the way out on him. I know you aren't, but I'm comfortable with Freeling at 6. I don't think he's as big of a project that some have been trying to make him out to be. Then the last one, so the one before that, I mean, I love it, LOL. Not a big Worlds fan. He was nitpicking my 5th round pick.
Yeah, that's a lot. The 5th round. But well, he's got to tell you, I think he told you that you basically knocked it out of the park until the 5th round. No notes until the 5th round is what he was trying to tell you.
And also, I have a hard time believing you'd be able to walk away with from first next year. It's like, all right. What are we doing?
Yeah, you traded down and you had a first rounder, 2 thirds, 2 fourths, and 2 sixths in next year's class.
I'm sorry, I'm awesome at trading down.
Why are you trading down in simulators? Isn't it like the fun of it to be able to take your own selections?
Yeah, and I still do that after I trade down excessively.
But you're accumulating future picks for a draft that you're never going to be able to have.
I like to see what's out there.
Why?
Best of both worlds. I get my guys now.
You're stashing away these
yes, I am.
These draft picks for future years.
Yeah.
You're not going to capitalize.
I'm trying
on.
to see what the mock draft simulator will let me
get.
Like,
oh, Browns are really going to like that next year.
My point is,
Andrew Berry could really use another one in 2027.
That would be my price to move down. I think that's more what I'm going for. I think we could be in store for a double trade down first round.
Or did you just like to give yourself new positions in the mock draft to go ahead and it's like
that's a part of it. I like to see where guys are falling.
It's like using different sets of tees when you're golfing. So you're like, I've played this course a bunch. I'll play from the whites instead of the blues this time.
I'm running like 6 mock drafts a day. We're at peak sicko season here.
How about you?
So for Zach Jackson, he's got his final 7-round mock draft. Caden Proctor at 6.
Yeah.
KC Concepcion. The KC stands for can't catch. Everybody knows that. Concepcion, no recepcion.
You did take him in one of your mocks that you sent me.
I was thinking
31.
about
when last week we had Matt Miller on, and you had your big moment to do the Concepcion, no recepcion, and instead it came out Concepcion, no Concepcion. Yeah. We all just had to let it go.
Matt laughed at it.
I know, but that's what made it even funnier because he didn't understand what you were going for. But he just liked how it sounded.
He liked it.
He just liked how it sounded.
Number 39, Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Toledo. Markel Bell, the third-rounder tackle. Ted Hurst, wide receiver out of Georgia State. With the fourth-rounder, Drew Aller, quarterback in the 5th round. Then Parker Brailsford, center out of Alabama in the 5th round.
Zach has been talking about a quarterback being drafted in this one for months on end now.
He has.
So at least he delivered on that. But he's been talking about taking a quarterback in this class for as long as we've been talking about this draft class.
I'll also say Drew Aller in the 5th round. Again, I just wouldn't put
later rounds, obviously.
I would rather Drew Aller go to a place with he can sit behind Matt Stafford and wait for a year or two, or a San Francisco or something like that. But Drew Aller in the 5th round, a year ago they might have taken him with a top 64 pick. I get it, right? The problem is I hate the 1st round. I like everything else he does. Yeah. We get a second wide receiver pass. We get a couple offensive linemen in this draft. I think we do 2 tight ends in this draft. I like all of that. But if the draft starts with Caden Proctor and KC Concepcion, man, do I feel like we just wasted 1st-round picks.
Zach seems pretty convinced that this is going to be an offensive line selection in the 1st round for the very first pick, like we're discussing. What's interesting is actually I just got some odds in between the break from our friends in Vegas. And again, Vegas they know things, they don't know everything, right? And I tend to believe when it comes to the Browns, people are just guessing more than anything. But the position of first player drafted is the highlight here, right? Offensive lineman is minus 225. Mm-hmm. Then it goes defensive line / edge at plus 350. Then quarterback at 7-1, linebacker at 8-1, and then wide receiver. In no world did I think it wasn't offensive lineman and then wide receiver when I clicked in. Offensive lineman is the 5th best odds for position taken with number 6 overall. Seems wild to me.
Oh, that makes me feel so much better.
I mean, Vegas is telling you without telling you, they really think the Browns are going offensive lineman with whatever their first number 1 overall or 1st round pick is.
Oh, see, I heard the opposite of that. I don't understand why we're forcing an offensive line pick with a 6th pick. I don't. I listen, you know me. I'm Mr. Trenches, right? If I thought there was a Trent Williams at 6, I would be on board to take him, no questions asked. But if you ask me, all right, like to me, you need to get one of the 3 wide receivers, Lemon, Tyson, or Tate, and then you need to get one of 7 tackles, 4 of which might be in play at 24.
Sure.
Like I don't believe Concepcion is an outside receiver, or it's proven to be. Omar Cooper's a nice player, but I think he's at best a number 2.
I don't know who's talking. I don't know who's hearing what. But between Zach being very, very confident that it's Caden Proctor or an offensive lineman is the first one off, and then these Vegas odds, somebody wants the idea out there that the Browns aren't taking wide receiver at 6 overall, or if they trade down, aren't taking a wide receiver at number 10, 11, 12, whatever that is.
And this is where I go Pepe Sylvia, hoping that someone is Andrew Berry, because he secretly wants to take a wide receiver at 6.
Yeah.
Because
he's been known to do that.
Like, I'm not going to say
screen season.
I'm not going to say Maui Noah isn't going to be a good player, or Fano. They're not going to be good players, but they're not guaranteed to be even a Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell is a elite right tackle. I can take that. I can work within those parameters, right? An elite right guard, guys, even Quentin Nelson, great fun. Yeah, the Browns found, Wyatt Teller was a 5th round pick that the Browns got in a trade. You know what I mean? Like, you can find elite. To me, you draft tackles in the first round or second round, and then you look for guards in the rest, or the centers in the rest of free agency or later in the draft. And it feels like the Browns, if the Browns take a Maui Noah or Fano at 6, that feels like a massive reach and not a forced pick.
It's just interesting as we get closer and closer to this. The separation from it's going to be an offensive lineman or receiver has now become it's going to be an offensive lineman, and then the wide receiver is going to be addressed in the second portion of the first round.
Zach Jackson has the Browns going Caden Proctor and Casey Concepcion with their first 2 picks. Grade that approach to the draft from the Browns and Ohio State, and have found a way to get things done for the Buckeye football program and beyond. That's coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out one last pre-draft edition of the Fan Offseason Special Wednesday night. Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder providing one final preview of Thursday's first round and the latest around what the Browns could do on draft weekend. That's the Fan Offseason Special right here on the Fan, streaming on the Odyssey app and YouTube Live.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Mark Spears, ESPN NBA writer, coming up at 6 o'clock. A little Gardos news to pass along here. Jose Ramirez won the AL Player of the Week for the 9th time in his career. He had 2 home runs yesterday. We are 9 home runs away for Jose from 300 career home runs.
Yeah, what was interesting, there was two parts of the broadcast yesterday I thought to be interesting. One, they highlighted, this goes for Jose, they highlighted the idea of like all his home runs at Progressive Field and like where he ranked in history of it, and then next pitch, bam, home run. Like, it's awesome. It's fun when that works, right? The other one, they highlighted Joey Cantillo and the amount of starts that he had. He was the second longest in Guardians history for the amount of starts to open up a career and not allow 2 earned runs, right? Or sorry, not even open up a career. Just at no point, like consecutive starts, not allowing 2 earned runs. He was at 9. And then the very next pitch, 3-run homer right in the seats. Like, it was a run of the broadcast saying something and then it just going sideways, because sometimes that happens.
I do like that we're at the point where Jose's starting to rack up the big stats, like the career stats, whether it's the individual ones for Guardians history that we thought would never get broken. Like,
yeah, he's well behind Jim Thome. He's got some work to do there, but yeah, he's up there.
He's what? He's like 50 behind Jim
Thome? It's like 60 or 70, somewhere around there.
And Jim had like 350 home runs.
And think about it, though,
but
just like at home. So like I mean, I don't know, maybe he'll get there by the time it's all said and done. He's got enough time.
So the Ohio State spring game was over the weekend. I did not pay as much attention as I normally did, but I can say Tavian St. Clair and Chris Henry Jr., I would like to watch them throw to each other as much as we possibly can over the next couple of years.
Okay.
Because, one, I had not watched a lot of St. Clair. That kid's got a howitzer on him. And Chris Henry Jr. is just going to be the next kid that ends up going top 5 in the NFL draft.
I saw one Jeremiah Smith play. That's all I needed to see.
He's still good at football.
He's still good at football. Yeah, can confirm. Yeah.
It's so funny when your ones are so good, it's kind of boring even to watch them against other guys who are going to be your ones a year from now.
Well, you could kind of tell, though, that obviously the idea was don't touch Jeremiah at all. And so like he has this like crossing route and he just he goes up the field and you can see the defenders just kind of move away. It was like a lot of business decisions happening there, a lot of smart decisions happening there.
So what can you tell me about Ohio State vendors and the NIL push here?
So I thought 11 Warriors was highlighting this, and I saw a couple of people tweeting about it throughout the game. At the shoe this weekend, concessions vendors were offering a round up to donate option that goes to Ohio State's NIL fund. So let's say you buy a hot dog and some nachos, and it comes out to be, I'm explaining a roundup option, everyone, for those that aren't paying attention. Let's say it's like $11.73. Then there's an option there where they could be like, all right, do you want to round it up to $12 to give us the 27 cents to the NIL? Traditionally, when you go to the grocery store or somewhere like that, it's like, I don't know, it's like to help out breast cancer awareness and the Susan G. Komen Foundation, not NIL for your football team. But once I heard it, it made a lot of sense to me.
All right, so here's the thing. This is so much easier than when you go to the store, when you go to the fast food joint, because you have to know what the different charities.
Oh yeah,
like I don't.
And some charities are not run very well at all.
Exactly. So like
a lot of money goes to the CEO and not enough to the actual enterprise they're trying to do.
If I hear the charity that I know and that I trust, I have no problem doing it.
Yeah.
But if I don't know, it's like I always feel bad because you get the guilt of like, no, I don't want to do that. Because what you can't explain to the person is I have to go home and research that charity first because I don't have enough time to sit in the line and pull it up.
Yeah.
That's
funny you think that way because I'm the same way.
It's an obvious yes. Yeah, 26 cents.
Well, and you feel like a I don't know, like a big donor after that, do you not? It's just 26 cents, but you're like, I'm contributing. Hey, Jeremiah Smith, I helped pay for that Lambo. Run harder next time. Like you get to say those things.
I'm honestly surprised that this isn't This isn't all across Columbus or even Ohio.
So I would think that this is going to end up being a thing everywhere because it just makes too much sense for it not to be.
I would understand in Columbus. I'd be very surprised
here
if I went to like Wadsworth's Chick-fil-A, or sorry, not Wadsworth, Fair Lunch Chick-fil-A, and they're like, "Do you want to round up to support the athletes at Ohio State?" I'd still say yes, by the way, because this is doable. I can give you 51 cents on a random day.
How far can they go?
It's Ohio State. We got a lot of Walmart Ohio State fans.
What I meant was that, like, this is going to be just within the confines of any like Ohio State athletic event or Ohio State.
Oh no!
Like any Ohio State sanction. Like you go to like the swimming event, they're going to have the same thing there. I would imagine.
You got to start butting these hungry kids out of some of these charity. Like, come on. You don't need every Taco Bell in Ohio. You can get half of the Taco Bells, and we get the other half.
Like the Ronald McDonald House is just pissed. They're like, we used to get so much money from all this, and now the NIL fund for Jeremiah Smith is taking all of it.
But you see how it's not a fair one for one, because with those charities, I really have to understand where the money's going, and it's not just some ruse where there's just not that. There's not that ambiguity. Because I always feel like if I give to the wrong charity, not only am I wasting my money, I'm also actively taking away money I would give to a charitable concern that I actually have.
That's if you had a certain allotment for charity in any given year, though.
Yes, which I do.
You do, okay.
Yeah, we're not made of money, right? We got a little money. We like to share what we can. I don't have that problem with Ohio State. It's not like, whoa, is this going to Tavian Sinclair? Is this going to Julian Sand? I don't give a rat's ass.
But
give the 51 cents to the kids.
This would be treated differently, right? This isn't. I wouldn't look at this of like, oh, I did a charitable thing.
I do.
I'd be looking at this of like, this is me helping out my football team now.
It could be both.
Where I would not write a check previously for for any amount of money, but let's just play with this idea. Like for $1,000 to make sure that they get the next greatest wide receiver, I would never do that. That's not in my DNA. Yeah, for 47 cents, I feel like I contributed.
No.
It's not horrible. It makes me feel good about the process. I feel more involved in Ohio State and the NIL world then.
So here's why I like it. Is because now I can claim that I support. Now I'm not just a Walmart Ohio State fan. So I didn't go there.
Yeah, you're a big NIL booster. It's like owning a piece of the Packers.
100%. All right, I have these penny stocks in Ohio State.
Yeah.
In Ohio State's NIL, and honestly, I want to get a plastic decoder version of their championship rings.
I don't know. You should be afforded one of those after this. They should mark every person that donates it.
They send you a 3D printed one.
I don't know how much money they're going to make off of this, but I imagine if you pile this up throughout the year for every Ohio State football event, and let's take it to basketball and everything else, it's going to be in the millions.
Well, here's the thing.
It's going to be an insane amount of money. It's such a great idea.
All right. Here's where this is the genius of this plan. When I go through the drive-thru, they don't have a hungry kid there saying, "Are you sure, sir?"
Yeah.
Like if I'm,
because that would definitely help.
Oh my god,
that would definitely help.
I'd be like, "Do you need more than 51 cents?" I got more than 51 cents.
We can round up to the closest $10 increment if you want. Yeah.
If you're in line at an Ohio State football game, presumably a little under some influence, and you're looking there, and it's like Julian Sand looking pristine, just throwing a 50-yard pass to Jeremiah Smith. Hey, do you want to keep this going? And
it works both ways, Nick. Like, think about it. If they're just absolutely destroying a team, you go up and you're like, hell yeah, I want to keep this thing rolling. This is a good time. I'm enjoying my Saturday. If they're getting destroyed, you're like, boy, they need this, don't they?
Yeah, they need this more than I do.
I'm not doing enough of my part here. I got to contribute a little bit more.
Ohio State vendors over the weekend gave fans the offer to round up, and with that extra change going to the NIL fund. I normally would hate this kind of stuff. I kind of think it's genius.
It works. It just totally works.
It's because the increments are so insignificant. I know they will add up. I know if you do it over a year, and especially if you branch out to like different restaurants or fast food joints or even like Giant Eagles in Columbus.
Great point mentioning like restaurants though. I can imagine when this takes off across college football, you eat anywhere in a college town, the roundup options go into the NIL fund.
But at that, it's like, you know what? Hey, they need that $5 more than you do.
Canes alone might pay for Jeremiah Smith down there.
What will?
Raising Canes.
Oh,
I thought you said Kings.
I did too. I'm a little deaf. Sorry. Oh, Mac, that really brought it.
That was a
whole thing to a standstill.
There. I thought we were thriving.
We were laughing a little bit.
A lot of good jokes back and forth.
A lot of good jokes.
Ended on the high. You were going to end on the high there. You had it.
And I had the pivot to go, and then he stepped on my pivot.
How about that?
Oof. Now we don't even know how to end the damn segment. Oof. Oh, the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win an autographed Evan Mobley jersey courtesy of Window Nation, where you can save up to 50% off new windows. Plus, get them 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now. Enter the word Cavs, C-A-V-S, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Mark Spears, ESPN NBA writer, coming up in 1 hour's time. He's got recent written diaries with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. So obviously we can talk the legacy implications of the playoff run for the Cavs, Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. And we do have to get you ready for Game 2. We got a playoff montage coming up in this hour. We got more Cavs talk on the way, and that's actually where we start the lead here. Sportsnet NBA analyst and former Toronto Raptor Alvin Williams joined us today at 3:20. Good stuff on him being friends with Bradley Cooper going back to high school. JP unearthed that one. Lenny Wilkins memories for any Cavs fans. That was one of his first coaches in the NBA. And we asked him what surprised him most about the Cavs win over the Raptors in Game 1.
It was hard because you didn't get a chance to see this full lineup, a big dosage of this full lineup since the Harden trade. You know, they didn't have the four guys. They didn't have Mobley and Allen and Mitchell and Harden playing all together. That we didn't see much of that. So it was interesting how they played well. They seemed connected and not having that many reps throughout the regular season, especially later in the season. So that was pretty impressive. But again, when you do have a James Harden that knows how to quarterback it, again, he's a 17-year vet. He's seen every defense. He's been he's been in championships, conference finals, playoffs. He's been through every type of situation. So when you have somebody that's orchestrating that entire movement, then I guess you can expect that. But I was more impressed with how these guys really look connected and like they've been playing all 82 games together.
Yeah, it's an interesting point about Harden because, I heard some of the Raptors speaking after the game, and they were talking about how for half their team, they've never even played in a playoff game before. And like, it's just an inexperienced team. And I think in the Harden discussion, we haven't brought up the idea enough that although, yeah, he's got his shortcomings in the playoffs, he's also played an insane amount of playoff basketball. He's got more playoff points than Larry Bird. He's top 10 in assists in all-time playoff history. Like, the amount of playoff accolades he does have, it's showcased in games like Game 1, where if anybody else was feeling any sort of way, he felt extremely comfortable and made everything work.
I just thought what was really surprising, I don't know that I was surprised that the Cavs controlled the tempo. I don't know I was surprised that the Cavs bigs made Jakob Poeltl look invisible. I was surprised that we never felt Toronto's size on the wing. And whether it was, Scotty Barnes, I think, getting dominated at different points by Evan Mobley, whether it was just Brandon Ingram feeling, especially in the second half, just a little invisible himself. Like, that's such a, the Cavs have some size on the perimeter there, but you've got, Scotty Ingram, 6'7", 6'8". You've got Ingram, who I think is about 6'8", 6'9". Oh my God, R.J. Barrett's another 6'7" player, 6'7", and it just didn't feel like that at all in that game. And it's interesting, like
it's because Jamal Sheed's like 5'10".
Yeah, he is.
That's a little guy right there.
I do. You know what? I will tell you, he's a tiny little guy.
He is, though. He is.
He's fun to watch play. He's the one guy that I didn't think was going through the motions in Game 1, at least in the second half.
I mean, if you would have told him that was going to be his output, they would have signed up for that 11 times out of 10.
Yeah,
for sure. It'll be better than whatever Quickly ends up giving him. Following Game 1, Kenny Atkinson broke down how the Cavs can improve as the series continues with the Raptors.
Definitely got to think ahead, kind of shift your mindset. First clean up what we had to clean up, and then our job as coach is, how are they going to adjust to X, Y, and Z, and then get ahead of that. Doubling down on what the keys were in the beginning of this series. Sometimes you could jump and just kind of like react to that game alone, but we can't forget. Transition defense, right? Sure, we did a good job, but it's not like they're going to double down on that. So it's more that, just doubling down our keys from the beginning of the series. Sure, there's some details we can clean up.
Start better. It was a really sloppy start. I think that is the 1 p.m. side of things. I would say start better and, transition defense. I think those are the two bugaboos for Game 2 that are the crack that maybe the Raptors could need if they wanted to make this a series.
Yeah, I'm still shocked that they shot almost 50% from 3. That's not something Toronto typically does, and perimeter defense is something we've talked about previously with this team. I did think that was a lot of Kenny Atkinson going to the... That was Kenny being Kenny, is what that was. You have a great performance, and he's going to nitpick because that's what he does. Like it's just interesting how he's become so easily identifiable with when he does this versus when he has to like pump him up, and it's almost become routine. I can call it out before it happens. I don't know. Maybe we need to mix it up a little bit there, Kenny.
Even James Harden talking about Game 1. We didn't play well enough. It's like, all right, this
Donovan
is what you
said
do.
similar things too, though.
Yeah.
Like you can tell, like they all have the same kind of message on that. Like they don't want to get fat and happy with things, which I get. It feels like if I was because we listen to all these post game press conferences every game for a year now, and it just seems very predictable, almost the point where I don't know that it's that effective. But that's neither here nor there.
Brent Sobleski of the Bleacher Report joined us last hour. He had a bold take on a player in the first round that the Browns should be interested in.
I would strongly consider Ty Simpson, and I say that because I have no faith in the team's quarterback setup as it currently stands. I think to this point, Deshaun Watson should be a non-factor. Then you have Shedeur Sanders, who I liked last year, thought he should have been a day 2 pick. But at the same time, we understand how the quarterback position works in the NFL. If you're not a top 10 to top 20 guy, you're not getting chance after chance after chance, and now you're trying to potentially build around him, which I think is questionable to some degree, at least bring in competition. So to me, that would be my wild card. That I would not rule out quarterback early in this process because I think it hasn't been settled. We looked at last year's draft class, one of the best we've seen in the NFL in some time. I mean, it was absolutely great. But at the same time, you missed on the 2 picks that were the most important and held back the entire team. You can have Myles Garrett go out there and become the NFL Defensive Player of the Year, set an NFL record for sacks, and it does not matter until quarterback is solved.
I'd still be surprised if it ends up being Ty Simpson as a quarterback that they take, and especially in the first round. What is interesting, though, is as much as we've talked about the convo changing around Tyson, the past week has been, really past couple of days have been very interesting for Ty Simpson. Like, think about it. Matthew Stafford now is potentially in line to get an extension, even though the Rams have been linked to Ty Simpson the entire stretch of the way. And Arizona, and what's happened the past couple of days there. Jacoby Brissett talking about how he wants a new contract or he's not going to show up to any of this offseason work or anything. Like, he knows the Cardinals at 3 or wherever else are in play to take somebody like Ty Simpson.
I still think... listen, I think a key to trading down out of 6 is an elite defender being there, forcing Dallas to trade up. I think a key for 24 and trading down out of 24, and again, I do think a double trade down is possible in the first round, especially if there are 2027 assets on the board. But I think a key for 24 is Ty Simpson. I understand tackles. Listen, if you don't take a tackle at 6, so you take a wide receiver with your first pick, you're probably in line to take a tackle anyway, so you're more likely to be trying to step ahead of the tackle run than to help, facilitate it. So I think Ty Simpson, because Miami could be interested, because Arizona could be interested, because LA could be looking to move up from 29, all of those are places where you might be able to generate that second trade down with a 24th pick, and I think that's more likely than Ty Simpson's a Brown at 24.
Yeah, what do you think happens? He goes in the first round or Ty Simpson falls in the second round?
Because it's quarterback scarcity and because once you get past Ty Simpson, I think there is a bigger drop from him to the next guy than from Fernando Mendoza to him. I would be really surprised if he wasn't a first-rounder.
Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, on with Baskin and Phelps today. He's not reading much into Myles Garrett's absence from Berea ahead of the voluntary veteran minicamp tomorrow.
I could see there being a contract bump, right, to get him back where he's the highest-paid defensive player or close to the highest-paid defensive player, even though it's only, a year removed from him signing that contract. So that wouldn't stun me. I don't think any of this is part of a grand plan for Myles Garrett. He loves to go to Cavs games. He loves to be there. He's traditionally not been a participant in the offseason program that is voluntary. He's got a lot of stuff going on. He's dating a Olympian. They got a lot of stuff to do. This is the time of year to do it. He always comes back to camp in unbelievable shape. I don't think there's anything that Myles is missing. I don't think there's a lot Myles is missing from not being here in April. So I don't read anything into it.
Yeah, I thought we all agreed we weren't going to talk about this, and it seems like at every stop since we've all been talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. Ken said he wasn't going to talk about it, and then they did every day last week. And then we show up today, and here we are.
Listen, do I think there are very real positives to Miles showing up? Do I think that'd be a good thing for Todd Monken? And do I think Todd Monken would love for Miles to show up at the voluntary minicamps? Yes. Is it the end of the world? No. And is it any more noteworthy because he was at a Cavs game over the weekend?
That's
and the
why
Jets
people are talking
out?
about it, though. That's why people are talking about it. And I heard Spencer today. Spencer seemed like he was pretty of the idea that if you're in Cleveland in the area, hop on over and just say hi to Todd Monken. You don't have to make life hard on yourself. Hop on over, give Coach a how do you do, a hello. Nice to be in the area.
Is that going to change anybody's opinion that Miles is going to get traded at some point in the near future or won't get traded? I don't know.
I don't know, but I don't know. I do know that it would help my idea of Miles and whether or not he endorses or believes in Todd Monken in any sort of way. Like the more he avoids it, the more he doesn't do it. He's not helping his case if that's what he wants. But I don't tend to believe that this is what he wanted. I tend to believe he wanted Jim Schwartz, and now he just has to live with what his reality is.
The Guardians start a 3-game set against the Astros tonight after taking 3 of 4 from the O's this weekend. President of Baseball Operations Chris Antonetti spoke with the media this weekend and gave his thoughts on the team's start to the season.
Overall, it's been an encouraging start to the season, especially when you factor in the quality of the competition we're playing. Coming out of spring training, we knew we were going to be tested early by facing some really good teams, and so our guys have done a good job of working through that first part of our schedule and putting us in a good position moving forward.
Yeah, what's interesting, more on this conversation was the idea that he kind of acknowledged that the bullpen had not been what he needed it to be, but it was not concerned about it either. And that's kind of where I sit. Felt like the weekend, everyone was just, especially after Friday night, everyone was just down about the bullpen and how it just has not been what we've typically seen with this bullpen. But they'll get it right. They'll get it squared away.
I mean, it helped that Cade was just lights out in his second appearance of the weekend. That helped. It also helps, like, Andrew Walters is getting healthy. It might be a month away, but that's a guy that if you need to take over for Cade Smith in the back end of the bullpen, could.
Yeah.
Even Espino, I mean, it sure seems like there'd been some debate. Are they going to keep him in the bullpen? Or are they going to try and, build him up to be a starter this year? It sure seems like they're going to keep him in the bullpen. If both of those kids come up, well, you've now fixed the other 2 spots in your bullpen that seem to hurt you.
Yeah.
Armstrong can become a 7th-inning guy. Sabrowski and Gaddis can be your high-leverage guys. Like, it does. They at least have guys in the pipeline, especially with Walters with big league. Like, I've never been more confident they're going to figure it out.
They'll figure it out. Other note I had from this weekend, I don't like watching Juan Brito play second base. I like watching him hit.
He's gifted in
and
other
he's starting
ways.
to hit better. And he's starting to he had a nice double off the wall yesterday. Like, he's starting to get there. There was a couple plays from this weekend, in particular the one where he just tries to make the routine throw from like 15 feet away and came nowhere close to first base.
Was that the Alonso play?
Yeah, and it just stays in your head in a way that you just can't erase it. And it's like, oh no, Juan, I know you're not. No one ever accused you of being, Ryan Sandberg over there with the glove, but what are we doing here?
Yeah, but if not at second base, where the hell is he going to play?
No, that's the problem. Is second base is what they told us he's best at defensively.
Yeah. And then, by the way, your relief is going to be Travis Bazzano, who also is not great at second base.
Man.
Somebody's got to play. A Jordan Tyson update you're going to want to hear in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Make plans to join the most knowledgeable lineup in all of Cleveland media for NFL draft coverage.
The Cleveland Browns select.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Mark Spears, ESPN NBA writer, coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll have more on Cavs-Raptors Game 2 coming up in about 20 minutes here. But we had the Jordan Tyson talk earlier in the show where he looked really good in a workout video against Air. Deion Sanders sending out a tweet saying nice things about Jordan Tyson. There was the workout at Arizona State last week where he apparently aced. Well, Dane Brugler just tweeting this out in the last 30 minutes here. He was asked about Jordan Tyson, and he said, teams think Jordan Tyson is going top 13. Don't think he falls. His read, Tyson has a better chance to be wide receiver 1 than wide receiver 3.
Which would put him back to where we initially thought he was so many months ago.
Yeah.
We were just like, yeah, he's obviously the best. From a talent perspective, he's the best wide receiver that's there. It's just how much can you withstand some of the injury conversation?
I genuinely do not know how Browns fans would react if Jordan Tyson was the pick at 6.
I think there'd be excitement because of the Tyson brothers thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the saving part of this whole conversation is that no one except for you and me have talked about Tyson in any sort of positive way locally at all, or at least it feels that way. If somebody has, I'm sorry, but at least it feels that way to me. But if they took Tyson, the stories around the Tyson brothers both being here, I think will be enough to get Cavs and Browns fans, mainly Browns fans, excited though.
It's weird because
it shouldn't be the case. Yeah,
I mean, it's so funny. Earlier when we were talking about this, and I was like, I think he's the best wide receiver in the draft. We had somebody say, "Oh, Mekhi Lemon has a higher ceiling." It's like I would disagree.
I disagree completely.
Yeah, listen,
he's legitimately he's a taller Stephon Diggs.
Yeah,
like the talent is insane.
And it's so funny. Like I almost think even calling Stephon Diggs him a version of Stephon Diggs isn't fair because Stephon Diggs was a chucklehead, which is why he went in the 5th round as opposed to the 1st round.
I'm just talking on the field is all I'm talking about.
But I'm very comfortable with Tate or Tyson, and I'm getting to the point where if we're going for need, so I'm drilled down to I can either draft a wide receiver or an offensive lineman. I don't see how you don't go wide receiver at 6 or in a trade down at 9 or 12 wherever you go.
Yeah.
And then just figure the tackle stuff out later, or figure, literally any other position out later.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. But I do keep thinking about, and this is where Tate comes in, the idea that it's not a guarantee, nothing's a guarantee, but you take a player like that from Ohio State with the history he's got, you're not going to end up losing in that pick. Like that's a very safe pick, but I think it's going to be one that would pay out well. And I was thinking in between the break, like if I had just for this upcoming season. That's not how the NFL draft works because you're drafting these guys out for a long time after that. But if it's just for this upcoming season, if I knew I needed production from a wide receiver and I was trying to save my job in the process with winning a lot of games, I would take Tate and not even think about it. Tyson's risk is there. But I don't think Andrew Berry is going to shy away from the risk.
Yeah, I think if you're worried about risk and all that, I do understand that it's a valid conversation. I think you got to figure out 3 years from now who's the guy that can have a JSN type impact on your team, and I think it's Jordan Tyson.
Well, wait to this, and I agree with you. But earlier we talked about like guys that maybe had problems leading into the draft, and then Andrew Berry went with anyway, right? Greg Newsome. Go look it up. Greg Newsome missed a lot of games based off of injury. 2 out of the 3 years, he missed the majority. And then he obviously got injured in the Big Ten title game as well. Like, the red flags were there from an injury perspective. JOK didn't miss many games, but JOK had that big heart problem and that heart issue. That's a lot of the reason why people thought that he fell to the second round the way that he did. And Andrew Berry took him anyway. They took both those guys anyway with the idea that he was going to risk it. Did Andrew Berry learn anything from that? Or is this just in Andrew Berry's DNA to say, if I like a player, I'm not going to let the injuries get in the way and stop me?
Well, I mean, with Greg Newsome, he didn't fail because of injuries. He failed because I think he's a little undersized and he wanted to prove he's an outside corner, and he's not. I think he's a nickel corner, and I think that's what last year proved, right?
No, but it was more about the idea that he didn't ignore, but he ignored. He ignored the idea that everyone was telling him at Northwestern about the injury issues with Greg. But
I think my point was if you've gone through,
I'm saying he felt comfortable enough to go ahead and say that's not going to let me get in the way.
And I think given the fact that the heart issue isn't what cost JOK the second half of his career, and injuries weren't why Greg didn't get a second contract here, I feel like you would still think those were successes, at least from the injury perspective.
So you think that would almost then give him, I'm generally, we're just talking this out in real time, does that give him then like the boost to be like, I took chances on these two guys with their histories for certain reasons, and it's not why either one is on the team anymore?
I mean, I don't think they should dissuade you from making that pick. Now, the day also started with Adam Schefter, and again, it was just a news dump. Albert unloaded the clip on his draft intel. McShay did. I know Shefty did. Oh, my gosh. I'm already forgetting like 2 or 3 other names. It felt like we got deluged with kind of insider intel for the draft. Adam Schefter, though, saying the Browns are already taking calls about the number 6 pick, and sources said they're open to moving it. I think the sources are America at this point.
Yeah.
I think everybody knows. And it is interesting, like, anytime that anything happens with a team where they're not in total power position, because you're not with the number 6 pick, there are 5 guys or 5 moves that have to be made before you get to your spot. Anytime any NFL GM seems to be this, hey, I'm open for business, you would be foolish not to kind of go, okay, what's really at the heart of this? Do they really want to trade down? Because you're almost being too obvious.
Yeah, at that point you almost are. Yeah, it's interesting. I just wonder if they think like at 11, 12, 13, they can get the same thing they would get at number 6 anyway, or something comparable, something similar. And I think maybe that's what's kind of guiding themselves here. Maybe that's why so many people are thinking offensive lineman, because you can get a guy of similar value or someone that is in the right ballpark, and maybe even the guy you want at 6, at 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, I mean, I think it stands to reason that there's a level, like it's so funny. Like Arizona, one of the other big things, Philadelphia. One of the other big things that Schefter had sent out was that the Eagles could be making more trades than anything just A.J. Brown related. Because the big thing to start the day was A.J. Brown will be a Patriot. They just got to wait till June 2nd, right? But basically, Schefter went on to say, the league saying league sources saying Howie Roseman is plotting a deal to make on draft weekend. And my whole thought was, well, wouldn't that, like, if you're thinking of, hey, I'm going to lose A.J. Brown here, I'm likely going to get a 2027 first in return for A.J. Brown. If you're the Eagles, wouldn't you want to replace A.J. Brown this offseason? And wouldn't the simplest way to do that is call your old friend Andrew Berry, talk about the number 6 pick, and offer your own 2027 first rounder? So in the end, you get to take Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate. Mm-hmm. The Browns move down to 23. They get 2 picks still in the first round, and Andrew Berry gets his desired 2027 first rounder as well.
So in this, I want to make sure I follow this right. In this, we're getting A.J. Brown.
No. A.J. Brown's still going to New England.
Okay.
For the 2027
That's
first
round. That's where you lost me. All right.
So
run it back to me one more time.
Go from
Sorry,
6.
I was thinking about Greg Newsome's injury history throughout his NFL career, and I was just getting. All right, go ahead.
But the Browns go from 6 to 23 and pick up the Eagles' 2027 first.
6 and 23, and then we get the Eagles' 2027 first?
Yes. So the idea here is if you're the Browns, you're already looking forward to 2027. The Eagles don't really lose anything because they turn A.J. Brown into Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate.
Yeah.
And all they really do is pick swap in the first round.
I got to think about it.
I think if the whole point, listen, I'd rather just take Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate.
Yeah.
But if the whole point is you're setting up for 2027, I don't feel comfortable going into 2027 with 1 first-round pick in a team that I think is better than one of the 5 worst teams in the NFL. I think you're going to need extra munitions, and I think this is, if that means I got to go to pick 23, I'm comfortable doing that, even if Nick Wilson, would rather just stick at 6 and take Tate or Tyson.
So, but wouldn't the 2027 pick be in like the back end of the first round, or is that different?
Yeah, I mean, if it's the Eagles' pick.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, I just because then you're counting together whatever our first ends up being, and then also that 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, whatever that is. I would probably rather just take the wide receiver right now and get him on the rookie deal.
I mean, like, here's the thing, though. One, it could be the Eagles are not, I think, destined to be a great team next year. I think that defensive line is not what it was. Obviously, losing A.J. Brown is going to matter. This isn't like Jacksonville where we were just damn sure we were going to get another top 10 pick this year. I don't think it's fait accompli. It would be the back half of the first round. So there is like a gamble you're taking. But even so, if it's the 23rd pick next year, you can use that plus the 10th pick next year to get up into the top 3 to try and get your quarterback.
Where they might be on board with it is the idea that if they're not actually trying to win for this upcoming season, if they're just trying to get us to next year to make the timelines all match with the quarterback, then a move like this would make sense. Because then it would just be all about trying to make sure everything's loaded for 2027. And so, from that perspective, yeah, if the goal is not to win games in 2026, then yeah, punting in the first round with that number 6 overall is probably the smart idea.
I think if the reports are true, and again, I think it makes sense. If the Browns in 2027, if they're really looking for as many picks as they can get in that draft to try and make a run at a quarterback, if they don't get the number 1 pick or number 2 pick or number 3 pick in earnest, I think trading down from 6 makes sense, and I don't really think there's a limit to how far you can trade down. And I even think pick 24, like a double trade down, I think makes sense. It's tough to sell now. It's tough to get excited about, and it's not something that I'm sitting here really embracing because I want to see what you can do in 2026. But at least would be concurrent with the idea of we're going to get the quarterback no matter what in 2027. That would at least feel like a direction, even if the direction is hurry up and wait.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is already pot committed to that. And so, if that's your big grand thought, the idea that in 2027 we're getting the quarterback and that's when we're going to really go off, then you would think anything that would almost add to this team right now would be a hindrance. And again, it's part of their equation. They have to think about these type of things. And so if adding Tyson or adding Tate pushes you from a 4-win, 5-win team, whatever that is, to a 6 or 7-win team, then yeah, they gotta look at this and they gotta think about if they're stacking the deck the right way.
Patrick in Hudson, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Not much, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, Patrick.
Nothing. Hey, Nick, dude, I like you, dude, but I want to say that trade proposal is horrible. There was a guy back in the day named Sashi Brown that used to try to go stack picks for next year, and we saw what happened to him. I just want to say, I don't know why we're so obsessed with next year's draft. We said the same thing last year about this upcoming draft, that we're going to have Drew Aller or Arch Manning or Nussmeier or Klubnik. None of those guys panned out. I don't know why we're so obsessed with next year. And
real quick, Patrick, JP and I really
ahead.
aren't. I think it's Andrew Berry that seems to be obsessed with getting the quarterback in 2027. We want to try and win for 2026.
All the moves that he's set up right now suggest that he's the one that's focused on 2027.
Well, he hasn't done any moves yet. He's still
that's the point, though. That's kind of the point.
But just my point is, for your trade proposal, we moved down 3 spots last year and got a first-round pick. You want to move down 17?
Yeah,
and then you would take a first-round pick?
It's a different year, though. This is where the 6th pick does. So the 3 spots, like, for instance, if you in Kansas City make a trade, the common thought is you might be able to get a 3rd-round pick to move 3 spots this year.
What's different about last year than this year? Why did we get a first last year for moving 3 and we would get a first for moving 17?
One, you were the number 2 pick, and this year the number 6. And I would say the quality of draft and the blue chip prospects.
Yeah, it's nowhere close to the same. And in fact, it's why I saw Daryl tweeting out on Friday or whatever it was about if we just copy and paste what the Browns got with the Jags trade, it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. It's a completely different draft. It's got a completely different value attached to this draft. It's not a copy and paste.
Would you have called Travis Hunter a blue chip prospect? You think Travis Hunter was worth the first?
A year ago he was.
Well, that's my exact point. So how do you say that there's no blue chip prospects when you don't know how these guys are going to turn out? When we thought you had a blue chip prospect in Travis Hunter.
No, last year he was. That's different than this year's draft.
And people still think he has an incredibly high ceiling, even if I never bought into the unicorn shtick.
I understand that, but you're already writing off players that could be awesome players, just like you're calling a guy a blue chip prospect that is currently not a blue chip prospect. You can't call Travis Hunter a blue.
Patrick,
I don't want to sell the farm when you can get a good one at 6.
Patrick, we got a boogie. Now, if you just to be fair, I'd stay and take Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate. But I think if you're saying I'll trade down to 12, I don't in this draft. like once you get past pick 10, I don't see a big difference between pick 12 and pick 23. And if the difference between going to 12 or 23 is a future first rounder, and the whole goal is to get the quarterback in 2027, you can't just bank on the fact you're going to be bad enough to get one of the top 3 picks this next year.
And in the process of it, it lets them have you have a lesser team for this upcoming year, which again, if you're going for 2027, that's what their goal is. Their goal would be to surround themselves with not a bunch of talent and win 5 games.
Are the Browns tipping their hand with a trade down? Yet another report that they're taking calls on the number 6 pick. We'll have that and time to cancel any reservations you might have about the Cavs, or at least we'll try, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
The championship chase is on for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Harden. Perfect pass, the timing, the delivery, and the finish. Strus. To the max.
16 wins, 1 title.
We still didn't play well. Watch film and get better. I'm sure they're going to come with adjustments. We make adjustments and then be prepared. We played well. We did a lot of things well. They shot it pretty well, too. The guy always gives them credit. I think for us, just sticking with what our principles were on both ends of the floor. Pretty solid game one.
For the latest on the Cavs championship chase, here's Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on 92.3 The Fan.
That Cavs victory montage, courtesy of NBA on Prime and Mac Robinson on the board.
I mean, it just felt so out of place for 5:47. It's a 5:40 segment. I don't know. It's not like that was big movie presentation right there.
In fairness, I had asked for Cavs playoff montages as an open, and it did not happen at the beginning of the show. As we're working through it. Overall, that is what I wanted, Mac.
So that's what you wanted at the top of the show? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, top of the show.
Instead of like a baseball highlight?
Yeah, something like that.
Is that the idea?
Yeah, something like that. Wow, okay. I was trying to turn this into the general idea of what we were going for.
It sounds like he did a good job then.
Although it was a lot of Mac Robinson.
2 hours and 40 minutes later, it sounds like he did a good job.
I will tell you, I was not prepared for that much Mac Robinson. There was a lot of Mac Robinson.
And people know that's Mac's voice, so that's not like there's nothing hiding there. That's I mean,
I think we're close.
Just sounds like
I think we're very close, Mac. How do you feel about how it came over?
Well, I felt good about it up until about 15 minutes ago. Or about 10 minutes ago, probably.
What happened 10 minutes ago?
I'd say about 3 minutes ago. That's really when we
10
started.
10 minutes ago was that was the 5:20 segment.
When did you know that I might make fun of it? Was it when my eyes lit up when I heard you use your big boy announcer voice?
No. When you were describing in the break, no, I think you're thinking about this the wrong way. I'm like, well, we'll see if I landed the plane or not.
Had you heard this before?
No, I had not.
Okay.
No. In fairness, my call was to do it here. It was here or Mark Spears, so that's on me. But I initially wanted, and we are going to start doing these as kind of like opens to the show, and then you're going to hear just more because we want to like acknowledge the Cavs are in the playoffs, and we're very excited about this.
Is Matt going to cut a movie trailer with each one or no?
That I don't know. I will say constructive criticism.
It was like a Michael Bay movie.
A little less Mac Robinson. Just a little less.
No, I didn't hate it.
Just a little less.
I don't know. I mean, do we need like a 16 games, one title thing? Do we need that every time?
That was the one that I probably was like, I get what you're going for.
Is that necessary?
I don't know that one thing. I did a little bit. That one line.
Okay. All right.
One line.
Hey, you keep going. You might get a job at Amazon Prime with some of those really in-depth pieces that they run these days.
We second move.
I thought they were going to give me listen. By the way, thank you to NBA and Prime for that sound. I thought they were going to give me a that Donovan exclusive.
Yeah.
Guys, I get you want to win an Emmy. Just pay the $50.
So that's
just pay $50 for it.
That's kind of what that sounds like with Mac, though. It sounds like we're like desperately trying to win an Emmy or something, and that's not what we're going for. But obviously, like at 5:40, it just felt like a lot. You know what I mean? We're just kind of make people are going on the ride home.
Just keep bringing it back to Mac. I'm trying to stick it on NBA on Prime.
Well, I do want to stay with Mac for a second, okay? Because there's going to be a lot of people are going to share the same thing, but I didn't know he's going to lengths that I want to flesh out with you for a second. So he told you obviously he wants to go over to his buddy's house tonight, right?
Yeah.
Did he tell you why he wants to go over to his buddy's house tonight?
No.
Because his buddy has Peacock and Mac doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I don't know if I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Or like is people all across Northeast Ohio just going to their friend's house, not to hang out with their friend, but to just watch the Cavs game and use their Peacock subscription?
I think it's totally fine if you're using your friend for their Peacock.
But your friend doesn't know that. That's the difference. The friend. Good thing you said P in front of that.
I did.
So like your friend.
I really emphasized the K on that one.
Your friend thinks that you actually want to hang out with them, but that's not really what you want. You just want to watch the basketball game and use them for their, I don't know, $20 a month Peacock subscription.
And they can use you for your Prime subscription. I feel like, listen, if you got to watch NBA games, playoff games on 5 different platforms, use each other. Use each other for your subscriptions. That's what I'm about.
Well, what if the friend doesn't have, what if the friend already has Amazon, like 160 million other people?
You got to trade, you got to barter another
no, but
platform.
You're not. But he's not doing this under the guise that, I told my friend I don't have the Peacock subscription. I'm coming over to watch the game because I don't have the Peacock subscription.
Do you think it cheapens the friendship?
Yeah, not even cheap the friendship, but definitely cheapens the experience of it. Like, this friend's probably like, oh yeah, Mac wants to hang out. It's a great time. He's just being used.
Here's the thing. He's the one that suggested it. He understands this situation that I'm in, and he's like, no. You are coming over in order to use the Peacock subscription.
Maybe we should just not say Peacock. Maybe we're
NBC subscription. We'll go there.
Maybe
NBC streaming service.
Every time we say it, we end up getting all three of us have gotten real close.
All three of us. Speak for yourself.
I think it's Peacock subscription that is so hard. There's something about going from that K to that S that really start to mess with all of our brains.
That is a broadcasting institution. I don't know why you guys are messing it up.
No, NBC is. Peacock is a made-up thing that they've used to try and get people to pay them $9.99 a month.
I once sent Fanta a Peacock GIF. He didn't respond.
Is this like how Jeff Thomas
only
will
time
respond?
He's never responded. No, only time he's never responded.
I bet if I sent him a Peacock, he's going to respond.
I think I gave an image that was attached to the Peacock that maybe wasn't the greatest. It was making fun of Peacock. The man works for Peacock. It was making fun of Peacock.
Yeah.
I had it coming, is what I'm saying.
You're not going to be on the Christmas list with that.
Does he have a Christmas list too? Why do so many people have these Christmas lists? I thought they were starting to die off, but it's like everyone has these Christmas lists.
I'll just tell you this right now, Mac. No harm, no foul. Like it's an expensive to be an NBA fan and to be a Cavs fan in the playoffs. It gets real expensive real quick. I think you're in the fine, even if you are using your friend. By the way, I'm sending John a Peacock GIF.
Which one is it? Is it the Wahlberg? I'm a peacock?
No, because I would never denigrate Peacock like that.
I think that's the one I sent.
This one right here, a little peacock.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I see you. Yeah. I see you doing work over there on the Peacock.
So Jeff Thomas responds to you, but not to me.
Yeah, no,
John Fanta
still
will respond to me. Not with Peacocks.
With that one, not with Peacocks.
216-474-0092. Are you using your friend if you're just using them to watch the game on Peacock tonight? Mark Spears, ESPN NBA writer, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Reports say that if the Eagles...
All things hoops. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. In case we missed it, that Matt Corrali's a weirdo. We love him.
He's the weird one.
Yeah. He just made tuba sounds for a trombone. Okay, what can I do?
Yeah, and then you did the trombone sound, and I was like, you know what? Not too far away from the tuba sound.
But we got Cavs Raptors game 2, and to talk all through all the implications for the Cavs in these playoffs, he does have recent Anscape diaries with both Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. You know him, you love him. On the Make It Right, call Kyle Ryan Hotline Senior. NBA insider at ESPN, Mark Spears, joins us now. Mark, welcome to the show.
What's happening, man?
Oh, we're kind of getting antsy. You know, like game 1 went as reasonably well as we could have expected. And now I think we're just in, let's see if the Raptors can answer it all. How about yourself?
Well, part of me wonders if the Cavaliers are being a little slick because, and I was there the last game of the regular season and sat down with Donovan, and I'm like, did they try to get the 4th seed on purpose? Because, look, I think we all know that Detroit has had this amazing season, but they're also lacking a great number 2 scorer, or even a third great scorer. And, Cavs have several guys that can score. And they decided to take the lesser of 2 evil route because the other route as a 3rd seed means that you get the Boston Celtics in the 2nd round. And with all due respect to Detroit, and you tell me you got to shut up if I need to, I think you'd rather play Detroit. But that being said, like when I look at the matchup between Orlando and Detroit, I'm like, this is not a good matchup for Detroit because Orlando has size, and Orlando is out of the pressure zone that they were in. They got nothing to lose. They got a coach in the hot seat, but they're just playing. And they came off a really great win that got them into the AC. And I actually picked that series to go 7 games. I still figured Detroit could win it. But the way I look at the landscape now, if game 1 between Cavs and Toronto is indicative of the series and they could do it in 4 or 5 games, like I wouldn't be surprised if the other one goes 7. Orlando certainly has the talent to win it. And they could end up, if the Cavs handle this, series quickly, they could end up playing a weathered team in the 2nd round that isn't Boston and obviously isn't New York.
So, Mark, it's funny about your hypothesis there because for a couple reasons. But one, like I had been maintaining for weeks that they needed to line themselves up and get the 4 seed, and then all they did was go and win 11 out of their final 14, and the first 2 that they lost in that stretch were all off of back-to-back nights, like a realistic loss. I think the only game they were actively maybe trying to lose, was that second Atlanta one. And so it was what it was. But you said you talked to Donovan. Donovan, throughout this entire stretch, as I was like, hey, line up with the Pistons, was saying how he didn't want to upset the basketball gods. And I gave Atkinson credit because he threaded that needle in a way that got him the 4 seed, but I don't think gave the impression to people like Donovan that he was doing it intentionally.
No, and I don't think Donovan, like, I'm coming there with my Cavaliers sword. I'm ready to fight. He don't care.
Mm-hmm.
He don't care. And ultimately, at some point, man, you're going to have to fight somebody in this race. My conversations with Donovan and my conversations with James, like I asked Donovan, are there 2 players in the NBA, 2 active stars that have endured more playoff pain than you 2? And obviously James is number 1 in that regard, but he's like, no, he mentioned Joel Embiid. And I think that there's a narrative that both of them would like to change. Getting to the finals, I think from my talks with Donovan over the years, he knows in order for him to be seen as one of the true elites of the league, he has to win big. He has to walk in that door. You got to at least have one ring. It's not easy to do. Your franchise in Cleveland knows that. But in order for James and Donovan not to have that but next to their name, they got to win one. And I do feel like this team at least gives them probably maybe the best chance in either one of them's career to get back to the finals. And the interesting thing, I asked Donovan that he didn't answer, which was interesting. I said, this is the 10-year anniversary of the last championship. He said, it is? He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, he didn't want to bite that apple just yet, like talk about the pressures that come with that. And maybe even not the pressures, just really talk about that. But those two guys, man, what we saw in game one, I think was pretty locked in, and that they're trying to change what their Wikipedia looks like.
So obviously we have a lot to get to with both James and Donovan on this, but I guess you've been covering the NBA for a long time now. What do you make of the Cavs' path to a championship this year, and what chance do you give them to be able to actually do the thing that no one's done in Cleveland since LeBron did a decade ago?
No, the one thing about the playoffs is like a journey, right? Like, to me, it's about talent, which they have, health, which they now have. It's about as healthy as they've been, right? Strus is back. You need luck, and you need good matchups. And so I think these first two rounds, they have potential to have good matchups. But at some point, man, it's like playing that old game Punch-Out. You might get Glass Joe at first and Piston Hurricane, but at some point you're going to have to fight somebody. You know what I mean? And maybe I'm too old for you guys for that analogy. But somebody listening knows what I'm talking about.
It. Yeah.
I do think they have the talent to hold the trophy up. They have the talent because they got the two big-time scorers, another guy that's capable of giving you 30. They got a guy in James Harden that throws these beautiful alley-oops and makes it better for your bigs. You got depth. Strus is, got the rust off of them. You got defenders. They got everything. They definitely got everything. I just I'm curious to see how they respond when they play in the pressure moments.
Yeah, it's funny, Mark. We were talking a lot. Donovan has spoken a lot about his desire for a championship and what that would mean for his legacy and everything. James Harden is new to us, and we were speaking, and just like the idea of whether or not I'm not going to say he's thirsty, but how bad he wants an NBA title, even if he's not the main guy.
No, he wants it bad.
No, and you came out with your piece, and that was kind of the clear takeaway I had, is that he wasn't shy with you about just how bad he wants it.
Yeah, no, he's I felt bad in the Netflix series Starting Five. Did you guys watch that?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Well, you say stuff, and I'm doing interviews and talking, and they had wine there, which I love, so they kind of probably loosened me up a little more. And and I basically said there's no NBA star that's had more pain in the playoffs than him, or has had less success than him. And I was mad about that statement because I was like, that's not really what I meant. What I meant was it's just had tougher luck. You know what I mean? Like, James Harden is a Hall of Famer. James Harden's one of the top scorers of all time in the league. He's one of the greatest players in league history. But what does that do for his legacy if he gets back to the finals? What does it do if he wins? I think it takes him up to a different level. Like, when Steph walks in the room, when LeBron walks in the room, when Durant walk into the room, they got something he don't have, right? Giannis has it. Jason Tatum has it. Jaylen Brown has it. Those two guys in Cleveland don't have it. It's just, there's just something different aura that you have no matter what you've accomplished. Like, when you get that ring, and it's not easy to do. It's only one team could get it, and Kawhi has it. But something could still go wrong along the way, and that's what's kind of happened with James Harden. So I actually asked him, I'm like, do you have any idea what your emotions would be like if you won?
And he's like, man, I'd be a mess. I'd be an absolute mess.
So I think it's interesting. Obviously, we're enjoying where the Cavs are right now, but we're also wondering, well, what if this thing doesn't get out of the second round? There have been tons of reports that real.
Why are you guys speaking negative, man?
How's that negative?
Be positive about what they got going. See what happens.
Do we do that in all? You got a plan for all exits there. I'm just addressing the reports out there. I'm not editorializing them, sir.
Mark is sniffing out your vibes the entire time, isn't he?
Who gave you this report? What report?
There have been multiple reports. I think it was Shams. Was it Shams? No, it's Sam Amick. I think it was Sam Amick saying that if they don't get out of the second round, that there could be huge changes.
Yeah.
So.
I'm being in jest with you. I'm messing with you. That's any franchise, though, right? Like, if you come up shy, if you don't meet the minimum goal, that's any franchise. I think this team, based on the road they got ahead of them, I think that I would not be surprised if they made it to the East Finals. Maybe I'm too close to it because I'm doing this Donovan Mitchell diary, right? Maybe I'm too close to it, but I just think getting out of that seed and watching Orlando, I think that the thing they got to do, the one thing that's key in the playoffs is you got to handle your business when they win tonight. Like, If they go up 3-0, I'm gonna be. If I'm in Toronto on Saturday night, that's a great thing for the Cavs because I'm doing the next diary after Cleveland eliminates a team, and it's just one game so far. But if they could get out of that first round series in 4 games, that gives you more rest. Those are things that contribute to you getting to the finals, getting out of series fast. It's those teams that go 7, man. 6, 7, like, and I'm doing the kid thing.
It sounded like it.
Now I'm doing it. 6, 7.
Now you guys understand what I'm talking about. I just said 6, 7. I really think, to me, like, tonight's game will be great in seeing if they have the formula to knock this team out. Because if they are to sweep them, those are things that can vault you to that conference finals.
What did you learn sitting down with Donovan? Because I'm fascinated by him, Mr. President, the whole everything around himself. What have you learned that maybe a Cavs fan listening doesn't know?
One thing I really like about him is, like, when we get him, he's locked in. He takes it very serious, the diary that he's doing. He's very thoughtful. He definitely loves his fiance for sure. And he knows what is needed for him to be the level of stardom. He just knows the level and what he wants to get to. And I think the thing that's helping him with this diary is, like, you guys know him, but does the country know him, right? Like, he was in Utah first, and he went to Cleveland, and, respectfully to Cleveland and Utah, it's not New York City, it's not L.A., it's not San Francisco, it's not Miami. Not saying that it's not a great town. It is a really cool town. But from a media market, perhaps, you're not getting a lot of attention. You're not getting on maybe TV as much. You're not getting what you deserve. He even said part of the reason he wears number 45. Maybe people don't like his number. But there's, and ultimately, it don't matter where you play, you got to win to get the love. And I think he yearns to be viewed as one of the greats. He's been all NBA first team, but you got to win. And I just think that his thirst, I think you guys understand what his thirst is, but when I talk to him about it, like, knowing that last year after they lost, as tragic as their losses were to get out, that he was pained for a while by it. Like, he cares, man. He truly wants to be great, truly wants to bring a title to Cleveland. There's guys that are good at the game, and there's guys that passionately love the game, and I take him as someone that passionately loves it and wants Cleveland to, like, see him as an icon, and that's not easy to do.
Mark, great stuff as always, buddy. Appreciate you, and we'll catch up with you after all the success the Cavs have in the playoffs. Certainly none of the other stuff.
No, you're just doing good journalism, man. I respect that. You're not a homer. I like it.
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right. Y'all take care.
You too. Mark Spears there, ESPN NBA insider at ESPN. I said that twice. On the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
With the first pick, the build-up to the NFL Draft is here. And we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app. Lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
I asked Donovan, are there two players in the NBA, two active stars, that have endured more playoff pain than you two? And obviously James is number one in that regard, but he's like, no, he mentioned Joel Embiid. And I think that there's a narrative that both of them would like to change, getting to the finals. I think from my talks with Donovan over the years, he knows in order for him to be seen as one of the true elites of the league, he has to win big. He has to walk in that door. You got to at least have one ring. It's not easy to do. Your franchise in Cleveland knows that. But in order for James and Donovan not to have that but next to their name, they got to win one. And I do feel like this team at least gives them probably maybe the best chance in either one of them's career.
Mark Spears, senior NBA insider at ESPN, talking about, well, the narratives about Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. And I do think it's interesting. Like, I think both guys get to change the narrative on them just by making the NBA Finals this year. I do think Donovan has an easier way of changing the narrative on him because I think he just has to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and it's a shift where Harden has been to the Conference Finals before, where Harden has been to the NBA Finals before.
Oh, for Harden, it's going to be you got to win to completely change it, and that's unless he would have to have like a really prolific like game 6 and 7 against Boston that puts the Cavs in the NBA Finals. But like ultimately, for Harden and how he's viewed, we're talking like mega big picture. Going to the Eastern Conference Finals with the Cavs isn't going to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a nice like, oh yeah, he has done this before, but like Donovan just having not done it, and but yet I still do think Donovan has more pressure on him because Donovan's the face of the franchise, and James Harden is riding sidecar this time.
Yeah, I mean the bet is much bigger from the Cavs side of things with Donovan than it is James Harden. I mean that's not even debatable. But what was so fun in watching Game 1 is that like you had to see why James Harden has all those big gaudy playoff stats that accompanies James Harden's name, because it just he was like picking apart the right moments and the right time to do just about everything. And it was like you get that through experience. And he took advantage of what Toronto wasn't able to do.
Now, but I think we brought this up on air, but it should be noted, Emmanuel Quickley also out tonight as well.
Yeah.
So the hamstring issue continues there. I know it's a big loss for Toronto. I honestly don't know how much difference it's going to make, simply because I still look at this and go like, to me, the impact if Toronto's going to do this, if Toronto's going to put pressure on the Cavs tonight, it comes from their size in the perimeter, both offensively and defensively. Emmanuel Quickley doesn't really factor into that.
No, it doesn't. But it really is not. Whatever that recipe was for Game 1, it's just not. It's not Raptors basketball in any sense of it. And so that's what I thought was so interesting. Like they shot a lot of threes, not a lot relative to the rest of the NBA, but a lot for them. They made a lot of threes, which is not something they typically do. And they played incredibly slow. And like that's not any style that they play.
I think that is what I'm most interested in, which is how do you respond if you're Toronto? Like what's the thing that you can throw at the Cavs? I think the problem with Toronto is you either do the things you're good at, which is the couple things you're good at, or you just lose. And so, like, why I say that is, like, the Cavs can beat you a couple different ways. The Cavs can beat you with their bigs. The Cavs can just outshoot you. I do think that the Cavs have, with Keon Ellis and Schroeder and a couple other guys, Tyson as well, I think the Cavs can find a way to play good perimeter defense. We just haven't seen them pull it all together yet. Like, the Cavs can beat you in multiple different ways. I think the Raptors really got one, and it's play with play with pace, play in transition, and pray to God that you miss your three-point shots.
That's it. Like, they're just going to they would need the Cavs to just have a really awful shooting night. Like, if tomorrow we're talking and the series is evened up, it's because the Cavs came back down to earth from shooting in game one. I can't find another.
Or the bigs disappeared, and I just don't see that happening either.
I don't see that happening either. And then, by the way, we talk about like Harden and early on in that game. Harden was feeding Allen early on. And Allen didn't finish with the greatest game ever in game one. He didn't. He was the one out of the core four that just kind of played a ho-hum game. But like you could tell, the focus was on making sure that the bigs got involved early.
216-474-0092. What kind of response are we getting from Toronto tonight?
And that game feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
It does. Even today, and like listening to people talk about it, it's like I know the game happened. I watched all four quarters. I stayed home from a birthday party to watch all four quarters. And the things that really stuck out to me were the Raptors looked like no match to the Cavaliers, even when the game was close early. And the NBA officials really wanted to make that game. We're really making a statement with the first, half of that game.
Yeah, Tony Brothers. He always makes it about himself. I've thought about how strong is 10 rows of onions way more than anyone ever should, and I think that after 2 days essentially and time to think about it, that might be my lasting effect of game one.
I will tell you, I don't mind having to have 5 different subscriptions to watch all the playoff games. I don't like this game's on Prime, this game's on TNT, this game's on this. I like one set of announcers per series. Or at least
even
one
if you
company
don't even
per
like
series.
them, you got guys that you're just consistently going to grow the series with, right? And you can watch the series as it develops. And they even so they made a big deal, Eric Collins and Del Curry, in like the later part of the game and talking about quickly and the impact that he would have in game 2 and all this other stuff. I'd like to hear that conversation now. Now that he's not playing, I'd like to have them address that early on and then kind of have them keep that moving and keep that storyline moving and tell us exactly what's going on in their eyes and their viewpoint. And you just kind of get robbed with that. It just kind of sucks.
Now, I do think tonight is a great point for the Cavs to keep up the pressure. And by that, I mean continuing to help me cancel any reservations I have about the Cavs in the first 2 rounds.
The goal is simple. Make this incredibly boring for Thursday night. Make us care way more about we always care more about the NFL draft, but make us legitimately not even have to think about game 3 on Thursday because we just know that you're going to dominate this Raptors team and it's not really anything we have to focus on.
Well, but I think the difference between a sweep and a 6-game series is that little bit of extra confidence the Cavs can give me. I think it's fair to say that none of our opinions will really change one way or another until the Eastern Conference Finals, unless the Cavs lose before the Eastern Conference Finals. But if you sweep the Raptors, you have the talent to do it. Making quick work of the Raptors is a way. Again, I can't change the big concerns I have because the big concerns I've had is this team's ability to get past the second round of the playoffs and beat teams that they should at least hang with, even if people don't think they should beat them. That's not entirely true because they should have probably beaten the Pacers last year. You can make a case that they should have beaten the Knicks 3 years ago. So there's something to be said about getting past the bar of beating teams you should beat. But no, I mean we're gonna wage this whole thing about how did you hang with Boston if you play Boston in the third round of the playoffs?
Right, it's gonna be a lot of it.
But you can start. This is another game like Saturday. We stack a couple of those together. You put this series in the rear view quickly, and we watch Orlando and Detroit fight it out in the first round. All right, that's at least a step.
We just did it last year, though, where we walk through the first round because they just dominated the Heat in such a way. I mean, I went back earlier today and I was looking at some of the final scores of that. Obviously, we're all here. We all watched those games. But, just how lopsided those games really were. I mean, largest victory in playoff history. It was insane, the beatdown. They made the exclamation point and they made it very clear. And so I think there's going to be some fans that – although you want to see them obviously dominate and take it down in 4, there's going to be trepidation if they do just that.
So it's funny. I think we were fine to react to the Miami series in a different way than we had because they had never put anybody away easily. So I guess my thing is I would now need to see it twice. Whether you play the Pistons or the Magic in the next series, okay, if you finish off Toronto with relative ease, well, it'd be nice to then see that in the second round as well.
Well, and that would make it a difference, right? If you were able to do that, and obviously the second round is going to be tougher. Right? If it's the Pistons, they're a better team than what this Raptors team was. So like it's going to be tougher. It's not going to come as easy. Maybe I want to find out what happens if they do get pushed to 6 or 7 games, and the reaction of people based off that. Like I'm interested in that because it should not be a cakewalk. Second round matchups in the NBA should not just be a walkthrough of 4 games.
Tonight's about Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen to me. I think the Cavs really – I think it was just a little bit of sloppy 1 p.m. basketball, so I'm not – but, like, I think if they could replay one thing from Game 1 and have it just go differently in Game 2, I think Pirtle is soft. Sandro, I'm not going to attempt to mention his last name. If that's your second best hope at stopping Evan Mobley or Jarrett Allen, you're probably screwed. Like, this feels like a great opportunity. You annihilated them on multiple fronts in Game 1. I'd love to see the bigs take full advantage of this game tonight because I think if you can really start to punish them, I think you can break Toronto's will pretty easily. And I think you do it through the bigs. And you saw that with Evan Mobley taking Scotty Barnes multiple times off the dribble to the hole and just dunking in his face.
I mean, I think they already broke him in some respects. You mentioned you'd watch that post game with the Amazon Prime, their whole cast of characters, and they just kept ripping Brandon Ingram to the high heavens. And then what happens with Ingram? Ingram comes out today in their shoot-around with the Raptors and does this whole what do you do about how he just didn't have enough experience and this and that, and it's a good thing to go down 1 game to nothing and all this other nonsense. And it's like, you're just lying to yourself. You got de-pantsed. You got destroyed. You're just lying to yourself. You're making a joke out of the whole entire thing because you're trying to convince yourself that it's going to be different. And after watching that game, there's nothing different that's going to happen here.
So to me, tonight's about Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen. What's tonight about for
I think
you?
Mobley's huge. We got to continue this like consistency thing with Mobley. It's got to be a thing where we can get, like 17 and 10 is great. Let's keep that thing moving. Let's keep that thing going. And then obviously I want a better Allen game than what we saw. But it's all about picking the spots. And then I'm dying to find out which of the other outside of the core 4, who's the one that steps up on any given night. Cavs used to have this all last year. You have the core 4 would be there, and then it'd be somebody. Game 1, it was Max Strus. It happened, though, and that's the point. We started getting away from that, and we need somebody else on any given night to be that guy.
Is tonight Dean Wade night?
Might be, could be. If it's not Game 1, I'll tell you that. But Game 2 might be.
I kind of want to see a Tyson bounce back.
I just need to not commit 3 fouls in the first quarter.
Well, that's on the officials as much as it is on him.
Why were they picking on him? I don't know. You tell me.
But I mean, I want to see him getting going in the playoffs simply because he's a really good two-way player and he is a glue player. Like when you can facilitate, we can do a little bit of everything really well, including defend the 3 and shoot the 3. Actually, shoot the 3 on elite level. Like that's the kind of guy that. He's not just going to pop in for, one night like maybe Max Strus did last night.
Yeah, but
not last night, Game 1.
I got to figure out what Atkinson is going to eventually do because he's not going to play 10 guys the entire time. And he played 10 guys, and I'm trying to figure out who's on the chopping block and who's not.
I mean, Tyson definitely is on the chopping block.
I would think so. I also thought Schroeder would be too.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's just like we just got to – that's part of what I want to learn as the series moves on as we enter into the second round and keep going.
Although I wonder, this early in the playoffs, if you're not entirely worried about Toronto – and let's say you're not entirely worried about Detroit or Orlando the way that you are going to be against Boston, maybe you do keep it at 10 guys until you absolutely have to chop it down.
I mean, you can't do it against Boston. We know that.
You can do it for potentially 2 rounds with relative ease.
I'd be surprised even if against Detroit they did it. It's just not. It's too uncommon. It's just not.
What
it's
about
not a strong
Orlando?
enough thing. I don't see the value in it. I just like the reason why you do it, obviously, as you know, is like you're trying to get your best players out there the most maximum amount of minutes. And so like anytime you're rotating this off, and Atkinson did this a lot where he was rotating between Mitchell and Harden, and the times they were off the court, there was a kind of a rotation that was happening, especially at the end of the first quarter, and it was working. But like you want those guys in the court as often as possible.
What's tonight about for the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 2 of their series against the Raptors? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
AmericanEagleRepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest on today's show. It started about 3:20. I don't know what I said about. At 3:20, Alvin Williams, former Raptor, NBA analyst for Sportsnet as well. Good stuff on Lonnie Wilkins as his ball coach. Good stuff on Bradley Cooper as his high school friend. And, of course, the Cavs and Raptors series. Brent Sobleski, he really wants to take Ty Simpson for the Browns. Hear why. That's at 4. We don't.
But I did appreciate the bit, though. Or not the bit, the take that he had.
I do, too. Which, again, it's he doesn't think they have good enough quarterbacks. You need a good quarterback. It's not punting on 2026, so I like the novelty of that. I couldn't listen, if they took Ty Simpson at 24, I couldn't kill him. I would get it. It would feel like you're probably going to take another quarterback again next year, but I at least understand, hey, there's an acknowledgement we couldn't just do Shedeur versus Deshaun. Now we're going to do Shedeur versus Ty Simpson.
It'd be an attempt. I don't want to see him make that attempt, but it'd be an attempt.
And then Mark Spears, who jammed me up.
He did.
At 6 o'clock twice, which is fine. The second one, I was just like,
but I think he respected it by the end. Yeah. I think he understood. Like he was like, wait, because I think he expected to come on and it just be rah-rah and homers, and then you kind of pushed him on it, and then he was like, at the end, I think that was a high compliment from Mark Spears.
Called it journalism,
which is wild because this is not journalism,
and no one has ever said Nick Wilson is a journalist, nor will they ever again.
And like he's a respected journalist. Mark Spears is like as close to what you can do in the sports world with sports journalism. That's him, and for him to just give that to you, I think he earned his respect.
Look at that. I'll take it this one time. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk discussing the Aaron Rodgers story. Gives a good synopsis and then where he thinks it's going. Here we go.
The Steelers still don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. Now, maybe that's part of the setup, or maybe they just want the folks who are going to be at the draft this weekend to not get their hopes up for clarity. A year ago, we didn't have full clarity, but we kind of knew where it was heading. This year, it feels like they have no idea where it's going, which creates plenty of uncertainty about what they're going to do in the first round of the draft, and even more uncertainty about what they're going to do at quarterback if Aaron Rodgers ultimately doesn't come back for a second season.
Hey, it's weird. Even like some of the reports out of Pittsburgh are making the suggestion that, like, of course, Omar Khan, the crew there, they know exactly what's going to happen. They're just being coy with everyone. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I buy that, though. I don't know that they actually know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. I'm kind of expecting something on draft day, but I really don't know.
I actually tend to believe that, hey, if Ty Simpson's going to be there in the back half of the first round and you want people to think maybe you might be interested in him because maybe you're willing to trade down out of that and get more picks or whatever it is, I can kind of see the idea of, they already know what's happening with Aaron Rodgers and they're just kind of – like, I think it benefits if there's no chance Aaron Rodgers is going to be in voluntary OTAs. But he's in the fold. Again, last year he signed, I think, June something. Yeah, why not? If you know it's going to happen, why not play the ambiguity?
Last year he told him like a week before the draft, though, and he let him know exactly what the plans were. And so, like, I just don't know if he's already done that or if he, like, what you're describing seems like it would help out the Steelers a ton. And Aaron Rodgers doesn't seem like he's really in that business. He's in the Aaron Rodgers business.
I would just be really surprised if they didn't know, because you would, Jimmy Garoppolo's a free agent. There are other moves you could have made. This we're going to go with Will Howard thing going for that never made any damn sense.
It still doesn't make any sense.
That was always gobbledygook to me, still is.
Now that's their starting quarterback for their practice tomorrow.
By the way, Andrew Berry's going to be on the draft preview show. I think we mentioned it late in the 5 o'clock hour. Just a reminder, the preview show coming up in about 15 minutes here. Andrew Berry, Browns GM, will be on it. Let's go with the story last week that Miami edge rusher Ruben Bain had a car accident which resulted in a fatality back in 2024. Bain was cited at the time, but charges were later dropped. NFL draft analyst was on the Stu Gotts show last week and vented his frustration about the timing of the story.
You hope there's maturity in that, and fortunately, the family, it sounds like, of the young lady who was tragically killed has come to peace with it. Mm-hmm. And so, honestly, I think the person that posted this is kind of a scumbag. The timing of it. Look at me, click on my. It's because you know what? I know several respected insiders who had this information. It's not indicative of who Ruben Bain is as a person. And NFL teams have already been aware of this information, vetted this information.
All right. Was Ollie Connolly the man who reported this over the line with this reporting?
I don't think so. I don't know why you'd call him a scumbag for it either. That doesn't really make much sense to me. Like, if he finds out, now we're playing the journalism card. If he finds out information that he thinks is valuable enough to share, even if the NFL insiders already knew, which has been kind of the case everyone's been throwing out there the entire time, then yeah, you get to report on it if you want to.
Yeah, I think the big question is, why did NFL reporters not put this out there?
Right,
that feels a little.
Why is the understanding that all these NFL teams knew about it, but then the NFL insiders just didn't? Or they decided to. Are they covering this up for Ruben Bain? Is that the idea there? Because that also doesn't feel right as well.
Also, you never know when Ollie Connolly got the story. If he got the story 24 hours before he reported it, is he supposed to sit on it till after the draft? Like, you don't know when Ollie Connolly got it. Also, I hate this. Listen, I like McShay a lot. McShay's an NFL draft analyst. He's not a journalist. So for him to say it's not indicative of who Ruben Bain is, what makes you qualified to suss that out and then say, so don't report the story or report it at a different time? So I understand that when these things come out, whenever they come out, they can have an impact on the trajectory of that player. I totally understand that. That doesn't mean the reporter should sit on that. It's just weird that it's weird to me that NFL draft analysts, by and large, think their job is somehow to protect players when that's not it. From the guise of journalism, your job is to tell, and again, not a journalist, but understand what it is. Your job is to tell the story of that prospect and not shade your coverage of it because you don't want to hurt his draft stock.
Well, I do have a journalism degree, so I can verify that you're correct on that. I just wanted to say I have that in my bag.
Freely.
I have.
So I've watched a lot of Galaxy, so I feel like I know what journalism is.
Is that right? Yeah. I like to bring up the idea that I have a journalism degree, but what we do is not journalism here. Not in the slightest bit.
Yeah.
I don't. But I have that bag in my arsenal if I need to. Could you imagine me being a hard-hitting Big J journalist?
Yes. Yeah. I think you'd be miserable, though.
Yeah. Why is that?
Journalists don't typically give their opinion. They recess it. They.
I'm going to do some journalism, get to the bottom of the word you're trying to say.
I thought you
were going to say resuscitate, maybe?
No,
but that doesn't
that's
make
where
any
I was
sense.
going to go. Listen. They
re-something.
They re-something facts.
We're re-something.
I'm definitely re-something. But no, they state the facts.
Mac was slow on that one. Maybe he's also re-something.
I think. I don't know. But no, man, it's really bugging me what that word was. It was going to be a hell of a word, Jonathan.
Yep, I don't think we're getting it.
It was going to be the best word you've ever heard.
Yeah.
And now I'm rhyming. I'm going full Dr. Seuss. But no, they state the facts on
regurgitate.
Man, it really is regurgitate. That's of all the words I wouldn't get.
Jay came in with the assist. How about that?
Do you have a journalism degree? Damn it.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big J journalism moment there. Yeah, they regurgitate the facts and not their opinions.
Where did Jay go to college? I have no idea.
John
Carroll. He John Carroll? John Carroll. So I had somewhat of an idea.
So he's going to be an NFL head coach in about a decade?
Basically. Yeah, basically.
Take us with you. We'll be your lackeys.
Oh, we'd be great lackeys.
I want to be an assistant strength and conditioning coach that is morbidly obese. Come on, Simmons! Come on!
No, but they just
That's
make
all
up
I
a
do.
story.
I just yell, "Come on!" Why they people could work? Yeah.
They would basically make you into like Orlando Pace or someone though. They'd be like, he was all time back in his day.
In his day, there's no tape of it because it was the aughts, but you just got to take our word for it.
But you know, it was Canadian Football League though. He was great there. He would have gone pro, but there was a sticky situation. The Big J journalist got him. I don't know what happened.
All right, guys, we got to go. Thanks, Mac. Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Matt. We'll see you tomorrow too.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble